Chapter 1. The system should of course be handed over to the state. The afternoon sun streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of Jiangcheng University Library, casting a warm golden glow. The air was filled with the tranquil scent of old books and the faint smell of shampoo on the students. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. By the window, a figure was slumped in a chair in an extremely relaxed posture, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, and even breathing could be clearly heard. His name is Qin Feng, 21 years old, a third-year history student at Jiangcheng University, a man whose laissez-faire mentality is ingrained in his bones. His motto in life is very simple: if you can lie down, don't sit; if you can sit, don't stand. Struggle, hard work, involution, these words in his dictionary are like the Siberian cold front, something he avoids like the plague. For him, the library was not an ocean of knowledge, but a five-star nap spot with the best air conditioning, the quietest environment, and the most comfortable sofas on campus. Just as he was engrossed in a fierce battle on the chessboard of Zhou Gong, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice dissected his dream with the precision of a scalpel. Beep. Suitable host detected. Soul strength meets standards. Life magnetic field matches. The slay demons and prosper the nation. Many children, many blessings system is now binding. 10%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Who's playing music on speakerphone in my head? Qin Feng jolted awake from a deep sleep, drool still in his mouth. He looked around blankly. His classmates were still engrossed in their books, some writing furiously, others watching online classes with headphones on. Everything seemed normal. Hallucination? Have I been staying up too late playing games lately? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes, just about to change his position and continue sleeping, when a semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, silently floated in front of him. Its pale blue glow exuded a futuristic, technological feel. The panel design is extremely simple. Host, Qin Feng. Age, 21. Physique, Tai demon suppressing body not activated. Function, identification enabled. Shop, not yet open. Warehouse, empty. A system? Qin Feng's heart started pounding uncontrollably. As a seasoned reader of online novels, he knew exactly what this was. It was the protagonist's standard equipment, a cheat code to reach the pinnacle of life. But then he thought, having a system means having tasks, and having tasks means fighting monsters and leveling up, going through life and death struggles. Just thinking about how those novel protagonists are either fighting or on their way to fight, working year-round without a break, even worse than the 996 corporate slaves, Qin Feng felt a wave of physical exhaustion. This thing seems a bit troublesome. His gaze fell on the appraisal function. A line of small text on the panel prompted, silently say appraisal and focus on the target. With the mindset of, since I'm already here, I might as well give it a try, Qin Feng's gaze passed over the bookshelf and landed on a female classmate opposite him who was diligently taking notes. He silently thought, assess. The panel refreshed the next second. Name, Zhang Ye. Appearance rating, 78. Body size, 81. Luck, 55. Bloodline, normal. Overall rating, 79. Note, no special rewards will be given if you are not a destined Taoist partner. Hey, this is interesting. A rare spark of curiosity ignited in Qin Feng's otherwise lazy and unambitious spirit. This function was practically an X-ray machine for the social world. He turned his gaze with great interest, evaluating each man and woman in the library. Name, Li Wei, overall score, 65. Name, Wang Xiujuan, overall score, 72. After assessing 7 or 8 people in a row, their scores hovered around 60 or 70 points, all of them deemed not destined partners. Qin Feng pursed his lips, feeling somewhat bored, like playing a gacha game where all he got were our rank cards. Just as he was about to close the panel and continue his afternoon nap, a beautiful figure walked past the tree-lined path outside the window, instantly attracting the attention of countless boys in the library. She was a girl dressed in a white tracksuit, with her hair tied in a high ponytail. She was tall and slender, her steps exuding power and a dashing beauty. The sunlight outlined her perfect profile. Her skin was as white as jade, and her eyes were bright and sharp, like a burning flame. Lin Kurson is the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. She is also the captain of the university's women's combat team. She is known throughout the university for her fiery temper and outstanding skills. Her suitors can line up from the south gate to the north gate of the campus, but none of them have succeeded in winning her heart. As if possessed, Qin Feng silently repeated in his mind again, appraisal. This time, the light on the panel suddenly intensified, and the data stream refreshed like a waterfall. Destined partner candidate, Lin Kurson. Appearance, 96 stunning beauty. Body proportions, 95 golden ratio. Luck, 90 woman of luck. Bloodline, Fire Phoenix bloodline unawakened. Overall rating, 96 destined. Xin Feng's eyes widened instantly. 96 points. A candidate for a destined Taoist partner. Fire Phoenix bloodline. This stat is practically SSR among SSRs, the kind with a dazzling effect. Before he could recover from his shock, the system notification sounded again. Ding! A candidate for a destined partner has been detected. Core mission issued. Core mission 1, slay demons alongside your destined partner. You can obtain massive amounts of national fortune based on the demon's level and the balance of yin and yang. Core mission 2, have children with your destined partner. You will receive civilization level rewards based on your child's talents. Note, national fortune can enhance a nation's foundation, while civilization level rewards can advance human civilization. Host, slaying demons and revitalizing the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The future of the world rests on your shoulders. Stop! Xin Feng shouted in his mind, his face turning green. Slaying demons? He wouldn't even dare watch a chicken being killed. Having children? Dating is too much trouble. You want to fast forward to raising offspring? What a joke! This is a million times more tiring than going to work. This system is not a friend to lazy bums at all, but a machine for creating gluttons. It is fundamentally at odds with my own philosophy of life. Xin Feng gasped, feeling as if he had taken on a hot potato, a red giant star that could burn through the universe. No, absolutely not. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his old phone with a slightly cracked screen and quickly dialed a string of numbers. It was a number that only existed in urban legends, and it was said that very few people could get through to it. The call connected, and all that could be heard was a beeping tone. Xin Feng's heart leaped into his throat. He could only hope that the rumors weren't just a hoax. A few seconds later, a calm, steady voice, with a hint of barely perceptible authority, came from the receiver. Hello, this is the Department of National Security for Special Affairs. Xin Feng took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and shouted into the phone with the resolute tone of someone reporting an illegal pyramid scheme. Hello, is this the Ministry of Special Affairs and Security? I've awakened a system, and I want to hand it over to the state. Chapter 2. This is a national strategic mission. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. Xin Feng could even imagine the bewildered expression on the operator's face. Perhaps in her career she had dealt with false police reports and mentally unstable individuals, but someone voluntarily calling to submit to the system was absolutely unique to Xin Feng. 3 seconds later, a professionally trained and exceptionally calm female voice rang out again, her tone carrying a hint of caution and an unquestionable command. Student, please tell me your exact location. Stay where you are and do not move. Our people will be there soon. I repeat, stay where you are and do not move. Jiangcheng University Library, 3rd floor, 2nd seat by the window. Xin Feng gave the address and hung up the phone with a sigh of relief, as if he had thrown away a bomb that could explode at any moment. He slumped back into his chair, feeling utterly drained. The students around him stared at him as if he were crazy. His shout had shattered the silence of the entire floor. The librarian, an older woman, was already striding angrily toward him. Student, this is a library. You need to go outside to make a phone call. Xin Feng clasped his hands together and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Auntie, I'm sorry, I have an important phone call, I'll be leaving right away. He certainly didn't want to be cornered in the library by the National Security Bureau's special agents and taken away in front of a crowd of onlookers. Just thinking about that scene made him want to die. He had just strolled to the library entrance when 2 figures precisely blocked his way. Both were dressed in well-tailored black suits, exuding a sharp aura and piercing eyes like hawks. The leader was a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, with a neat short haircut, radiating energy and spirit. She had delicate features, healthy tan skin, and large, inquisitive eyes that sparkled with curiosity and scrutiny. Xin Feng, the energetic girl asked, her voice clear and melodious. Xin Feng nodded. Xia Wanqing. She introduced herself simply, flashing her identification in her hand. National Special Affairs Security Department, Level 1 Executive Officer. Follow me. The entire process was efficient, with not a single wasted word. In less than 5 minutes, Xin Feng was already sitting in the back seat of a black minivan, the street scenes outside the window rushing past. The car twisted and turned, entering an underground tunnel he had never seen before, and finally stopped at a secret base filled with futuristic technology. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wanqing observed him discreetly, while Qin Feng leaned back in his seat, looking drowsy and seemingly indifferent to everything around him. You have a good mindset, not nervous at all? Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng yawned, what's there to be nervous about? It's not like we're going to see the king of hell. Besides, it's your problem now. Xiao Wanqing's lips twitched, and she was speechless. Qin Feng was led into a spacious and brightly lit conference room. Seated at the head of the table was a woman in her 40s, dressed in a crisp, dark blue uniform with insignia gleaming on her epaulets signifying high rank. Her face was dignified, her expression serious, exuding an air of authority, and her eyes seemed to see right through one's soul. Wang Manhe, she introduced herself succinctly, director of the National Special Talents Continuation and Development Strategy Office. Good heavens, this head is so long it could circle the earth. Qin Feng thought to himself. Qin Feng, please recount in detail the entire process of your system awakening, as well as all the functions of the system. Director Wang's tone left no room for argument. Qin Feng dared not be negligent and honestly recounted how he took a nap, how he was bound to the system, and the system's appraisal, and the 2 core tasks in detail. After listening, Director Wang's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly and said to an elderly gentleman with a refined demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses beside him, Professor Zhong, what do you think? The elderly man, referred to as Professor Zhong, adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom and excitement. Theoretically, this is possible. The essence of the spiritual energy revival is the reconstruction of the world's rules, giving birth to tangible rule products like systems, which perfectly aligns with our world string theory conjecture. However, it needs to be verified. How can we verify this? Director Wang asked. It's very simple. Professor Zhong pointed to a huge ancient Chinese map hanging on the wall of the conference room. Qin Feng, please use your appraisal function on this map and see if you can find anything. Qin Feng did as instructed. He walked to the map, concentrated, and silently recited, appraise. In an instant, the map before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless crisscrossing golden rays appeared on the once ancient map, like the veins of a dragon, buried deep beneath the earth, radiating immense energy. Among them, a dozen or so rays were particularly dazzling, as radiant as the sun. This. Qin Feng was stunned by the magnificent sight. What did you see? Professor Zhong asked eagerly. Qin Feng pointed to the glowing dots on the map. I see many glowing lines underground, especially bright. Here, here, and here. Relying on his memory, he pointed out the actual locations of several of the brightest dots on the map, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, beneath the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain, and the golden summit of Wudong Mountain. Before the words were even finished, everyone in the conference room gasped. A staff member quickly operated the computer and retrieved the top-secret national map of the spiritual veins. After comparison, the location pointed out by Qin Feng perfectly matched the locations of several main dragon veins that they had explored with countless manpower and resources, or that were merely theoretical speculations. Qin Feng even pointed out several unknown spiritual veins that they had never discovered before, but whose energy reactions were unusually strong. God bless China. God bless China. Professor Zhong Hongru trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. This single, appraisal, function alone possesses immeasurable strategic value. It means that China will control all undiscovered spiritual vein resources, gaining absolute initiative in future great power competition. A sharp glint, unlike anything seen before, flashed in Director Wang Manhe's eyes. She acted decisively, slamming her hand on the table with a loud bang. Pass on my orders. Effective immediately, Qin Feng is to be designated a national top priority strategic resource. All related information is to be classified as top secret, and the highest level of security measures are to be activated. At the same time, the Destiny Project is to be officially launched. She turned to Qin Feng, her expression serious yet carrying a rare hint of expectation. Comrade Qin Feng, you are now our country's most valuable asset. In order to enable you to carry out your missions safely and efficiently, the country has tailored the Destiny Plan specifically for you. She paused, then dropped a bombshell. According to the system prompts, you need to reproduce with multiple destined partners to maximize your rewards. Our initial plan is to select and match you with 100 of the most outstanding women to form 100 wives. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Feng shook his head like a rattle drum, his lazy expression instantly replaced by terror. No way. Absolutely not. 100? Director Wang, do you know how tiring it is to date a girlfriend? It's more tiring than going to work. Now you want me to date 100? I refuse. Let whoever wants to do this job do it. His attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Wang Mantian's face instantly darkened, and the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to freezing point. She didn't say much, but simply gestured to Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing nodded and turned on the holographic projector in the conference room. A video begins to play. The initial scene shows a bustling city at night, with cars and neon lights flashing. Suddenly, a huge blood-red rift tears open the sky, and countless bizarre demons pour out, roaring as they pounce on the panicked crowd on the ground. Skyscrapers collapsed under the impact of the behemoth, flames engulfed the streets, and the once bustling city was instantly transformed into a living hell. The video is filled with the screams of ordinary people, the desperate roars of warriors, and the cruel howls of demons. The scenes are bloody and gruesome, every frame a shock to the viewer. This is top-secret footage from 3 years ago, the Jinling incident. Director Wang's voice became unusually heavy. To seal that Class A rift, we sacrificed 3 Class A executive officers, more than 5,000 outstanding soldiers, and tens of thousands of innocent civilians. This is the reality we face every day. She stared intently at Qin Feng and said, word by word, we have exchanged the lives of countless heroes for this fragile peace. And you, Qin Feng, your system, your physique, you are the only hope we see right now that can fundamentally end all of this. The horrific scene in the video and Director Wang's somber words struck Qin Feng like a heavy hammer. Accustomed to the comforts of peacetime, he had never so directly experienced the cruelty of this world. For the first time, his complacent heart was severely shaken. But his inherent laziness stubbornly persisted. Saving the world? Responsibility? Too heavy a burden. The situation reached a stalemate. Qin Feng lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, a fierce internal struggle raging within him. Chapter 3 Comrade, the organization has assigned you a wife. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and tense. Wang Manxing's gaze was filled with immense pressure, while Professor Zhong Hongru looked pained and distressed, as if he were looking at a spoiled and unruly student who didn't know his place. Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil, on the verge of breaking. On one side was the horrific scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the heavy responsibility of saving the world. On the other side was the path of a life of leisure that he had steadfastly followed for 21 years. This choice was far too difficult. Just then, a clear, cheerful voice broke the deadlock. Oh dear, Director Wang, don't be so serious. You're scaring our little hero. Xiao Wanqing smiled and leaned closer to Qin Feng, her body slightly forward, a pleasant fragrance wafting into Qin Feng's nose. She lowered her voice and said in a tone of sharing a secret, Comrade Qin Feng, think about this from a different perspective. We need to analyze this matter from a technical point of view. From a technical perspective? Qin Feng looked up blankly. That's right. Xiao Wanqing blinked, looking particularly playful. Think about it, what do other people have to do to save the world? They have to fight to the death, they have to fight their way in and out of hordes of demons, they have to walk on the edge of life and death every day, they are exhausted and may die at any time. What about you? She paused deliberately, then smiled mysteriously. All you need to do is, lie down, cough. All you need to do is date the top beauties in the country, carefully selected by our organization, chat about life, deepen your relationship, and maybe even have a baby. Isn't this the easiest and most comfortable salvation plan in history? Qin Feng was stunned. Xiao Wanqing's words were like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his chaotic thoughts. It seems, that makes sense? When others save the world, it's like a hard mode, hellish difficulty. When I save the world, it's like a harem building mode? Although the process might be a bit tedious, compared to that, it's like parachuting from Mount Everest directly onto a beach in the Maldives. Seeing that Qin Feng's expression had softened, Director Wang immediately seized the opportunity and began to offer benefits. She cleared her throat, regaining her authority as a leader, but her tone carried a hint of seduction. Comrade Qin Feng, as long as you agree to join the Destiny Project, the country will provide you with the highest level of treatment. First, we will assign you a top-tier luxury manor located in the core area of Jiangqing's spiritual veins, with a security level equivalent to that of a head of state. Secondly, you will enjoy a lifetime pension. To put it simply, there will be no spending limit in your personal account, and all expenses will be covered by the state. You will never have to worry about money again in your life. Furthermore, chartered planes, global gourmet food airlifts, private medical teams on standby 24/7. In short, all your reasonable and unreasonable needs, as long as they are to keep you in good physical and mental condition and enable you to better perform your missions, will be met by the state. Every word was like a precision-guided sugar-coated bullet, bombarding Qin Feng's fragile, stoic heart. Luxury mansions and estates? Inexhaustible funds? Private jets? A picture instantly flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He was lying on a soft bed, with an iced cola in his left hand, the latest game console in his right, a huge screen in front of him, and a personal masseur behind him. He was weighted on hand and foot. Isn't this the ultimate dream of a lazy bum that I've been pursuing all my life? To enjoy life while incidentally saving the world, leaving everyone speechless, that doesn't sound so unacceptable, does it? Qin Feng's laid-back attitude began to waver violently. On one side of the scale was the trouble of dating 100 women, on the other side was the dream of achieving the ultimate laid-back life. After a fierce internal struggle, the dream ultimately prevailed over the trouble. He looked up, his face showing a mixture of reluctance and uncertainty. Well, I'll give it a try first. Consider it a trial period. If I'm not happy with it, I'll quit. No problem. Director Wang readily agreed, his serious expression instantly transforming into a meaningful smile. She chuckled inwardly, "Little one, now that you're on my boat, do you think you can get off? Once you're in this destiny project, your resignation will only ever receive one approval opinion rejected." That's how it was settled. Qin Feng felt like he had signed a devil's contract, but then he thought about it and realized that the benefits of this contract were a bit too good. Accompanied by Xiao Wanqing, Qin Feng once again got into the black van. This time, the destination was no longer the underground base, but a scenic and heavily guarded area on the outskirts of Jiangqing City. The car passed through several checkpoints and finally stopped in front of a magnificent manor. The pure white European-style buildings were nestled in lush green forest, covering an area comparable to a small town. Above the gate, 3 large characters were written in flowing calligraphy, "Destiny Manor." The moment Qin Feng stepped into the manor gate, a sudden change occurred. The system panel in his mind automatically turned on, emitting a piercing red alarm, and the data stream rolled wildly, like a computer about to overload. Warning! High-density quasi-faded Taoist partner energy field detected. Warning! The host has entered the core area of the Destiny breeding ground. Before Qin Feng could react, a row of women in elegant uniforms were already lined up at the door, waiting. Leading them was a mature woman around 30 years old, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, possessing a gentle and intellectual air. She bowed slightly to Qin Feng, her smile impeccable. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your personal butler, Bai Ji." The moment Qin Feng's gaze fell upon her, the system panel immediately displayed the assessment results. Name, Bai Ji. Appearance, 92 peerless beauty. Body, 93 mature and charming. Overall rating, 92 near-destined Taoist partner. 92 points. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, and his gaze subconsciously swept over the group behind Bai Ji. Standing next to Bai Ji was a dashing short-haired girl dressed in a black maid outfit. Name, Emulan, maid captain, overall rating, 89. There was also a girl in the group, dressed in a gardener's uniform, pruning flowers and plants, with a pure and innocent air about her. Name, Xingdai, chief gardener, overall score, 85. There were also people in charge of the kitchen, security, and medical care. Qin Feng's appraisal function seemed to be infected with a virus, frantically popping up prompts. Rating 88, rating 90, rating 86. Looking around, there wasn't a single man in the entire manor besides himself. Moreover, almost all the female service staff had an overall rating of over 85 points, making them all potential future soulmates. Qin Feng understood instantly. I haven't just moved into a mansion, I've fallen into Director Wang's meticulously prepared land of women. That 100 target is no joke, it's a KPI that's already being implemented. He felt a chill run down his spine, but what followed was not resistance, but a strange sense of resignation. Since you can't resist it, just enjoy it. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile only he could understand. Director Wang, you think you've outmaneuvered me? Well, I'll play along and use this CEO position to secure the most comfortable, ultimate life of leisure for myself. If I don't empty your national treasury, I'll be letting down my sacrifice. Chapter 4 Welcome to Destiny Manor. Mr. Qin, please allow me to introduce you to the Destiny Manor. The beautiful butler, Bai Ji, spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice, like a spring breeze caressing a lake, instantly putting one at ease. She turned to the side and gestured please, gracefully guiding Qin Feng on a tour of this impossibly luxurious manor. Qin Feng followed behind Bai Ji, but his eyes were wandering around while he was plotting his laid-back plan. The manor's luxury far exceeded his expectations. From the enormous indoor heated swimming pool to the private cinema equipped with the latest IMAX equipment, to the cultivation room filled with all sorts of impressive-looking instruments and the antique alchemy room, everything here was enough to drive the world's top billionaires mad with envy. Baiji explained the function of each facility in detail. Sir, this is your private cultivation room, equipped with a spirit gathering array, where the spiritual energy concentration is 30 times that of the outside world. This is the alchemy room, where we have provided you with the most advanced alchemy furnaces and medicinal herbs in the country. Qin Feng yawned repeatedly, showing absolutely no interest in these facilities that required effort and struggle to use. Cultivation? That would be exhausting. Alchemy? Judging the timing was harder than watching his girlfriend's mood. His gaze swept around the living room, finally settling on a corner. There sat a seemingly ordinary off-white sofa. But with Qin Feng's years of experience in lying down being lazy and relaxed, his discerning eye immediately told him that it wasn't an ordinary sofa. It was the culmination of technology and hard work, the ultimate dream vehicle for a lazy bum, $1 million K-Max 9000 intelligent beanbag chair. It integrates fully automatic massage, body temperature control, surround sound, zero-gravity suspension mode, and even a retractable robotic arm specifically designed to deliver snacks and drinks. I want that one. Qin Feng pointed to the sofa, a glint of longing appearing in his eyes for the first time. Baiji looked in the direction he was pointing, paused slightly, and then gave a professional smile. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is specially made for you so that your body can be fully relaxed when you are thinking about important strategic issues. Qin Feng ignored her words and walked straight over, embedding himself deeply into the soft embrace of the sofa in a perfect lazy fish position. A satisfied groan escaped his lips. So good, so incredibly good. This was life, this was where he belonged. He half closed his eyes, feeling the perfect massage pressure from the sofa from head to toe, and began to give Baiji his first batch of instructions as CEO. Baiji, the housekeeper. Sir, please give your instructions. From today onwards, I will have someone feed me my 3 meals a day. Baiji's professional smile froze for a fraction of a second, but she immediately recovered. Yes, sir. I will arrange for the most attentive maid to take care of your meals. I like playing games, but I'm too lazy to level up. I hire someone to level up for me, requiring them to be online 24/7 and reach the top of the server. No problem, sir. The logistics department has assembled the top esports boosting team in the country, ready to serve you at any time. I find walking tiring. Can I use a wheelchair to move around the estate? I want an electric one, the fastest kind. Sir, for your health, we recommend that you engage in moderate exercise. However, if you insist, we will immediately procure the world's most powerful electric wheelchair for you. Baiji smiled and agreed to each request, recording Qin Feng's absurd and lazy demands on her tablet, indicating that she would arrange everything properly. Qin Feng was secretly delighted. Power, that damned, sweet power. He felt like he wasn't carrying out some kind of salvation plan, but rather experiencing the ultimate luxurious life of a retired senior official ahead of time. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the manor, Xiao Wanqing watched Qin Feng acting arrogantly on the sofa through ubiquitous hidden surveillance cameras, her lips twitching involuntarily. She picked up the encrypted communicator and reported to Director Wang. Reporting to Director Wang, the target has moved into Destiny Manor. Preliminary assessment, the target's lazy nature has been fully exposed, with all sorts of lazy demands emerging. At present, the difficulty of control is low. A calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. Very good. Meet all his demands, no matter how outrageous. Our goal is to get him used to the role of CEO as quickly as possible, to completely corrupt him, and make him unable to leave this life. Only when he considers this place his paradise will he strive to complete his mission in order to protect it. Understood. Xiao Wanqing hung up the call, looking at the lazy guy on the screen with a complicated expression. Is this guy really the hope for ending the era? He looks like a hopeless case. Over the next few days, Qin Feng conducted a survey of the manor. He sadly discovered that, from the butler Baiji to the window cleaning maid, among the nearly 100 staff members in the entire manor, there wasn't a single male creature, even the guard dogs were female. Director Wang's sinister intentions are now crystal clear. This is no longer the Destiny Manor, it's more like the Spider Cave. Qin Feng lay on his throne, the smart beanbag chair, enjoying the grapes that the maid offered to his lips while filled with emotion. However, upon further reflection, he realized this was for the best. Without men, there was no competition. He was the sole king of this kingdom of women. He decided to make full use of his status and authority to transform this spider cave into a perfect, absolutely comfortable, and tailor-made paradise for him. The first step is to test how much permission you actually have. Chapter 5 Director Wang's Sinister Intentions. I'd like to drink tea. Lying on the beanbag chair, Xin Feng spoke lazily to Mo Lan, the headmate standing beside him. Mo Lan was a spirited, short-haired girl with a score as high as 89, and her personality seemed to be as capable as her appearance. She immediately bowed and said, "What kind of tea would you like, sir?" "We have the latest pre-Qingming Longjing, Wui Mountain de Hongpao, and the specially supplied Lingcha Yun Wujiandut." Xin Feng clicked his tongue, feeling that these were all too ordinary and unworthy of his status as a national top-level strategic resource. His eyes lit up, and he came up with a tricky request. "I want to drink Yun Wujian tea, brewed with 82-year-old spring water from the first rays of sunlight at the top of Kunlun Mountain, formed after the snow melts." This requirement was utterly outrageous, ridiculously absurd. It specified not only the water source but also the time, the formation method, and even the year. Xin Feng just wanted to see how far the state could spoil him. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Mo Lan's face, but it was only for a moment. She immediately straightened her back and said in a deep voice, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will contact the logistics department immediately." She walked to the side, picked up the encrypted communicator, and repeated Xin Feng's request word for word. Xin Feng listened intently, already prepared to see them make a fool of themselves. He refused to believe that such an outlandish request could be fulfilled. However, less than 10 minutes later, the roar of propellers echoed over the manor. A dark green military helicopter hovered above the manor lawn, and a sealed metal box, emitting a faint chill, was airdropped down. Baiji personally led a group to retrieve the metal box and opened it in front of Xin Feng. Inside was crystal clear spring water, exuding a refreshing spiritual energy. A label was affixed to the box, clearly stating, "Kunlun Mountain Main Peak, coordinates XXX.XXX, altitude 8848 meters, collection time, 5:32 a.m. this morning. Sample tested, spiritual energy concentration A+. Baiji personally brewed a cup of tea for Xin Feng. The tea was fragrant and exuded a spiritual aura. Xin Feng took a sip and felt a cool sensation slide down his throat into his stomach, making all the pores on his body open up, as if the laziness of the past few days had been washed away. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was experiencing a turbulent storm. Holy crap! They're serious. To fulfill his casual, fabricated request, the country actually dispatched a military helicopter to fetch water from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. This privilege goes beyond mere extravagance. Xin Feng's complacent attitude was shaken like never before. He decided to continue testing. "I'd like something fresh for lunch." Xin Feng put down his teacup. "How about some sashimi from the blue-ringed octopus demon from 10,000 meters below the sea?" The blue-ring octopus demon is a Class B deep-sea monster recorded only in the internal files of the National Security Special Affairs Department. It lives near the Mariana Trench, is extremely venomous, and moves with incredible speed, making it extremely difficult to capture. "Yes, sir." Baishi maintained her usual calm, professional smile. She turned and dialed a special number, "Connect to the Frontline Demon Slaying Command Center, this is Destiny Manor. We have an order. Target, B-level demon blue ring octopus demon. Required part, tentacles. Requirements, live cutting, ultra-fast cold chain transportation, must be delivered before lunch." A strong, resonant voice came from the other end of the phone, "Roger. Mission accomplished. For Mr. Qin's lunch." Xin Feng was dumbfounded. His simple request for sashimi was actually issued to the frontline demon-slaying troops? And it even became a mission? 2 hours later, a plate of crystal-clear octopus sashimi, shimmering with a faint blue halo, was placed in front of Xin Feng on time. Xin Feng's extravagant demands were met one by one, finally making him acutely aware of the importance of his current status. He was no longer an ordinary college student who could lie down and relax at will, but a dragon prince supported by the entire state apparatus. Every thought he had, every whim he had, could mobilize massive amounts of national resources. Having figured this out, Xin Feng felt completely at ease. Spending the country's money to do the country's things, there's nothing wrong with that. And so, he began a decadent, lazy life. He spent his days either lying on the sofa playing video games or soaking in the pool sunbathing. The maids around him took meticulous care of him, from dressing to eating, and even helping him to the toilet. That day, Baiji presented Xin Feng with a thick bill, reporting on the manor's daily expenses. Sir, the total expenses for the manor last week amounted to 370 million. The majority of these expenses were for the air-freighted Australian lobster monsters you requested, the molten chocolate from the East African Rift Valley, and the top-up fees for your game account. Qin Feng was speechless at the astronomical figure. He spent more money in a week than he had seen in the previous 21 years combined. Understood. Qin Feng waved his hand calmly. Spend, keep spending. Don't be afraid to spend money we're investing for the future of the country. Bai Shi smiled and nodded, what you say is true, sir. Just as Qin Feng felt he was about to completely melt into this gentle embrace, Xiao Wanqing reappeared before him. She had changed out of her sharp suit and put on a casual tracksuit, making her look even more energetic. Comrade Qin Feng, have you enjoyed yourself enough? Xiao Wanqing looked at him with a half-smile. Qin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids, this is nothing. My salted fish paradise construction plan is less than 10% complete. Xiao Wanqing shook her head helplessly and handed him a file folder. Stop joking around and get down to business. This is detailed information about your first official mission objective that Director Wang asked me to give you. Qin Feng lazily took the document and opened the file bag. The first page features a photo of Lin Kurson. In the photo, she is wearing a military green combat uniform, looking heroic and with sharp, piercing eyes. Name, Lin Kurson. Age, 21. Identity, senior student at Jiangcheng University, reserve member of the National Special Affairs Security Department, a key talent being cultivated by the military. Performance rating, C+ level executive. Bloodline, Fire Phoenix bloodline highly suspected, pending confirmation. Personality assessment, fiery, competitive, extremely self-disciplined, with a strong sense of honor, and abhors all lazy and unproductive people. Battle achievements, participated in 12 D-level missions and 3 C-level missions, all of which were completed perfectly, including 2 instances of independently slaying C-level demons. Qin Feng's lips twitched as he looked at the dislikes laziness entry in the information. Wasn't this his natural enemy? Looking at his expression, Xiao Wanqing added gleefully, Director Wang said that getting Lin Kurson to cooperate with you willingly is your first official task, and also your probationary period assessment. If you fail the assessment. She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat was clear. Qin Feng sighed. It seemed this comfortable, laid-back life wasn't all free. He still had to do the work he was supposed to do. Chapter 6 First Encounter with the Fiery School Beauty. Night falls and the city lights come on. Jiangcheng University is more lively at night than during the day, with youthful figures everywhere on the playground in tree-lined paths. However, the central library, a landmark building of the school, is unusually quiet after closing time, like a silent behemoth lurking in the heart of the campus. A low-profile but highly bulletproof black Hongqi sedan quietly pulled up in the square in front of the library. The car door opened, and Qin Feng yawned as he climbed out. He was wearing a comfortable set of casual clothes, his hair was messy, and he looked lazy and sleepy, which was completely out of place with the tense and solemn atmosphere around him. Not far away, a fiery red figure had already been waiting impatiently. Lin Kurson leaned against a stone pillar, arms crossed, her delicate brows furrowed. She was wearing a tight-fitting red combat suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, her anger flared up instantly. So you're Qin Feng? Her voice was cold, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. You're a full 10 minutes late. Qin Feng raised his wrist, glanced at the Patek Philippe smartwatch worth millions, specially supplied by the logistics department, and said slowly, no, it was supposed to be 9 o'clock, and it's 8 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds now. Look, there are still 10 seconds left. Lin Kurson was taken aback by his petty and lazy attitude, and her chest heaved. She looked Qin Feng up and down, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt and disappointment. You're the treasure chosen by that country? The so-called highest-level strategic resource? You don't look like much, you still look like you haven't been weaned. Before she arrived, her direct supervisor only told her that there was an A-level classified mission that night, requiring her to cooperate with an extremely important person. She had expected to meet a senior expert with unfathomable strength, but instead, she was met with a seemingly frail peer who couldn't even stand up straight. The huge psychological gap was hard for her to accept. Qin Feng yawned widely again, a few tears even welling up in the corners of his eyes. Hello, my name is Qin Feng, nice to meet you in the future. He extended his hand and waved it perfunctorily. Can we begin? I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep. Sleep? Lin Kurson felt like she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She was completely enraged by Qin Feng's extremely perfunctory attitude. She suddenly stepped forward, ignoring Qin Feng's outstretched hand, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. "What kind of attitude is this?" she practically hissed through gritted teeth. "Do you know how dangerous tonight's mission is? This is an A-level top-secret mission. People could die. And you're thinking of going back to sleep? What do you take demon slaying for? A game?" The scorching heat sprayed onto Qin Feng's face. Lin Kurson's strength was immense. Qin Feng felt as if his neck was about to be snapped. However, the moment their bodies touched, something unexpected happened. A gentle, pure, and vibrant aura emanated naturally from Qin Feng and flowed slowly into Lin Kurson's body through her hand that was gripping his collar. This aura was the spiritual energy passively emitted by Qin Feng's incompletely activated, Tai demon-suppressing body. Lin Kurson felt an indescribable sense of comfort instantly spread throughout her body. The Fire Phoenix bloodline within her, which had been somewhat restless due to years of intense battles, calmed down like never before under the soothing influence of this aura, as if parched land had received sweet rain. Her mind, which had been clouded by anger, also cleared up considerably in an instant. "What is going on?" Lin Kurson was stunned and subconsciously let go of his hand. Qin Feng fell back to the ground with a thud, coughed twice, and looked at her resentfully. "Lady, don't get handsy. Although I know I'm handsome, this is our first meeting, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Lin Kurson frowned, ignoring Qin Feng's banter. She stared intently at him, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was that incredibly pleasurable feeling she'd just experienced? Why was there an aura beneficial to her bloodline emanating from this seemingly useless fellow? Could it be that he possesses some kind of treasure? At this moment, Xiao Wanqing's suppressed excitement came through the miniature communicator in Qin Feng's ear. "Well done, Qin Feng. Initial physical contact has been completed. According to our monitoring, Lin Kurson's spiritual energy fluctuations stabilized by 12% the moment she came into contact with you, and she did not experience any rejection reaction. The first step of the plan has been successful." Qin Feng was speechless. What was all this nonsense? He almost got strangled to death, and they said he did a great job? He rubbed his neck, got up from the ground, and dusted himself off. "Don't just stand there, Miss Hot-Blooded," he said to Lin Kurson, who was still in a daze. "It's an A-level mission, hurry up. Let's finish this quickly, I'm waiting to go back and catch up on my sleep." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the pitch-black library entrance. Lin Kurson watched his languid back, her gaze growing increasingly complex. This man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. She took a deep breath, suppressing her doubts, and quickly followed. Tonight, she wanted to see just what this treasure, so highly valued by the nation, was capable of. Chapter 7: The Vengeful Spirit Beneath the Library. Click. As Lin Kurson used her special key card to open the door, the heavy library door slowly opened, and a musty, cold atmosphere rushed out, mixed with the peculiar smell of moldy paper. The library was deathly silent at night. All the lights were off, and only the moonlight streaming in through the windows cast long, distorted shadows between the bookshelves, as if countless monsters were lurking there. The air was at least 5 or 6 degrees colder than outside, filled with an ominous atmosphere. "Stay close to me." Lin Kurson's voice was low, and her expression became more serious than ever before. She took a flashlight from her tactical bag at her waist, and the beam of light drew a bright line in the darkness. She led the way while quickly explaining the situation to Qin Feng. According to intelligence, the target this time is the spirit of book resentment born in the ancient book storage room in the library's underground. It is a special spiritual demon formed by the convergence of the resentment of countless students towards exams, their obsession with knowledge, and the historical information carried by the ancient books themselves over the past 100 years since the school was founded. Lin Kurson stopped in front of a hidden door, glanced back at Qin Feng, and seeing that he still looked listless, she couldn't help but add a warning in her tone. "Don't underestimate it. Its physical form is weak, with almost no direct physical attack capabilities. However, its mental attack is extremely powerful, capable of directly corrupting a person's mind, trapping them in an endless curse of knowledge, ultimately leading to mental derangement and turning them into a living dead who can only recite formulas and concepts. 2 C-level executives have already suffered greatly here." Qin Feng shook his head with little interest after hearing this. Exams are the worst. This vengeful spirit has quite the taste, knowing to use humanity's greatest enemy as material. Lin Kurson glared at him, too lazy to waste any more words with him, and opened the secret door leading underground. A narrow, steep staircase leads into deeper darkness. A chilling wind howls up from below, carrying the rustling sound of pages turning, as if countless invisible hands are flipping through the pages. The two arrived at the underground storage room for ancient books. It was even colder and damper than upstairs, the air thick with the smell of ink and a sense of resentment. Rows of towering bookshelves stood silently like giants in the darkness. Many of the ancient books, without a breeze, were turning their pages on their own. "It's right here." Lynn Curson drew a silver-white, futuristic-looking pistol from her waist. It was a specially made Psionic Annihilator 3 by the National Security Special Affairs Department, designed specifically to deal with psychic demons. Her expression was solemn, all her muscles tensed, and the fire phoenix bloodline within her body began to circulate slowly, emitting a faint heat. "I'll take the lead. You stay away and find a corner to hide in. Don't get caught in the crossfire." Lynn Curson ordered Chin Fong without turning her head. In her opinion, an ordinary person like Chin Fong would instantly become an idiot if he were hit by the mental attack of the vengeful spirit. "All right." Chin Fong couldn't be happier. He immediately complied and retreated to the entrance of the storage room, found the safest corner, and even took a copy of The Complete Guide to World Slacking Off Techniques from the nearby bookshelf, ready to learn on the spot and observe the battle. Just then, the air in the center of the storage room began to distort and fluctuate. Countless black, distorted characters floated out from the gaps in the bookshelves and converged. Then, ancient books automatically flew up, spinning rapidly around the cluster of characters, eventually merging and taking shape. A colossal vengeful spirit, 5 meters tall and composed of countless twisted characters, tattered pages, and ancient book covers, slowly emerged. It had no fixed facial features. At the center of its body was a constantly opening and closing vortex of ink, like a gigantic maw ready to devour its prey. G-points. The vengeful spirit let out a piercing scream that could almost shatter eardrums. This wasn't a physical sound, but a mental shockwave that directly impacted the soul, instantly spreading in all directions. Lynn Curson was the first to be affected. She felt as if 1,000 needles were piercing her head at once, and countless chaotic pieces of knowledge, formulas, theorems, historical dates, chemical equations, flooded into her mind. E=mc², the cries of monkeys on both banks cannot be stopped, odd changes, even remains the same, the sign depends on the quadrant. A severe headache blurred her vision, instantly turning her once clear fighting spirit into a complete mess. "Damn it!" Lynn Curson roared, forcibly focusing her mind and pulling the trigger on the core of the vengeful spirit. Chapter 8. This is an SPA? Bang! A blazing beam of psionic energy shot out from Lynn Curson's gun, accurately striking the ink vortex at the center of the Spirit of Books grudge. However, the expected explosion and screams did not occur. The psionic beam, powerful enough to melt steel plates, was swallowed up silently the moment it struck the vengeful spirit, leaving only a tiny ripple in the ink vortex. Physical form of psionic attack is not very effective against pure spiritual beings. Lynn Curson gritted her teeth, enduring the increasingly fierce torrent of knowledge in her mind, and painstakingly analyzed the battle situation. The vengeful spirit seemed enraged by her attack. Its body, composed of twisted characters, writhed violently, unleashing a second, even stronger mental assault. The graduate exam. This time, Lynn Curson felt as if her brain had been thrown into a high-speed blender. Countless fragments of knowledge from different disciplines, which she had never encountered before, were frantically cutting into her thoughts. Her memories began to distort, and she even began to hallucinate. She saw all the exam papers she had failed during her 4 years of university, the bright red X's like mocking faces. She saw the disappointed look in her professor's eyes, and the sighs of disappointment in her parents. No. No. Lynn Curson's eyes began to glaze over, and her hand holding the gun began to tremble. If there are 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. If there are 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. If you really don't know, just choose C. She unconsciously started reciting those classic exam tips, a typical symptom of a polluted mind. Chin Fong, who was hiding in the corner, frowned slightly when he saw that the situation was not good. Lynn Curson was clearly on the verge of collapse. If this continued, failing the mission would be a minor issue. The real problem was that her hard-earned, top-tier, carefree lifestyle might be ruined. If she failed Director Wang's assessment, wouldn't that smart beanbag chair, the endless stream of air-freighted food, and those dozens of beautiful maids, all be leaving her? That won't do. Absolutely not. Protect my laid-back life. A sense of mission, unlike anything he had ever felt before, welled up inside Chin Fong. He sighed, reluctantly stood up from the corner, shoved the book The Complete Guide to World Slacking Off Techniques back onto the bookshelf, and slowly walked toward the center of the battlefield. Hey, are you sure you can handle this, Miss Hot-Tempered? If not, let me take your place. He called out weakly as he walked away. The moment he stepped into the range of the vengeful spirit's mental attack, a bizarre scene unfolded. Those invisible shockwaves, powerful enough to drive even a C-level executive to madness and mental breakdown, seemed to have met their nemesis when they approached within 3 meters of Qin Feng's body. An invisible force field emanated from Qin Feng, and the violent, chaotic spiritual energy, upon contact with this force field, was instantly decomposed, purified, and transformed, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. Immediately afterwards, this purified spiritual energy transformed into streams of cool and refreshing air, rushing into Qin Feng's limbs and bones, nourishing his spirit and soul along his meridians. Qin Feng felt as if his brain was being gently massaged by a pair of soft, gentle hands. All his fatigue and drowsiness vanished, leaving him with an unprecedented clarity and invigoration. This feeling was 100 times more comfortable than any top-tier head spa he had ever had. So comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out an extremely pleasant groan, his whole body relaxed, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. His groan sounded particularly abrupt in the deathly silent basement. The spirit of Book's grudge, which was frantically attacking Lin Kurson and enjoying the process of its prey's mental breakdown, suddenly paused. Its body, composed of countless characters, seemed to have seen something incredible, something that completely defied the common sense of demonology, and trembled violently. It could sense that its proud mental attack had not only failed to harm the lazy man who was walking over, but was actually, as if it was recharging him? How is this possible? What exactly is this human? Chapter 9 Rewards reduced by 90%. The spirit of the Book's grievance was bewildered. Born from a century of resentment, it is essentially a collection of negative spiritual energy. Its method of attack is to overwhelm the opponent's sanity with a larger and more chaotic flow of spiritual information. This attack is ineffective against the vast majority of carbon-based life forms. But at this moment, it felt that it had encountered its natural enemy. That man was like a bottomless black hole. The mental attacks it released not only failed to harm him, but were instead frantically absorbed and devoured by the strange aura emanating from him. Even more terrifying was that the aura emanating from that man was both the most delicious delicacy and the most deadly poison to its spiritual form, making it instinctively want to get closer, yet also feeling a fear that came from the depths of its soul. "Don't come over this time." The spirit of the Book's grudge let out a terrified scream. This time, its voice was no longer filled with rage and resentment, but with pure fear. It discovered that its power was being frantically absorbed by that man, and the twisted characters and pages that made up its body were becoming dim and illusory at a visible speed. Instinctively, it wanted to retreat, to get away from this terrifying human. But the aura of the Tai demon suppressing body, emanating from Qin Feng, held a fatal attraction for this energy being. Like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing it would die, it couldn't resist the temptation. "Don't run away, give me some more, a little more pressure. Yes, this is the spot, it feels good." Qin Feng thought the other party was going to escape, so he quickly took a few steps forward, like a customer urging the technician to extend the time. The vengeful spirit. It was on the verge of tears. After a century of dominating the underground library, driving countless academic geniuses and slackers to madness, it had finally encountered a pervert who treated it like a massage device. As one thing weakens the other, the vengeful spirit, which was originally 5 meters tall, was reduced to less than 2 meters in just half a minute. The light on its body surface flickered, as if it would collapse at any moment. The mental pressure that had been hanging over Lin Kurson suddenly eased. The turbulent storm of knowledge in her mind subsided instantly, and a sliver of clarity returned. She shook her head sharply, refocusing her gaze, and what she saw was a scene she would never forget. Qin Feng, whom she considered a burden and frail, was standing in front of the vengeful spirit with an air of enjoyment, while the powerful demon that had just plunged her into dire straits was now trembling like a frightened little rabbit, its form ethereal and weaker than ever before. What's going on? Lin Kurson didn't have time to think it through, but her fighting instincts as an elite executive officer made her seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fire Phoenix, possessed me. She let out a low shout, instantly unleashing the dormant Fire Phoenix bloodline within her to its fullest potential. A phantom image of a fiery phoenix appeared behind her, its scorching energy surging wildly into the psionic pistol in her hand. The originally silver-white gun barrel was now imbued with a dazzling gold, the light emanating from the muzzle as bright as day. She poured all her spirit, strength, and faith into this one shot. Annihilate. Chirp. With a high-pitched phoenix cry, a golden pillar of light, 10 times thicker than before and seemingly composed of pure flames, tore through the darkness and pierced through the already extremely weakened core of the spirit of the Book's grudge with unparalleled power. I'm not willing to accept this. The spirit of the Book's grievance let out a final, bittersweet wail, filled with resentment and relief. Its body disintegrated inch by inch in the blazing flames, the twisted words and resentment ultimately turning into specks of light and vanishing into nothingness. The battle is over. The underground storage room returned to silence. Lynn Curson gasped for breath. That last shot had almost exhausted all her strength. She was drenched in sweat, her combat uniform clinging to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves. Ignoring her exhaustion, her sharp, beautiful eyes stared with suspicion and uncertainty at the man who had remained unharmed throughout, even letting out a satisfied burp. Hiccup. It's quite nourishing. Qin Feng rubbed his stomach, looking like he wanted more. Just then, the long-lost system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Together with Lynn Curson, a candidate for your destined Taoist partner, you have slain the C+ level demon spirit of the book. Mission complete. Rewards are being processed. Demon slaying successful, 1,000 points of national fortune gained. 1,000 points? Not bad. Qin Feng thought to himself. But then, another blood-red warning message froze the smile on his face. Warning. Detected that the host's yin-yang harmony with their destined Taoist partner, Lynn Curson overall score 96, is less than 10%. During this mission, the host's emotional exchange with their Taoist partner is 0, physical contact is negative passive, and teamwork is extremely poor. Overall assessment, this task completion rating is D. The final reward will be punitively reduced by 90%. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 points of national fortune. Qin Feng was stunned, and it took him a full 3 seconds to come to his senses. Then, he cursed under his breath. Holy crap? There's such a saying? The reward of 1,000 points was cut down to only 100 points because of insufficient yin-yang harmony? This system is even more ruthless than a black-hearted capitalist. Chapter 10 requires in-depth communication. China, the capital city. The National Special Talents Continuation and Development Strategy Office is the highest command center. On the huge holographic screen, a set of data that had just been transmitted back from the front lines was displayed. In the most prominent position was a golden, constantly changing number 100. On the screen, Director Wang Manha and Xiao Wanqing stared at each other, falling into a long silence. The atmosphere in the command room was somewhat awkward. 100 points. Wang Manha rubbed her temples, her tone filled with disbelief. Our estimated reward was calculated based on the demon S level and the difficulty of the mission. The spirit of the book is a powerful spiritual demon close to rank B. According to the theoretical model, the minimum reward for killing it for the first time in cooperation with a destined partner should be at least 1,000 points of national fortune. How could it be only 1/10? Xiao Wanqing also looked puzzled. We monitored the entire mission. Lynn Curson was in charge of the main attack, and Qin Feng was in charge of support. Although his support method was a bit peculiar, it was indeed a joint effort between the two of them to complete the kill. There were no problems with the procedure. Where exactly is the problem? The problem lies in the harmony, Professor Zhong Hongru said, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses and pointing to the dense data streams on another screen. That was an analysis report that had just been urgently generated based on the aura Qin Feng had revealed during the battle, combined with the system's explanation. Professor Zhong's eyes gleamed with the fervent light characteristic of researchers. He pointed to the core of the report with his pointer and explained, Director Wang, look here. The report states that Qin Feng's Tai demon suppressing body, in our theoretical model, represents the ultimate manifestation of Yang. It is not an aggressive physique, but rather a collection of rules for suppression and purification. Lynn Curson's Fire Phoenix bloodline, on the other hand, is the ultimate representation of Yin, filled with explosive and destructive energy. These two constitutions, one Yin and one Yang, complement and attract each other. The so-called joint demon slaying of the system is not a simple physical coordination of you hit once, I hit once, but requires the two extreme energies to produce harmony and resonance in battle. He emphasized his words and uttered a word that made the only young woman present blush and her heart race. I dare say that the yin-yang harmony mentioned in the system report probably refers to some kind of most primal and profound life harmony. It is not just emotional communication, but more likely, a deep union at the physical level. Ahem. Xiao Wanqing's face flushed crimson, like a ripe apple. She awkwardly straightened her collar, her mind uncontrollably conjuring up some indescribable images. The ultimate harmony of life? Deep union? Professor Zhong, you're quite old, can you please not be so blunt? Director Wang Manha showed absolutely no shyness typical of young women. She was slightly taken aback at first, then her eyes flashed with a sudden realization, as if she had instantly unlocked her full potential. She slammed her hand on the table, her eyes becoming unusually determined, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. I see. I used to think that giving birth to offspring was the core issue, and slaying demons was just a side effect. Now it seems I was wrong. Utterly wrong. Slaying demons and having children are essentially the same thing. They both require the prerequisite of harmonizing yin and yang. Dual cultivation. This concept, which only existed in ancient novels, has gone from being an option in our plan to a mandatory one. And it's an extremely urgent mandatory one. Director Wong's thinking instantly became clear. A 90% reduction in rewards wasn't punishment, it was the system pointing them in the right direction. The system was urging them to stop with the fluff and get to the point. She immediately turned to Xiao Wanqing, who was still blushing, and gave her a new task in a resolute and unquestionable tone. Xia. You immediately organize a special task force, with Professor Zhong as the technical advisor, and write me a report. Xiao Wanqing stood at attention. Yes, sir. What is the title of the report? Let's call it Feasibility Report on Promoting the Efficient, Rapid, and Successful Completion of the First Deep Strategic Integration between Comrade Qin Feng, the #1 Executive Officer of the Destiny Project, and Comrade Lin Kurson, the #1 Destiny Partner. Xiao Wanqing. Doesn't the title of this report sound a bit too academic? Director Wang seemed to think that wasn't enough, and added, it requires a theoretical basis, implementation steps, and a risk contingency plan. There should be 3 plans, A, B, and C, to ensure everything goes perfectly. If necessary, a detailed, illustrated operation manual can be attached for the 2 inexperienced young people to refer to. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Xiao Wanqing blushed and gave a crisp military salute. She felt like she hadn't just accepted a report, but a hot potato. She looked at the screen with a complicated expression. On the screen, Qin Feng and Lin Kurson, who had just finished their mission, were staring at each other. Qin Feng looked pained, still brooding over the 900 points of national fortune that had disappeared. Lin Kurson looked on with suspicion, still wondering what kind of monster Qin Feng was and why she had such a strange feeling about him. The 2 parties involved were completely unaware that a state-led deep exchange program concerning great harmony of life had already identified them as the only 2 protagonists. Xiao Wanqing sighed, feeling that her future job would probably be very exciting. Chapter 11, We must get back the 900 points we lost. Underground ancient book storage room. A faint smell of burnt psychic energy lingered in the air, along with the elusive scent of ink after the vengeful spirits had dissipated. Lin Kurson leaned against the bookshelf behind her, panting heavily. The gunshot had almost drained all her strength. Her tight-fitting combat uniform was soaked with sweat and clung to her body, making her already voluptuous and eye-catching figure even more apparent. She forced herself to stand, her gaze fixed intently on the man not far away. Qin Feng was standing there, looking constipated. On that otherwise fairly handsome face, the features were almost contorted together, turning pale and then flushed, while he muttered something under his breath. 900 points, a full 900 points of national fortune. Why don't they just rob this system? It's so shady, so incredibly shady. Even more shady than my heartless mentor. Low cooperation? Zero emotional exchange? I almost got strangled to death by her, and this is called negative contact? System, are you even being reasonable? Qin Feng was in excruciating pain. That's not just 900 yuan, it's 900 points of national fortune. Director Wang said this stuff is extremely valuable, it's a strategic resource that can boost the strength of the entire nation. A grand prize of 1,000 points, reduced to a mere fraction in the blink of an eye. This is even more heart-wrenching than 5 circuit breakers in 3 days of stock market volatility. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt cheated. He couldn't help but look up at the culprit Lin Kurson. It's all that woman's fault. If she hadn't been so aggressive and confrontational from the start, treating me like dirt, would my attitude have been so bad? Would my level of cooperation have been so low? He kindly extended his hand to shake hers, but she completely ignored him and grabbed his collar. If it weren't for the fact that she was his state-assigned partner, he would have already given in and let her beat him up. Lin Kurson was baffled by his resentful gaze. What does this guy mean? Wasn't the mission completed? Weren't the demons dealt with? I risked my life and used all my skills, I'm exhausted to the point of collapse, and instead of even offering a word of comfort, he looks at me like I owe him millions? What are you looking at? Lin Kurson's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of weakness from exhaustion, but her tone remained firm. She simply couldn't understand it. This man acted like a useless bum from beginning to end, watching the show from a corner. But why was it that the spirit of the book's grudge, which could drive even a C-level executive to madness, not only had no effect on him through mental attacks, but seemed to be recharging him instead? Also, when I almost lost my composure just now, the overwhelming mental pressure vanished the moment he walked over. What exactly did he do? What secrets does he hold? Seeing her "I'm the best" expression, Xin Feng's anger flared even more. He decided he had to get to the bottom of this. He couldn't let this go unpunished. He strode over to Lin Kurson. When Lin Kurson saw him approaching, her body tensed up instinctively, and she secretly reached for the tactical dagger at her waist, her eyes filled with vigilance. This man is too strange. Although it didn't seem to have any offensive power, its physique, which completely ignored mental attacks, made her feel unprecedentedly apprehensive. Xin Feng stopped 3 steps away from her, looking down at her. "Miss Hot-Tempered, I have a few questions for you." "My name is Lin Kurson," Lin Kurson corrected, frowning. She hated that nickname. "Okay, Comrade Lin Kurson." Xin Feng nodded, then held up one finger with a serious expression. "First question, could you have handled this mission without me?" Lin Kurson frowned even more. She opened her mouth, wanting to say yes, but reason told her she couldn't. If Xin Feng hadn't inexplicably absorbed the vengeful spirit's mental attack, he would probably be a complete idiot who could only recite exam formulas by now. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xin Feng nodded knowingly and then extended his second finger. "Second question, was it because I shielded you from that thing's mental attack that you had the chance to fire the final shot?" Lin Kurson's expression was somewhat unpleasant, her lips pressed tightly together, and she still did not answer. But her silence itself was a tacit agreement. "Very good." Xin Feng extended a third finger, this time almost poking Lin Kurson's nose. "The third question, since I put in so much effort, even played a decisive role, why did you give me such a sour look the whole time? We're partners, not enemies. Do you know that it's because of your terrible attitude that our mission rating was extremely low, and the reward was cut by a full 90%? What?" Upon hearing that the reward has been cut by 90%, Lin Kurson could no longer remain silent. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. As an elite member of the National Security Special Affairs Department, she knew all too well what mission rewards meant. They weren't just personal merits, but also hard currency that could be exchanged for all sorts of rare cultivation resources. The reward for slaying a C+ level spiritual demon is definitely S level, so how could it be reduced by 90%? This is simply unheard of. You're talking nonsense. The mission rating is determined by the command center based on a comprehensive assessment of mission completion and contribution. How could it be deducted so much just because of a bad attitude? Lin Kurson retorted sharply, but her confidence was clearly lacking. Because she also felt that the matter was strange. "I'm talking nonsense?" Xin Feng laughed angrily. "My system just gave me a notification, in black and white, clearly stated. Due to the yin-yang harmony with your destined Taoist partner Lin Kurson being less than 10%, the cooperative combat coordination is extremely low, and emotional communication is 0, the final reward has been reduced by 90%. You tell me, who should take the blame for this? System? Destined companion? Yin-yang harmony?" A barrage of unfamiliar words bombarded Lin Kurson's mind, making her already exhausted brain even more confused. What nonsense are you talking about? You don't understand, do you?" Xin Feng saw her bewildered expression and knew that talking to her like this was like casting pearls before swine. He took a deep breath and decided to try a different approach that she could understand. He pointed to himself, then to her, and said in a heartbroken tone, "Let me put it simply. You and I are now bound together. If you want to get the full reward from now on, you have to cooperate properly." What does cooperate properly mean? It means we can't act like this anymore. You have to treat me better, you can't glare at me all the time, and you definitely can't grab my collar. We need to have emotional exchange, physical contact, and act like normal partners. He emphasized the word physical contact when he spoke of it. Lin Kurson's face flushed red instantly. It's not shyness, it's anger. What nonsense is this guy spouting? What does it mean to be bound? What does it mean to have emotional exchange? And physical contact? Was he using this as an excuse to flirt with me? Shameless. Lin Kurson shouted angrily, and with a burst of strength she didn't know she had, she shoved Qin Feng hard. Qin Feng was giving a passionate speech when, completely unprepared, she pushed him, causing him to lose his footing and cry out ouch, as he landed hard on his bottom. The fall itself wasn't the worst part. The real problem was that, in an attempt to regain his balance, he instinctively reached out and grabbed at Lin Kurson's calf. The feel of it is warm, smooth, and incredibly elastic. Even through the thin combat suit, Qin Feng could clearly feel the explosive power contained beneath those astonishing muscle lines. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Kurson froze, as if struck by lightning. She looked down at the large hand gripping her calf, her mind blank. From childhood, due to cultivating the Fire Phoenix bloodline, she possessed a unique physique, which also made her extremely assertive and volatile. She had very few friends, let alone male friends, and even few female friends. In all her life, no man had ever dared to touch her like this. A strange sensation, like an electric current, surged from the calf that Qin Feng was holding, instantly coursing through his entire body. That feeling again. It was exactly the same as when I grabbed his collar before, even more intense. A gentle, pure aura emanated from his palms, flowing into his limbs and bones. The burning pain and weakness caused by forcibly activating the Fire Phoenix bloodline were being soothed and repaired at an incredible speed. It's like parched seedlings finally receiving the long-awaited spring rain. The longing and comfort emanating from the depths of her soul almost made her groan out loud. Her body reacted so strongly to the man's touch. What on earth is going on? Chapter 12. Lin Kurson's body tells a truth. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The basement was deathly silent, save for the two people's slightly rapid breathing. Qin Feng remained seated on the ground, his hand gripping the other person's calf. He swore he really didn't mean it. It was a complete accident, absolutely a complete accident. But the feel of it, cough cough, it's really good. The moment that ill-timed thought crossed his mind, the system notification sounded out without warning. Ding! Detected that the host has engaged in active and sustained physical contact with his destined Taoist partner, Lin Kurson. Monitoring yin-yang harmony in real time. Harmony level plus 0.1%, plus 0.2%, plus 0.3%. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! Is this for real? So that's how physical contact is calculated? Just a touch, and the yin-yang balance skyrockets? Doesn't that mean that as long as I keep touching it, no, as long as I maintain contact, there's still a chance to get back the 900 points of national fortune I lost? Thinking of this, Qin Feng not only didn't let go of Lin Kurson's leg, but subconsciously squeezed it again. Yes, just to confirm, it's true. You let go down to me. Lin Kurson practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, not from shame, but from a mixture of shame and anger. That bastard. That scoundrel. He actually dared to pinch me? An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged into her heart, and the Fire Phoenix bloodline within her instantly went berserk, unleashing a burst of scorching energy in an attempt to shake off this audacious scoundrel. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The violent energy, powerful enough to melt steel plates, was instantly calmed down the moment it touched Qin Feng's palm, like a tantrum-throwing child meeting a gentle mother. Far from causing any harm, it seemed to find an outlet, rushing eagerly towards Qin Feng's palm. The gentle and pure aura emanating from Qin Feng surged back into her body through her palm. One cold, one hot, one yin, one yang. Two completely different energies formed a subtle and harmonious cycle at the point of contact between the two people. Lin Kurson felt as if half of her body was fire and the other half was spring water. The rampaging blood was calmed, the parched meridians were nourished, and the exhausted body was rapidly recovering. That feeling was so comfortable. It felt so good that she almost forgot her anger, forgot to resist, and her body even instinctively craved more. No! That's not right! Lin Kurson bit her tongue hard, and the intense pain instantly brought her back to her senses. To her horror, she discovered that her body was greedily absorbing the aura emanating from Qin Feng. Her will screamed frantically to push him away, but her body, like a traitor, was utterly honest and had no desire to break the connection. This disconnect between her body and will filled her with unprecedented fear and shame. I told you to let go. Lin Kurson let out a roar and, with all her might, kicked Qin Feng in the chest. She used her still recovering strength for this kick, and it was purely physical strength, without any spiritual energy. Qin Feng was enjoying the increase in his yin-yang harmony and never expected her to kick him like that. A muffled bang was heard. Well. Qin Feng was kicked away like a ball, his back slamming heavily against a row of metal bookshelves with a loud clang. Countless books were shaken and fell down, hitting him head-on and burying him instantly. Warning! Physical contact with your destined partner, Lynn Curson, has been interrupted. The yin-yang harmony level has stopped increasing. Final value, 10.5%. Warning! Host has been subjected to an active attack by their destined partner. Emotional exchange rating has decreased and is currently at 8. Cough cough, you crazy woman. Xin Feng struggled to climb out of the pile of books, coughing and cursing as he did so. My chest is burning with pain, and it feels like my bones are about to break. Is this woman born in the year of the donkey? She kicked so hard. I kindly helped you harmonize yin and yang, and instead of being grateful, you repay kindness with enmity? If it weren't for the sake of the country and that smart beanbag chair, I would have made sure you knew today why the flowers are so red. Lynn Curson wasn't much better off. She regretted it after kicking Xin Feng away. It's not that I regret kicking him, it's that I regret disconnecting. The feeling that made her feel incredibly comfortable and excited had vanished. An indescribable sense of emptiness instantly swept over my body, as if I had fallen from heaven back to earth. The hidden injuries and fatigue caused by forcibly stimulating the blood vessels in my body resurfaced clearly, even more so than before. This huge disparity made her so frustrated that she wanted to kill someone. She stared intently at Xin Feng, her expression extremely complex. There was anger, shame, and confusion, but more than anything, there was a longing that she herself was unwilling to admit. She found that she seemed to be somewhat unable to live without this man's touch. This realization made the usually proud Lynn Curson feel extremely humiliated. Who are you? Her voice trembled. What did you do to me? What did I do to you? Xin Feng got up from the ground, dusted himself off, rubbed his aching chest, and was furious. I should be asking you what you did to me. Comrade Lynn Curson, I seriously suspect you have violent tendencies. We are partners, comrades in arms. You laid a hand on me, is that something a human being would do? I'm going to report you to the organization. Violent treatment of a top priority strategic resource, do you know what that crime is? Xin Feng decided to accuse the villain first. Lynn Curson was so angry at his words of turning the tables that she trembled all over. You took advantage of me, and you dared to accuse me first? Taking advantage of you? Xin Feng's eyes widened, his expression more wrong than Douyi's. Heaven and earth bear witness. You pushed me first, and I accidentally grabbed you. Besides, I was doing it to complete the mission. To increase the yin-yang harmony. For our shared reward. For the country. I was contributing to the nation. Don't you understand? How can your moral awareness be so low? Xin Feng spoke with such righteous indignation and awe-inspiring conviction. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was performing some kind of sacred ritual. Lynn Curson was stunned by his series of punches. To dedicate oneself to the country? Touching one's own calf, is it for the sake of the country? Is this guy's skin made of a city wall? How can he make such a shameless thing sound so noble? But unfortunately, she couldn't completely refute it. Because her own physical reactions don't lie. She certainly benefited greatly from his contact. Just as the two were staring at each other, the atmosphere tense, Xiao Wanqing's voice came through the miniature communicator in Xin Feng's ear again. This time, her voice carried in barely suppressed excitement and a hint of gossip. Xin Feng. Xin Feng. Answer me if you hear me. Yes. Xin Feng replied irritably. Well done. Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly rose. Absolutely amazing. We just received real-time feedback from the system. Your and Lynn Curson's yin-yang harmony has increased from less than 10% to 10.5% in just 1 minute. Although the process, well, it was a bit tortuous, the result is good. This proves that Professor Jones' theory is completely correct. Xin Feng rolled his eyes. Well done again? I was kicked so many times I almost had internal injuries, and you call that well done? Based on the latest analysis report, we unanimously believe that it is absolutely necessary and imperative for you and Comrade Lynn Curson to have more and deeper physical contact. This is a mission, Comrade Xin Feng. For the country, for the people, for our great cause. The organization hopes that you can overcome all difficulties and take the initiative to actively complete this glorious and arduous task. Xiao Wanqing's voice was strong and clear, filled with an unquestionable tone. Xin Feng's lips twitched as he listened. What the heck? You expect me to go on my own initiative? Didn't you see that murderous look in that crazy woman's eyes? If I go up to her again, she'll break my legs, won't she? This mission is a life or death undertaking. Did you receive that, Comrade Qin Feng? This is an order. Xiao Wenqing's voice rang out again from the communicator. Received. Qin Feng replied weakly. He looked up and glanced at the fiery school beauty across from him, who was glaring at him with murderous intent. For the first time, he felt a slight unease about his lazy, carefree life. Being a top-tier salted fish, a metaphor for someone who is lazy and unambitious, doesn't seem so easy. Chapter 13 Report. He wants to hit on me. What order? Lin Kurson keenly caught Qin Feng's answer. She looked at him warily, her suspicion deepening. Who has this guy been communicating with? Is his every move being monitored? Qin Feng turned off the communicator inside as he looked at Lin Kurson's pretty face, which was filled with suspicion and wariness. It seems there are some things I have to make clear to her. If this misunderstanding continues, forget about deep communication, I'll probably be purified by her as a demon in the next mission. Those 900 points of national fortune are probably gone forever. I'm going all out for my future laid-back lifestyle. Ahem. Qin Feng cleared his throat, trying to make his expression look serious, sincere, and reliable. Comrade Lin Kurson, it seems there is a serious information gap between us. In order for us to complete our missions together harmoniously and efficiently in the future, I think it is necessary to reveal some, well, maybe S-level secrets to you. Lin Kurson crossed her arms and looked at him coldly, with an expression that said, I'd like to see what kind of nonsense you can come up with. First of all, you must understand that my identity is not just that of your partner. Qin Feng raised a finger, his expression solemn. I am the sole executor of the Destiny Project, a highest-level strategic resource recognized by the state. My existence is related to the future destiny of the entire nation of China. Lin Kurson's pupils contracted slightly. Project Destiny? What is that? She had never heard of it before. However, she had heard the codename highest-level strategic resource from her direct superior. Could it be that what he said was true? Secondly, Qin Feng said, seeing that she seemed to have taken it to heart, and then extended a second finger, you, Comrade Lin Kurson, are not an ordinary executor. You were identified as a destined partner by my special ability, which is a system called slaying demons and prospering the nation, many children, and many blessings. Puff. Lin Kurson almost choked on her own saliva. She stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng in disbelief. Heaven, what destiny? Daoist partner? Say it again? She suspected there was something wrong with her ears. This guy actually claims to be his Daoist partner? What kind of feudal and superstitious dross is this? What a lecher! What a rogue! He was just making excuses to take advantage of me. The slightest bit of trust one had just developed for him vanished in an instant. I knew you'd react like this. Qin Feng said helplessly, spreading his hands. Simply put, we're bound to something supernatural. The rules of this thing are bizarre. It requires us to be in yin-yang harmony in order to get the highest reward after completing the mission. The 900 points of national fortune we lost just now were because our harmony level was too low. He pointed to himself, then to Lin Kurson. My constitution is the ultimate of yang, called the Tai demon suppressing body, which is naturally able to suppress and purify evil spirits like demons and monsters. Your Fire Phoenix bloodline is the ultimate of yin, filled with explosive energy. The two of us, one yin and one yang, are a match made in heaven, a perfect complement. So, when you were close to me just now, you felt very comfortable, and the raging blood in your body was calmed. And when I touched, when I made contact with you, the energy between us resonated, and that yin-yang harmony increased. That's what I was saying earlier, I was dedicating myself to the country, not taking advantage of you. Do you understand now? Qin Feng said everything he could in one breath, feeling that he had explained things clearly and directly enough. However, after listening, Lin Kurson fell into a long silence. She kept her head down, her long, fiery red hair obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. In the basement, only her slightly heavy breathing could be heard. Qin Feng was somewhat uneasy. Is this woman so shocked by the sheer amount of information that she's gone mad? Or does she simply not believe it? Just as he was about to say a few more words, Lin Kurson suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were red. It wasn't anger nor shame, but a kind of indescribable grievance and indignation. So her voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. You mean, the country is using me as a tool to enhance your abilities? A vessel that needs to be used to so-called harmonize yin and yang with you? Qin Feng was stunned. A tripod or furnace? What is all this nonsense? How can this woman's thought process be so bizarre? No, you've misunderstood, that's not what I meant. I misunderstood? Lin Kurson suddenly laughed, her laughter filled with self-mockery and coldness. I didn't misunderstand. You explained it clearly. What destined partner and yin-yang harmony? To put it bluntly, isn't it just about me sacrificing myself to cooperate with you and fulfill your wishes? I, Lin Kurson, awakened the Fire Phoenix bloodline at the age of 12, joined the reserve force of the National Security Special Affairs Department at 15, and became a formal executive officer at 18. In the past 5 years, I have ventured into the Void Realm Rift 37 times, slaying hundreds of demons of all kinds. The blood I have shed is more than the water you have drunk. For the country and for the people, I have teetered on the edge of life and death many times, and I have never uttered a single complaint. She approached Qin Feng step by step, her imposing aura blazing with fury in her eyes. I always thought I was a warrior fighting to protect this country. But in the end? In your eyes, I'm just a resource that can be reconciled? An item that can be paired with highest order strategic resources? Qin Feng, let me tell you. I, Lin Kurson, am a living, breathing person. I am not anyone's vassal, much less anyone's tool. I don't care about your destiny plan, your national destiny. You want me to sacrifice myself like those women who were sacrificed in ancient times for the so-called greater good? Dream on. Her words were like sharp knives, piercing Qin Feng's heart. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. He never expected things to develop to this point. He simply wanted to clarify things to facilitate future cooperation and recoup the losses incurred by the nation. How did that turn him into a tyrant forcing women into prostitution? That hat is way too big. Calm down. It's not what you think. We're equal partners. Qin Feng tried to explain. Equality? Lin Kurson scoffed. A partner who needs deep communication and physical contact to function? You're kidding me. After she finished speaking, she didn't look at Qin Feng again, turned around abruptly, and strode towards the exit of the basement. Her back view was resolute and aloof. She stopped at the door, took out her communicator, and called her direct supervisor in front of Qin Feng. Report to Minister Qian. The mission at Jiangcheng University Library has been completed. The target, the spirit of book grudge, has been annihilated. A steady male voice came from the other end of the communicator, received. Good job, Kurson. The evaluation report will be out soon. How do you feel about your new partner? Lin Kurson took a deep breath and then, in an extremely cold voice, said, word by word. Reporting to Minister Qian. I refuse any further cooperation with the executive codenamed Qin Feng. I request an immediate change of partner. Reason? Lin Kurson turned around and gave Qin Feng, who was still standing there in a daze, a cold look in her eyes that was almost overflowing with disgust and contempt. The reason is that this so-called highest-ranking strategic resource harassed me during my first mission under the pretext of improving the mission rating. He wanted to seduce me. After saying that, she hung up the call and walked into the dark stairwell without looking back, disappearing from sight. Qin Feng was left alone in the empty basement, dumbfounded and bewildered. What, fuck? Is he trying to seduce her? I swear to God. All I wanted was to get back the 900 points of national fortune I had lost. Why is this so hard to explain? Chapter 14: The Stormy Seas of the Command Center. Smack! A crisp, loud bang erupted in the otherwise silent command center. Director Wang Manha slammed her hand hard on the Ally conference table in front of her, leaving a faint handprint on the surface. Her chest heaved violently, and her usually calm and capable face was now covered in frost. The anger in her eyes seemed to burn through the holographic screen in front of her. On the screen, Lin Kurson's face, filled with resolute determination and disgust, was frozen in time, along with her final, resounding accusation he wanted to hit on me. The air in the command room seemed to have been sucked out, and everyone dared not breathe. Xiao Wanqing stood to the side, her face pale, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It's over. It's completely over. The way things unfolded completely exceeded everyone's expectations. I originally thought that Qin Feng's straightforward explanation, though a bit blunt, would at least help Lin Kurson understand the situation and lay the foundation for a deeper exchange later. Who would have thought that this hot-tempered, proud young woman would react so fiercely? Instead of accepting it, she interpreted the entire destiny plan as a trampling on her personal dignity. A furnace? A tool? An item? When these words came out of Lin Kurson's mouth, Xiao Wanqing's heart sank to the bottom. She knew she was in big trouble. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Director Wang Manha finally erupted, pointing at Qin Feng, who was still looking completely bewildered on the screen, her anger barely contained. I told him to communicate, to exchange ideas. Is this how he communicates? Destined partners? Yin-yang harmony? Physical contact? Is he afraid Lin Kurson won't misunderstand? And then there's Lin Kurson. It's good to have a strong sense of self-respect, but what time is this? This is a matter of great importance concerning the future of the country. What does sacrifice mean? What does tool mean? This is the organization's trust in her. It's the glorious mission entrusted to her. What kind of attitude is this? Disorganized. Undisciplined. Director Wang paced back and forth in anger, and the atmosphere in the command room became extremely oppressive. Professor Zhong Hongru, standing to the side, adjusted his glasses, his face also showing solemnity and regret. Director Wang, I also bear responsibility for this matter. He sighed, his voice hoarse. I underestimated the impact of the concept of yin-yang harmony on modern young women, especially independent women like Lin Kurson. I only considered the theoretical feasibility but ignored the psychological factors in the implementation process. Our communication style was too crude and too direct. He looked at the data panels of the two young men on the screen. Next to Qin Feng's panel, the system indicated his emotional state as confused and wronged. Next to Lin Kurson's panel was a glaring blood red, marked with extreme anger, humiliated, and collapse of trust. Even more critically, the yin-yang harmony level in their relationship, which had just risen to 10.5%, is visibly declining. 10.4%. 10.3%. 10.2%. This is bad. Professor Zhong's expression changed drastically. Their relationship is deteriorating. The system has determined their emotional state to be negative, and their harmony is declining. If this continues, it will not only fall back to their initial state, but may even become negative. Once it becomes negative, the consequences will be unimaginable. What consequences? Wang Manha immediately stopped and asked sternly. According to the theoretical model, if the yin-yang harmony degree is negative, then the two extreme energies, the Tai demon suppressing body, and the fire phoenix bloodline, will no longer attract and complement each other, but will instead repel and conflict with each other. Professor Zhong's voice trembled. At that time, let alone cooperating to slay demons, just the two of them staying in the same space will trigger a violent energy conflict. At best, they will both be severely injured. At worst, it will form an extremely unstable energy singularity, like a time bomb. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the command room. Xiao Wanqing was so frightened that her face turned pale. The seriousness of the matter has far exceeded the scope of mission failure. This is practically turning from a savior into a source of destruction. Wang Manha's face was extremely pale. She stared intently at the steadily declining number on the screen, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked. We can't wait any longer. She turned her head sharply, her gaze like a knife, staring directly at Xiao Wanqing. Xia! Here! Xiao Wanqing snapped to attention and immediately stood at attention. I don't care what methods you use. Appease, explain, or even deceive. We must stabilize Lin Kurson's emotions immediately. We absolutely cannot let her develop hostility towards Qin Feng or the entire plan. Tell her that everything before was a misunderstanding, that Qin Feng was just talking nonsense, making up lies to show off in front of her. Wang Manha's decision was as swift as lightning. Since direct and honest communication is not working, we can only resort to roundabout and appeasement strategies. The most urgent task is to protect Lin Kurson, our destined partner, and prevent her from completely turning to the opposing side. Yes. Xiao Wanqing immediately accepted the order and turned to make the contact. Wait. Wang Manha called her again. She looked at the screen on the other side, at Qin Feng, who was still standing dumbly in the library basement, and her eyes became extremely complicated. And Qin Feng. She rubbed her aching temples. That kid is more trouble than he's worth. But it's no use scolding him now. Contact him and tell him to shut up immediately. From this moment on, he's not allowed to utter a single word about the Destiny Project. Just let him stay where he is and wait for further instructions. Clear. Xia Wanqing dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately began to operate rapidly on her terminal. The entire command center was thrown into a tense and busy atmosphere due to this sudden change. Wang Manha sat back down in her chair, looked at the harmony level on the screen which had fallen below 10%, and closed her eyes wearily. She felt as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. This Destiny project was full of unexpected twists and turns from the very beginning. First, there was Qin Feng, an unconventional and lazy executive. Now, even the first destined partner that she finally found has become a powder keg that could explode at the slightest touch. What should we do next? The feasibility report on promoting deep strategic integration that was just ordered to be drafted now seems like a huge joke. Deep integration? Wang Manha is just grateful that they can stop fighting. Well. A long sigh echoed in the silent command room, filled with helplessness and sorrow. The future of China seems to have been shrouded in a thick shadow from the very beginning. Chapter 15. This is the nation's test for you. Jiangcheng University, basement of the library. Qin Feng remained standing there, his mind a jumbled mess. He couldn't understand how he had killed the conversation when he was just telling the truth. He wants to hit on me? Hey lady, take a look in the mirror at how fierce you looked just now. Do you think I'd dare to date you? I'd be afraid you'd beat me to death. He was kicking the book at his feet in frustration when his communicator rang. It was Xia Wanqing. Her voice sounded hurried and serious, completely devoid of her previous excitement and exhilaration. Qin Feng. Listen up. From this moment on, shut your mouth. You are not allowed to say a single word to Lin Kurson about the system, the Destiny Project, or your Dao companion. Do you hear me? This is an order. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then became even more frustrated. No, Sister Xia, what's going on? I was just following your instructions to communicate with her, so how did it become my fault? Your communication style is problematic. Xia Wanqing's voice rose 8 octaves, filled with disappointment and frustration. Who told you to speak so bluntly about Taoist partners and yin-yang harmony? Couldn't you have been more tactful? Couldn't you have laid out some groundwork? Do you know that Lin Kurson has completely misunderstood? She thinks we're treating her like your possession. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Accessory? Furnace? No, what kind of thinking is that? I clearly said equal partnership. Shut up. Xia Wanqing interrupted him rudely. Now is not the time to argue about who is right and who is wrong. The problem has already occurred and must be resolved immediately. Minister Qian and I will personally explain to Lin Kurson and calm her down. As for you, you now have an even more important and challenging task. Another mission? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Yes. Xia Wanqing's tone became unusually solemn. Director Wang instructed that, given the current situation, we must reverse Lin Kurson's terrible impression of you. The one who tied the knot must untie it. This matter still depends on you. No way, Sister Xia. Qin Feng's face fell. You want me to go? She looks at me like I'm her enemy right now. If I go over there, she'll kill me. This is a test from the organization for you. Xia Wanqing's voice left no room for doubt. Comrade Qin Feng, haven't you always wanted a comfortable, laid-back life? Let me tell you, if you can't handle your relationship with Lin Kurson well, forget about a laid-back life. Everything you have now could be taken away. You don't want to move out of that manor with 7 swimming pools and a private cinema and go back to your 4-person college dormitory, do you? Threaten. A blatant threat. Qin Feng's face instantly darkened. This is exactly what hit him where it hurts. Just thinking about that smart beanbag chair that can automatically massage, adjust the temperature, and even project a screen for gaming, thinking about the top quality food that can be ordered anytime and flown in from around the world, and thinking about those dozens of gentle, considerate, and always available beautiful maids. Should we send him back to that 4-person dormitory room filled with the smell of sweat and instant noodles? Kill him. Damn it. Qin Feng cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. Speak, what do you want me to do? That's right. Xia Wanqing's tone softened a bit. Director Wang means that you must put down your airs of being a top-tier strategic resource and take the initiative to apologize to Lin Kurson. What? I apologize? Qin Feng's voice rose 8 octaves. Why should I? She argued with me the whole time, grabbed my collar, and even kicked me. And I have to apologize to her? Is there no justice in this world? For the greater good. Xiao Wanqing said resolutely, Qin Feng, you need to understand, you are different from her. You are the core of the plan, you are the one, and all the destined partners are the zeros surrounding you, the one. Your attitude determines the direction of the entire plan. Now, you must lower your stance and try to gain her understanding, or even, sympathy. Qin Feng was speechless. That makes some sense. However, he was extremely unwilling to apologize to that violent woman. How are you going to apologize? Be specific, he asked impatiently. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator, as if someone was organizing their thoughts. First of all, you need to be sincere. You need to make her understand that everything you said before was just made up to impress her. You are just an ordinary college student with some special abilities, not some high and mighty chosen one. Not. Secondly, you need to play the victim. Didn't she kick you? Pretend you were badly injured to make her feel guilty. Women, especially those with a tough exterior but soft interior like Lin Kurson, are most susceptible to this. Finally, and most importantly, you must show admiration and respect for her past achievements. You must let her know that you understand her, that you admire her as a hero who defends the country, and not that you see her as a simple woman or a tool. Xiao Wanqing rattled off a complete strategy plan in one breath, leaving Qin Feng stunned. Sister Xia, with your professional skills, it's a shame you're not a relationship coach. He couldn't help but complain. Enough with the nonsense. Got it? This is a death order. Failure to complete it will have consequences. After Xiao Wanqing finished speaking, she hung up the call immediately. Qin Feng stood there motionless for a long time, holding the now silent communicator. Apologize? Playing the victim? And we also need to express worship? Qin Feng had never done anything so humiliating in his entire life. He looked down at his chest where he had been kicked, and it still stung. Then think about that damned, ever-decreasing yin-yang balance, and that seemingly endless wait for the national fortune to reach 900 points. Finally, the image of a smart beanbag chair and a beautiful maid appeared in my mind. Damn it, you win! Qin Feng gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and made a decision in his heart. It's just acting, right? Anyone can do that. He took a deep breath, and then, with a plop, he fell straight down onto the pile of books next to him, pulling several heavy hardcover volumes onto himself in the process. Then, he clutched his chest and let out an extremely painful groan. Ugh! Ah! It hurts so much. Is my rib broken? Help! Help me! His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to carry upstairs through the empty stairwell. At that moment, Lin Kurson had just walked into the lobby on the first floor of the library. Just as she was about to leave, she vaguely heard Qin Feng's faint, painful groans coming from underground. Her steps suddenly stopped. Chapter 16: The Birth of a Movie King. The lobby on the first floor of the library. Moonlight streamed through the tall French windows, casting dappled shadows on the polished marble floor. Lin Kurson stood in the center of the hall, her back to the hidden door leading underground, her body stiff. Qin Feng's intermittent, painful groans were like an invisible rope, tightly gripping her steps. Ugh, it hurts so much, I can't move. Is anyone there? I'm dying, I'm dying. The voice sounded incredibly weak, as if it might stop breathing at any moment. Lin Kurson's brows furrowed tightly, her mind a complete mess. They're gone. We must leave immediately. That guy is a complete scoundrel and liar. You can't believe a single word he says. He's acting like this now, he's definitely faking it. He's just trying to trick me into going back. Yes, that's it. Lin Kurson kept telling herself this in her heart, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot, and she couldn't take a step. She knew perfectly well how much force she had used in that kick. Although she didn't use her psionic powers, with her B-level executive physical abilities, breaking several ribs of an ordinary person with a single angry kick would have been effortless. And Qin Feng. Throughout, he acted like an ordinary person who couldn't even kill a chicken. The only anomaly was his bizarre physique that could absorb mental attacks. But that seems to be just a passive ability, and doesn't necessarily mean that his body is that strong. Just in case. What if he wasn't faking it? What if he really got seriously injured by my kick and died down there? Although I hated him and loathed him, he died because of my kick. Lin Kurson's heart tightened for no reason. She recalled the oath she took when she joined the National Security Special Affairs Department to protect every innocent life. Although Qin Feng is despicable, his crimes do not warrant death. If he really gets into trouble because of his impulsiveness, then what difference is there between him and those demons who indiscriminately kill innocent people? Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing, mixed with painful gasps, came from underground again. Water, can someone give me some water? Lynn Curson's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Damn it! She muttered a curse under her breath, her face filled with struggle and frustration, but her body had already turned around against her will. She rushed to the hidden door and, without hesitation, plunged into the deep, dark staircase. In the underground storage room, Sheen Fong was lying among a pile of books, listening intently to the sounds coming from upstairs. When he heard the hurried footsteps approaching from afar, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. They've taken the bait. He quickly wiped the smile from his lips, adjusted his expression to the most painful mode, closed his eyes, and continued to groan. Bang! The hidden door was suddenly pushed open. Lynn Curson appeared at the door. Looking at the mess in front of her and Sheen Fong, who was half buried in books and motionless, her heart skipped a beat. Hey! Sheen Fong! How are you? She rushed over, crouched down, and tried to pull him out of the pile of books. No! Don't touch me! Sheen Fong weakly opened his eyes, perfectly displaying a hint of fear and evasion. It hurts so much, I feel like my bones are broken. His acting skills are nothing short of perfect. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from holding it in with nervousness, his lips were pale naturally, his eyes were unfocused pretended, and he had that pained expression. He looked exactly like a person on the verge of death. Lynn Curson's outstretched hand froze in midair. She saw a clear footprint on Sheen Feng's combat uniform on his chest. That was her masterpiece. A strong sense of guilt surged into my heart like a tide. She really beat him severely. You don't move. Lynn Curson's voice softened unconsciously, even carrying a hint of panic she herself didn't realize. I'll call the medical team right away. As she spoke, she took out her communicator. No. Sheen Fong grabbed her wrist urgently, but his strength was weak. Don't call anyone. This is an A-level mission. We can't let more people know. As he spoke, he coughed violently, as if aggravating his wound. Cough, cough, cough. You can help me up. I need to rest for a bit. I should not die. Looking at his deathly pale face, and then at the hand gripping her wrist, cold and powerless, Lynn Curson felt even more guilty. She hesitated for a moment, then put down the communicator. Just bear with it. She carefully moved the books off Sheen Fong, then put one hand under his armpit and the other hand on his back, trying to help him up. Their bodies were inevitably pressed tightly together. Sheen Fong leaned his head on Lynn Curson's shoulder. A faint, sweet fragrance, mixed with the scent of sweat and fire, entered his nostrils. Lynn Curson once again felt that gentle and pure aura that she both loved and hated. This time, the aura was no longer as aggressive as before, but rather like a gentle stream, softly enveloping her and soothing her inner turmoil and hidden wounds. Her body, once again, shamefully, relaxed. Ding! Detected deep, continuous, and harmonious physical contact between the host and their destined Taoist partner, Lynn Curson. Monitoring yin-yang harmony in real time. Harmony level has stopped declining. Current value, 9.8%. Harmony level begins to recover. 9.8%. 10%. 10.1%. Sheen Fong was overjoyed. Efficient. Sister Xia's self-inflicted injury trick was simply brilliant. Not only did they stabilize the situation, but they also made it easy to engage in physical contact and boost their harmony level. That's killing two birds with one stone. He was secretly pleased, but his face still looked half dead, and he even let out a painful groan in cooperation. Hiss. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Lynn Curson asked anxiously. And nothing, it's nothing. Sheen Fong shook his head weakly, it's just a little cold. Upon hearing this, Lynn Curson instinctively hugged him even tighter. The phoenix bloodline within her body started to circulate automatically, and a warm current emanated from her body, trying to dispel the chill from Sheen Fong. This pure fire energy was a great tonic for Sheen Fong, who possessed the Tai demon-suppressing body. Yin and yang, cold and hot. The two embraced, creating a perfect energy cycle. Lynn Curson felt more comfortable and at ease than ever before, as if she had found a haven where she could completely relax. Sheen Fong felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his whole body was warm and he felt full of energy. The growth rate of Harmony also instantly doubled. 10.5%. 11%. 11.5%. Sorry. Just as Qin Feng was immersed in the double pleasure of boosting data and taking advantage, he suddenly heard Lin Kerson's voice, which was barely audible. Qin Feng was taken aback. What did you say? I'm sorry. Lin Kerson lowered her head, her voice filled with remorse and apology. I shouldn't have hit you so hard. I was too impulsive. She actually apologized. That arrogant, fiery, and self-important school beauty actually took the initiative to apologize. Qin Feng's heart was inexplicably touched. He suddenly felt that acting like this to deceive her was a bit unethical. However, the thought only flashed through my mind. For the sake of a carefree, laid-back life, it's not shameful. No. It's nothing. Qin Feng continued weakly, I was wrong too, I shouldn't have talked nonsense and made you angry. He decided to add fuel to the fire and completely reverse his image. He raised his head and looked at Lin Kerson with a gaze that was both self-deprecating and sincere. Actually, I said that because I wanted to show off in front of you. Because I know you're amazing, a true hero who protects this country. And me, besides this weak physique that can take a beating, I'm nothing. I'm just a piece of trash, so I wanted you to think more highly of me. His voice grew softer and softer, and his eyes dimmed, filled with loneliness and inferiority. These words are half true and half false. But given his current severely injured and dying appearance, his destructive power is practically at the level of a nuclear bomb. Lin Kerson's heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. So, that's how it is? He wasn't flirting with me, nor was he showing off, he just wanted my approval? Does he see himself as a hero? But he himself kicked a junior who admired him, causing serious injury. Overwhelmed by immense guilt and a touch of inexplicable heartache, Lin Kerson was instantly overwhelmed. Looking at Qin Feng's pale face and his dim eyes, she reached out and gently touched his cheek as if possessed. You're not useless. Her voice was incredibly gentle. You're special. You are important too. Ding. Positive emotions such as guilt, heartache, and appreciation have been detected in the host's destined partner, Lin Kerson. Emotional connection rating improved. Currently at friendly. The growth rate of yin-yang harmony has increased significantly. Current harmony level, 15%. Qin Feng felt the soft touch on his cheek and listened to the system's notifications flooding his mind. He was overjoyed. Best actor. Today, I am the Oscar-winning actor. Chapter 17 Sister Xia, you're sending me to my death. Really? Qin Feng raised his dull and lifeless eyes and looked at Lin Kerson with a hopeful yet uncertain gaze, perfectly portraying the image of a self-conscious, sensitive, and yearning for approval puppy dog. Am I really important? Seeing him like this, Lin Kerson's heart instantly melted. The anger that arose from being teased had long since vanished into thin air. Instead, she radiated maternal love. Of course. She nodded emphatically, her tone more certain and gentle than ever before. Your constitution is very special, it's the trump card against spiritual demons. You're not useless, you are the secret weapon of all of us executives. She felt she had to give this insecure junior some confidence. Secret weapon. Qin Feng pondered the word, and slowly, little by little, a light rekindled in his eyes. Lin Kuxian was encouraged by his change and her hand holding him became firmer. So, don't underestimate yourself. From now on, we're partners. I'll protect you. As she spoke the last sentence, her cheeks flushed slightly. Ding. Your destined Taoist partner, Lin Kerson, has developed a protective instinct towards you. The yin-yang harmony level has exceeded 20%. Warning lifted. The host's relationship with their Taoist partner has entered a stable growth period. Qin Feng mentally gave himself a thumbs up. It's done. Not only did they reverse the negative impression, but they also gained goodwill and pulled the harmony back from the brink, even making a profit of 10%. This move was absolutely textbook perfect. He leaned against Lin Kerson's warm and soft embrace, feeling the continuous flow of comfortable energy and the notification sound of the harmony level constantly increasing, and almost fell asleep in comfort. Sure enough, lying down and grinding data is still the most comfortable. Is your injury serious? I should take you to the medical department. Lin Kerson asked worriedly. She could feel that Qin Feng's breathing had become much more steady, but his face was still pale. No need. Xin Feng shook his head and said weakly, my physical condition is okay, I can recover. I'm just a little exhausted. You can help me, back to the dormitory. Are you kidding me? Go to the medical department? Wouldn't a single inspection expose the whole thing? Going back to the dorm, back to that top of the line, luxurious throne of slackers, is the real business. Okay. Lin Kurson had no doubts and carefully helped him up from the ground, supporting almost half of his weight on her own. The two moved slowly, step by step, towards the stairwell in an extremely intimate and ambiguous manner. Xin Feng rested his head comfortably on Lin Kurson's fragrant shoulder, closed his eyes, and while enjoying the personal service, he was making plans in his mind. Although the mission was fraught with difficulties, the outcome was positive. Not only did they gain 100 points of national fortune, but they also boosted the yin-yang harmony level to over 20%. Given the system's track record, the reward reduction percentage for the next mission should be significantly lower, right? Maybe we can get half? Or even more? It seems that as long as we maintain a good relationship with this violent woman, making money from the country's fortunes isn't so difficult after all. A laid-back lifestyle, but the future looks promising. Meanwhile, in the capital city, in the highest command center, Wang Manha, Xiao Wanqing, Zhong Hongru, and others stared in disbelief at the live broadcast on the holographic screen. In the scene, Lin Kurson, like a tender wife protecting a rare treasure, carefully supports the seriously injured Xin Feng, pausing every few steps, her movements so gentle they could melt your heart. Xin Feng, that rascal, looked completely peaceful, comfortably leaning against the girl's chest, looking as content as could be. The atmosphere in the command room was quite strange at one point. Everyone was stunned by Xin Feng's godlike acting skills. Just a minute ago, the two were at loggerheads and their relationship was on the verge of collapse. The next minute, it transformed into a tender and affectionate scene of mutual support. This plot twist is even more outrageous than the most absurd primetime idol drama. Ahem. Professor Zhong Hongru was the first to break the silence. He pushed up his glasses and looked at Xin Feng on the screen with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Director Wang, I take back what I said earlier. This comrade Xin Feng, in handling interpersonal relationships, he's not brutal, he's a genius. A true genius. There's no need for an operation manual here. He himself is a walking love manual. Xiao Wanqing's lips twitched as she watched. Playing the victim? Feigning distress? Seeking sympathy? I only gave a direction, and this guy turned it into an Oscar-worthy melodrama. Especially that last inferiority complex confession, it was a stroke of genius. Even as an observer, she almost felt sympathy upon hearing this, let alone Lin Kurson, who was directly involved. It's a real waste of Xin Feng's talent that he's not an actor. Wang Manha's expression gradually softened from its previous lividity. Although she still thought Xin Feng was a smooth-talking and unreliable guy, the outcome was good. As she watched the yin-yang harmony level on the screen steadily climb and surpass 25%, her tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The crisis has finally been resolved. All right, all alert. Wang Manha waved her hand and said to the group of people who were full of admiration, Xia, you follow up and make sure Xin Feng is safely returned to manor number 1. Also, have the medical team prepare a fake severe bone contusion diagnosis report, just in case. Yes. Xiao Wanqing suppressed a laugh and immediately went to make the arrangements. Director Wang has now completely given Xin Feng's acting official support. Professor Zhong, Wang Manha turned to Zhong Hongru, that report let us continue writing it. However, we need to change the direction. How should we change it? Wang Manha looked at the two intimately connected figures on the screen, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. Stop talking about deep strategic integration, it's too academic and out of touch with reality. Let's just call it several guiding opinions on cultivating and promoting romantic relationships for Project Destiny executives. From multiple perspectives such as psychology, sociology, and behavioral science, we'll develop a step-by-step dating process for them. Giving gifts, watching movies, shopping, candlelight dinners, whatever young people like, we'll arrange for them. Director Wang's thinking took another 180-degree turn. Since a forced task-based union won't work, let's just go with the flow and let them date openly. As long as the yin-yang balance can be improved, let alone falling in love, even if they want to get married on the spot, the government can move the Civil Affairs Bureau there for them. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Professor Zhong slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Director Wang is brilliant. I'll organize the team right away and guarantee to produce the most perfect dating strategy within 3 days. Seeing everyone regain their enthusiasm, Wang Manha nodded with satisfaction. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it has finally gotten back on track. The next question is how to ensure that the relationship between these two young people who have just made up continues to grow steadily. The next day, at Manor Number 1. When Qin Feng woke up from that top-of-the-line smart bed worth 8 figures, it was already noon. He stretched and felt refreshed and full of energy. Last night, Lin Kurson helped me through a series of deep contacts, and the yin-yang harmony level skyrocketed, eventually reaching 35% before stopping. He himself felt that the Tai demon suppressing body seemed to have been activated quite a bit, and his overall mental state had improved to a higher level. Young master, you're awake. Shui Jia, the head maid, entered respectfully with 2 other maids, carrying toiletries and a change of clothes. Mum. Qin Feng yawned, enjoying the meticulous care from the beautiful maid. After washing up and changing into comfortable casual clothes, Qin Feng lazily lay down on the beanbag chair in the living room, ready to start another day of his laid-back lifestyle. Young master, this is a communication request from Miss Xiao Wanqing. Sister Shui handed over a tablet computer. Qin Feng answered the call somewhat reluctantly. On the screen appeared Xiao Wanqing's intelligent and beautiful face. Qin Feng, did you sleep well? Xiao Wanqing's smile carried a hint of teasing. I'm alright, just a bit seriously injured, and I'm a little weak, Qin Feng replied lazily. He. Xiao Wanqing chuckled lightly, clearly knowing he was acting. If you're feeling weak, you need to replenish your energy. The organization has assigned you a new task, which is quite nutritious. Again? Qin Feng frowned. I'm an injured soldier, Director Wang approved my leave, I need to recuperate. This mission won't require you to lift a finger, or even stand up, Xiao Wanqing said with a mysterious smile. Oh? There's such a good thing? Qin Feng became interested. Xiao Wanqing nodded and sent over a file. According to intelligence, a new type of food-type demon, codenamed Soul of Tankatsu Ramen, has recently appeared in the World of Demons and Monsters Food City in the west of the city. It can condense ramen containing pure spiritual energy, which is very beneficial to cultivation. However, this demon is very wary, and only those with extremely high appreciation for food can make it willingly offer up ramen. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. Demonic Food City? The Soul of Tonkatsu Ramen? Isn't this just going to a restaurant? I love this mission. No problem. I'll take this mission. Qin Feng patted his chest and assured him. Don't rush. Xiao Wanqing's smile became somewhat strange. You won't be going alone on this mission. In order to cultivate your tacit understanding with your partner and enhance your relationship, the organization has decided to send Comrade Lin Kurson with you. The smile on Qin Feng's face froze instantly. What the hell? You want me to go on a date with that violent woman? That's right, this is the first step of the organization's latest guidelines for dating a food date. Xiao Wanqing said seriously, moreover, to test your telepathic connection, you are not allowed to speak during this date. You can only communicate through eye contact and body language, and order the same bowl of ramen. Qin Feng's face turned completely dark. A date with Lin Kurson? Are they going to play the charades game where people are silenced? Sister Xia, are you sure you're not messing with me? You're sending me to my death. Chapter 18, Silence Dating and Heart-Fluttering Challenges. Sister Xia, are you serious? Qin Feng's face fell like a bitter gourd. He pointed to his throat, looking incredulous. Not allowed to speak? You want me to communicate with that violent woman with just my eyes? You might as well send me to fight an A-level demon one-on-one. My chances of survival might be higher. He hadn't forgotten how terrifying Lin Kurson's beautiful phoenix eyes could be when she glared at people. Try making eye contact with her? What if we miss each other's gaze? Will she flip the table on the spot and kick me? This is in order. Xiao Wanqing's expression turned serious, but a hint of barely suppressed laughter lingered deep in her eyes. Comrade Qin Feng, you need to understand the situation. Your relationship is still very fragile. Words can sometimes deceive, just like your superb acting yesterday. But eyes and subconscious actions don't lie. The core of this mission is not eating that bowl of ramen, but rather forcing yourself to observe and understand each other in the extreme environment of silence, thereby establishing the most basic tacit understanding. This is the first part of the heartbeat challenge that Professor Zhong and the psychology expert team worked through the entire night to tailor-make for you. Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Heart-pounding challenge? I only felt the challenge of a heart attack. Did she agree? Qin Feng asked, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. Of course she agreed, Xiao Wanqing said matter-of-factly. We told her that this mission is to investigate a food-type demon that nourishes the Fire Phoenix bloodline, and she needs to taste and evaluate it herself. Also, to avoid disturbing the demon, she needs to remain quiet throughout the process. She has already set off for the food city to wait for you. Qin Feng. He finally understood. The organization was determined to pair him up with Lin Kurson, and they were using all sorts of tricks, including coaxing and deceiving her. One tricked him into going on a date, and the other tricked her into going on a mission. That move was absolutely outrageous. Fine. Qin Feng slumped weakly on the sofa. I'll go, okay? But I'm making it clear, if I get beaten up, it'll be considered a work injury, and I'll have to pay extra. Don't worry, the organization has already purchased the highest possible personal accident insurance for you. Xiao Wanqing said, then hung up the call with a smile. Qin Feng stared at the blacked-out screen and let out a long sigh. What kind of mess is this? To live a carefree life, I not only have to become a movie star, but now I also have to work myself to the bone on a dating simulation game. Half an hour later, in the western district of Jiangcheng, at the Wanhua Food City. This is a special industry under the National Security Special Affairs Department, a place that specializes in processing, cooking, and selling harmless or low-harm food-grade demons. From the outside, it looks like a quaint, antique-style food court. But in reality, its security level is higher than that of a bank vault. Qin Feng, sitting in his unassuming Hongqi sedan, stopped at the VIP entrance of the food court. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that familiar yet troublesome fiery red figure. Lin Kurson was standing in front of a Japanese ramen shop called One Noodle Soul, with her arms crossed and her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly getting a little impatient. She wasn't wearing her tight combat uniform today. Instead, she wore a matching bright red tracksuit that accentuated her youthful energy while still revealing her stunning figure. Her long, flowing hair was tied high in a ponytail, making her look heroic and spirited, less like a battlefield warrior and more like a beautiful college beauty. Lin Kurson's expression became noticeably complicated when she saw Qin Feng. There was a hint of awkwardness, and a hint of, well, concern? Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng immediately understood. He clutched his chest, coughed twice at just the right moment, and showed a resolute expression on his face that said, although I am in a lot of pain, I am still persevering. A play should be performed in its entirety. Seeing his unhealed injuries, Lin Kurson's gaze softened, and her furrowed brows relaxed. She waved to him, then pointed to the entrance of the ramen shop and made a quiet gesture. Qin Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. The two walked into the One Noodle to Soul ramen shop, one after the other. The restaurant's interior is decorated in a typical Japanese style. The space is small but very clean. The air is filled with the rich aroma of tonkatsu broth, making your mouth water just from the smell. There were few customers in the shop, except for a hunched-over shopkeeper dressed in a kimono whose face was obscured, who was slowly wiping bowls behind the counter. The two sat down side by side at the bar. The shop manager looked up, revealing a face covered in wrinkles that resembled tree bark, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What would you two like to eat?" Lin Kurson immediately made a shoe gesture to him, and then pointed to the menu. The menu is very simple, with only one type of ramen, Ikishin Tonkatsu ramen. However, below that are more than a dozen densely packed customization options. Soup base concentration, light regular rich hellishly rich. Noodle firmness, extra soft regular firm extra firm. Ingredients, soft boiled egg char siu seaweed dried bamboo shoots shredded wood ear mushrooms chopped green onions. Multiple choices available. Spiciness level, not spicy mildly spicy medium spicy extra spicy devilishly spicy. Qin Feng's eyes were dazzled by the sight. Xiao Wanqing's statement about ordering the same bowl of ramen meant that she had to be completely consistent among so many options. How the hell is this possible? This is even harder than answering multiple choice questions on an exam. He looked at Lin Kurson with a headache, only to see her also frowning as she stared at the menu, seemingly aware of the difficulty of the problem. Then, she raised her head and looked at Qin Feng. Their eyes met. The heartbeat challenge has officially begun. Lin Kurson first held up one finger and pointed to the column for soup base concentration. Then, she looked at Qin Feng with a questioning gaze. Qin Feng thought for a moment. I personally prefer strong flavors. But this violent woman, judging from her fiery personality, is probably also a fan of strong flavors. So he confidently held up 3 fingers and pointed to thick. Lin Kurson's eyes lit up when she saw his choice, and she nodded approvingly. You got the first question right. Then, she pointed to the noodle firmness. This time, Lin Kurson didn't give any hints, but just watched him quietly, as if she wanted to test him. Qin Feng began a brainstorming session. The essence of eating ramen lies in the texture of the noodles. If they're too soft, they lack chewiness. If they're too firm, they're hard to digest. Most people usually choose normal or firm. But Lin Kurson is no ordinary person. She is a B-level executive with exceptional physical fitness, so she must have great teeth. Moreover, given her strong personality, she probably also enjoys chewy and challenging textures. So, Qin Feng took a deep breath, extended 5 fingers, and resolutely pointed to super hard. Lin Kurson's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Her favorite kind of noodles are the super hard kind that are almost undercooked and crunchy when you chew them. This is one of her personal quirks, which she has never told anyone. This guy. How did he know? Was it a fluke? Impossible. There's no way such a coincidence could happen. Could it be that he really is, as he himself said, naturally complimentary to me? For the first time, Lin Kuxian's heart skipped a beat because of a man. She felt her cheeks getting hot. Seeing her shocked yet slightly shy expression, Qin Feng felt a pang of doubt. Holy crap, I guessed right again? He actually prefers soft noodles, and his choice of super firm was purely a guess based on her personality. It seems this woman's thoughts aren't so hard to understand after all. The subsequent question answering went exceptionally smoothly. Regarding the ingredients, Qin Feng boldly made a select all gesture, which was exactly what Lin Kurson, who suffers from indecisiveness, wanted. Regarding the spiciness level, Qin Feng guessed that she must love spicy food and directly pointed to devilish spiciness. Sure enough, Lin Kurson's eyes brightened even more. When the two of them went through all the options and found that they were surprisingly identical, the atmosphere in the air became somewhat subtle. Lin Kurson lowered her head, not daring to look Qin Feng in the eye. She felt her heart pounding and her cheeks burning. This man. It seems, not so bad. He seems to really understand himself. Ding. First stage of the heartbeat challenge is complete. Detected strong positive emotions such as heart flutter, curiosity, and admiration towards the host, experienced by the destined Taoist partner Lin Kurson. Emotional connection rating has significantly improved. Currently at good feelings. The yin-yang harmony has increased significantly. Current harmony, 45%. Qin Feng was overjoyed as he listened to the notification in his mind. This harmony level is faster to accumulate than leveling up in a game. Just then, the hunched-over shop manager, the soul of Tankatsu Ramen, looked deeply at the two of them with his cloudy eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. A meeting of minds. How rare, how rare. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. After saying that, it turned around and began to slowly cook the noodles. At this moment, the demonic aura emanating from it became incredibly gentle and pure. Clearly, these two telepathic guests have earned its highest recognition. Chapter 19. This bowl of noodles is so sweet it's cloying. Qin Feng and Lin Kurson sat side by side at the bar, neither of them speaking. The only sounds in the air were the bubbling of the broth and the subtle, ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Lin Kurson lowered her head, her hands nervously resting on her knees, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the seams of her sweatpants. Her cheeks had been burning hot since earlier, and the blush spread from her cheeks all the way down to her fair neck. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. She didn't dare to look at Qin Feng beside her. The series of seemingly in perfect unison choices she had just made had a tremendous impact on her. It was as if the most secret corner of her heart had been easily seen through by this man. That feeling was very strange. Instead of anger at being offended, there was a strange sense of satisfaction from being completely understood. It's like finally finding that soul that resonates with you on the same frequency in a vast sea of people. The moment the thought crossed Lin Kurson's mind, she was startled, and her cheeks burned even hotter. What am I thinking? He just got lucky and happened to guess right. Yes, that must be it. She tried desperately to find excuses for herself, but the image of Qin Feng in the basement, looking so dejected despite being seriously injured, kept flashing through her mind. He said he considered himself a hero. He said he just wanted his own approval. This man seems to be less annoying than he appears on the surface. Qin Feng, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, sitting there with an air of nonchalance, but inwardly he was overjoyed. 45%. One date increased harmony by 10%. This efficiency is simply incredible. At this rate, wouldn't it take another 5 or 6 dates to max out the harmony level? When that time comes, you can get the full reward for every mission, and the national fortune points will come in like crazy. He becomes a savior while lying down, marries a rich and beautiful woman though it's a bit violent, and reaches the pinnacle of life. Xin Feng felt increasingly pleased with himself, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Kurson beside him. She had her head down, like a primary school student who had done something wrong, her ears were bright red, and her shy appearance was completely different from the fiery school beauty he had first met who would grab people by the collar at the slightest disagreement. Wow, I didn't know this woman could be so adorable. Xin Feng secretly felt smug. It seemed that Xia Jie and the others' dating strategy was truly the brainchild of a genius. Just then, the hunched shop manager slowly turned around, carrying a huge tray. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Bang! 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed heavily on the counter in front of the 2 people. The fragrance was 100 times stronger than anything I had smelled before. The milky white pork bone broth is as thick as milk, with a layer of golden oil floating on the surface, giving it an enticing sheen. The chewy noodles are soaked in the soup and topped with thick slices of grilled char siu, golden runny eggs, bright green scallions, crisp wood ear mushrooms and dried bamboo shoots, and a few pieces of seaweed with the word infused printed on them. The most peculiar thing is that in the very center of the ramen, there is a heart that is constantly rotating and formed from the broth. Xin Feng. Lin Kurson. Their expressions froze simultaneously. Is there some misunderstanding about telepathy in this soul of Tonkatsu ramen? This bowl of noodles looks so much like a couple's set meal? The manager seemed completely oblivious to the 2's unusual behavior. In his hoarse voice, he introduced, "This is our secret menu item, heart-to-heart spicy extra hard top spec hell broth ramen. Only guests deemed a perfect match by our restaurant have the opportunity to taste it. Please enjoy." After saying that, it turned around and continued to slowly wipe the bowl, as if the shocking couple's ramen had nothing to do with it. Lin Kurson's face was beyond red, it looked like it was on fire. Heaven, a match made in heaven? She glanced at Xin Feng furtively and saw him staring at the spinning heart in the bowl with a strange expression, seemingly at a loss as well. The atmosphere instantly became extremely awkward. But the aroma of the ramen was just too overpowering. The aroma, imbued with pure spiritual energy, continuously stimulated their taste buds and bodies. Lin Kurson, in particular, could clearly feel that the phoenix bloodline within her was rejoicing because of this fragrance. The allure of the delicious food ultimately triumphed over the awkwardness. The 2 of them picked up chopsticks and spoons without hesitation. "I'm starting to eat." The 2 silently recited a phrase in their minds at the same time, then picked up a mouthful of noodles with their chopsticks and put it in their mouths. The moment the noodles touched their lips, their eyes widened simultaneously. The super firm noodles burst forth with elastic resistance between your teeth. Every chew feels like wrestling with a stubborn force, full of the thrill of conquest. Next came the hellishly thick broth. The rich, savory flavor of pork bone, combined with the domineering spiciness of ghost peppers, explodes in your mouth like a volcanic eruption. That spiciness wasn't just a simple burning pain, but a kind of blazing energy that could ignite the soul, burning down the throat and instantly opening up all the pores of the body, causing profuse sweating. Cool. Unparalleled enjoyment. Xin Feng felt that the Tai demon-suppressing body within his body was also starting to operate at an accelerated pace under the impact of this scorching energy, as if it were undergoing a thorough warm-up exercise. Lin Kurson felt as if she were in a lava hot spring. The pure fire elemental spiritual energy, through the form of food, gently yet forcefully flowed into her limbs and bones, nourishing every inch of her parched meridians and repairing the hidden injuries left by years of high-intensity combat. She could even sense that the bottleneck in her fire phoenix bloodline was showing signs of loosening. This doesn't look like ramen. This is practically a magic pill tailor-made for her. The 2 of them no longer cared about embarrassment or restraint, and transformed into 2 high-speed cooking machines. Slurp. Huff. In the small ramen shop, only the sounds of the 2 of them wolfing down their food could be heard. Lin Kurson completely abandoned her usual aloof school beauty image, eating until she was sweating profusely. Her lips were swollen and red, but her eyes were getting brighter and brighter, full of satisfaction and joy. Xin Feng also thoroughly enjoyed his meal. He discovered that not only was the ramen delicious, but the energy it provided was also extremely beneficial to him. Soon, both bowls of noodles were completely empty, with not a drop of soup left. The two put down their chopsticks with satisfaction and simultaneously let out a burp. Belch. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled. The previous awkwardness and estrangement seemed to vanish in this steaming bowl of ramen. Looking at Qin Feng's lips, which were bright red from the spiciness, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, Lin Kurson found him much more pleasing to the eye. Looking at Lin Kurson's bright phoenix eyes, glistening with a hint of spiciness, Qin Feng felt that this violent woman didn't seem so fierce after all. Just then, Lin Kurson seemed to remember something. She took out a pack of tissues from her pocket, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was about to answer, she hesitated for a moment, and then did something that left Qin Feng and everyone in the command room dumbfounded. She actually reached out and gently, tenderly, wiped the soup from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth with that tissue. Her movements were very light and gentle, with a hint of caution and awkwardness. Her fingertips inadvertently touched Qin Feng's lips. Warm and soft. Lin Kurson's body stiffened abruptly, as if she had been electrocuted, and she withdrew her hand in a flash. Qin Feng was also stunned. He could clearly feel the slight tremor in her fingertips just now. Ding! Detected that the host has engaged in extremely intimate physical contact lips with their destined Taoist partner, Lin Kurson. Detected, Lin Kurson's heart rate instantly exceeded 150. Adrenaline surged. Emotional assessment, extreme shyness and intense excitement. Congratulations, host. Your yin-yang harmony has surpassed the 50% mark. Unlock new feature Harmony Halo. Before Qin Feng could even rejoice at the fact that the harmony level had exceeded 50%, he was drawn to this Harmony Halo. What is this thing? Just as he was about to check, he saw Lin Kurson across from him suddenly stand up from her chair, not daring to look at him, and leave with a I'm going to the restroom before rushing to the back of the shop as if fleeing. Watching her fleeing figure, Qin Feng touched his lips, where the warmth of her fingertips and a faint fragrance still lingered. He couldn't help but laugh. This bowl of noodles is sickeningly sweet. Chapter 20 Soaring National Fortune and New Crisis. Qin Feng sat at the bar, in high spirits, checking out the newly unlocked features. Harmony Aura Beginner. Type, Passive Aura Skill. Effect, activated when the host's yin-yang harmony with any chosen Taoist partner exceeds 50%. A harmony field will form within a 10-meter radius around the host. Force field effect 1 for Tao companions. All bound Tao companions within the aura's range gain plus 10% spiritual energy recovery speed, plus 5% cultivation speed, and plus 20% resistance to negative status effects. The closer the relationship with the host, the stronger the bonus. Force field effect 2 against enemies. All hostile targets within the aura's range, specifically those with the yin or chaos attributes, will be affected by the suppression effect, reducing all attributes by 5%. Note, this is a powerful skill that can turn you into a mobile fountain and a team mascot. Make good use of your wife-killing aura to make your partners fight even harder for you. Qin Feng's eyes widened after reading the introduction. A mobile water fountain? Team mascot? Isn't this just like the support aura in a game? Moreover, it's bidirectional, providing buffs to teammates and debuffs to enemies. Although the initial bonuses and debuffs are only slight, it's an aura. It's an area of effect. If I have more Taoist partners in the future, and we all go on missions together, I just need to stand in the center of the battlefield and do nothing, and I can give all my wives, all my partners a buff. This is practically a divine skill tailor-made for a lazy bum like him. The wife-killing aura? System, isn't there something wrong with your wording? What do you mean by killing one's wife? This is clearly bringing good fortune to one's wife. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied with this new feature. He had even begun to fantasize about a future where he would be surrounded by beautiful women on both sides, with a group of powerful Taoist partners following behind him. All he would have to do is shout 666 from behind. The scene was so beautiful. Just as he was happily daydreaming, Lin Kurson returned from the bathroom. Her face wasn't as red anymore, but her eyes were still somewhat evasive, and she didn't dare to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Let's go back, she said softly. Okay, sure. Qin Feng nodded and stood up from his chair. The two said goodbye to the shop manager, who was still wiping the dishes, and left the ramen shop. As soon as he stepped outside, Qin Feng's communicator rang. It was Xia Wanqing. Mission accomplished. How does it feel, Comrade Qin Feng? Her voice was full of sarcasm. Reporting to Sister Xia, mission successfully completed. Qin Feng was in high spirits and even joked with her, the ramen was delicious, I'd like to come again next time. Also, I seriously suspect that the organization has set me up in a sweet trap. Xiao Wanqing's giggles came from the other end of the communicator. Whether the trap worked or not, you know in your heart. Check your system panel, there's a surprise. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately opened the system interface that only he could see. Then, his breath hitched. At the top of the system panel, the number representing national fortune points was no longer the pitiful 100 it used to be. Instead, 1100. A full 1100 points. What's going on? Qin Feng asked in shock. I didn't go on a mission, so where did I get 1,000 points of national fortune? Who said you didn't go on a mission? Xiao Wanqing laughed. Have you forgotten? Soul of Tonkatsu Ramen is a C-rank food-type demon. You passed its test, making it willingly offer up ramen containing its primordial energy. In the system's judgment, this is equivalent to a perfect non-combat subjugation. Therefore, the system awarded you the full 1,000 points of national fortune reward. Most importantly, Xiao Wanqing's tone became somewhat excited, because your and Lin Kursan's yin-yang harmony reached 50%, the completion rating for this mission is S. There has been no reduction in rewards. This is the first time we VE received the full reward. Qin Feng's heart began to pound violently. So that's how it is. A perfect date not only boosted the harmony rating to 50%, but also earned 1,000 points of national fortune for free. This happiness came so suddenly. How are you feeling, Qin Feng? Xiao Wanqing's voice rang out again, but this time, it carried a hint of solemnity. Now, do you understand the importance of the yin-yang harmony? It's not just about your laid-back life, but also about the future of our entire country. Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I see. Previously, he had only passively gone through the motions of completing tasks in order to maintain his comfortable life. But now, when he sees that 1,100 point in the nation's fortune, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and responsibility arises spontaneously. It turns out that I really can make such a huge contribution to this country. Moreover, it was done in his favorite way, eating, drinking, and having fun. Very good. Xiao Wanqing seemed quite satisfied with his attitude. Qin Feng, keep up the good work. The organization has high hopes for you. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. However, don't get too excited. I have some bad news for you. Bad news? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yes. Xiao Wanqing's voice turned serious. Just now, our Ruins Rift monitoring station in the East China Sea sent back the highest level red alert. An extremely massive and unprecedented super-large rift has appeared in the East China Sea region. Based on preliminary assessments of energy fluctuations, its stability is extremely high, and its size is at least 10 times that of an ordinary rift. Our expert team analyzed the situation overnight and came to a despairing conclusion behind this rift. What we connect to may not be an ordinary demon fragment space, but a complete, mature void realm. A complete void realm plane? Although Qin Feng didn't understand these concepts very well, he knew that this was definitely not a good thing. What does this mean? He asked in a deep voice. This means the scale of the war may be escalating across the board. Xiao Wanqing's voice was filled with exhaustion and worry. Before, we were only facing some small insects that squeezed in through the cracks in the door. But now, a real door is being slowly pushed open. Based on the energy composition analysis of the rift, the first thing that may descend upon our world through the rift is demons from the deep-sea vengeful spirit realm. They are a terrifying group of beings that revel in submerging and devouring land. And their first target will most likely be the East China Sea coast of our China, and Jiangcheng, where we are. Jiangcheng? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Lin Kursan beside him. Lin Kursan seemed to have received the same message from her communicator. Her pretty face, which had just been flushed and shy, had turned deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with solemnity and horror. Without warning, the piercing air raid sirens blared across the city. Woo 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 woo. Countless citizens rushed out of shopping malls, office buildings, and their homes, staring at the sky in panic. The atmosphere in the food court instantly shifted from relaxed to tense. An unprecedented and enormous crisis, like a shadow, loomed over this bustling city. Qin Feng looked at the fearful and uneasy faces around him, and then at the girl beside him whose face was pale but whose eyes had become resolute again. He knew that his leisurely dating time was over. The real test has only just begun. Chapter 21 National Fortune Mall opens. The piercing air raid siren sounded like a rusty saw blade, slicing fiercely across the sky above Jiangcheng. Just a moment ago, Lin Kurson was still immersed in girlish shyness, but her eyes instantly became sharp as knives. She pushed away the ramen bowl in front of her, surrounded by red light, and instinctively rushed out of the store. "Don't go and get yourself killed." A hand grabbed her wrist. Qin Feng pointed with his other hand to the huge holographic advertising screen by the roadside, which was displaying emergency evacuation notices and real-time disaster maps. "Look closely, the center of the rift is in the East China Sea, less than 50 kilometers from here. We're not in the rear, we're right in the bullseye of a major attack." Qin Feng spoke very quickly, his lazy demeanor gone, replaced by a survival instinct called wanting to live. Lin Kurson was startled. Then, Xiao Wanqing's anxious screams came through the communicator, with background noise consisting of static and explosions. "Lin Kurson, immediately establish a defensive line on the spot. The international food city is densely populated, we can't let the demons disperse the crowd." And Xiao Wanqing's voice suddenly rose, "Protect Qin Feng at all costs. If he dies, or even if he is infected by the demons, the entire Jiangqing defense line will collapse due to the lack of a purification source. This is a death order." Qin Feng, listening from the side, turned green with anger. "I don't want to hear it. What do you mean by lack of purification sources? I'm just a frail history major, not an air purifier." Boom! His answer was a thunderclap. The once azure sky seemed to have been splashed with ink, turning pitch black in an instant. Then, thick, foul-smelling black raindrops pelted down relentlessly. "Something's wrong with this rain." Raindrops fell on the asphalt road, making a sizzling, corrosive sound and sending up plumes of white smoke. The roadside trees, after being soaked by the rain, instantly peeled off their bark, their trunks twisted and swelled, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into anemone-like monsters waving tentacles. Roar! Inside the food court, the low-level food demons, who were originally locked in cages awaiting slaughter, were stimulated by the black rain. Their eyes turned red, their bodies swelled up, and they roared as they broke through the cages, indiscriminately attacking the panicked diners around them. "Damn it!" Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, conjuring a psionic longsword out of thin air in her hand, and cleaved a mutated king crab that was pouncing on a passerby in two. Qin Feng huddled under the eaves of the convenience store, looking at this hellish scene, his hands trembling like a Parkinson's patient. "System! Help! I want to go home. I want to sleep in." Ding! Host detected in an extremely dangerous environment. National Fortune Mall has been automatically activated. Host's current National Fortune points balance, 1,100 points. Browse? Browse! Hurry, hurry, hurry! A holographic interface, shimmering with golden light, instantly unfolded before Qin Feng's eyes. The goods are dazzling, ranging from individual weapons to cultivation techniques. Single soldier exoskeleton blueprint basic, price, 2,000 National Fortune points. Foundation building pill perfect grade, price, 5,000 National Fortune points. Two-dimensional foil under seal, price, 99,999,999 National Fortune points. Basic elixir, price, 50 National Fortune points bottle. Looking at that string of zeros, Qin Feng felt like he was about to have a heart attack. This is a rip-off. This is a complete rip-off. Qin Feng looked at his pitiful 1,100 points balance. He had just thought he was a millionaire, but now he realized he was at best a poor person receiving welfare. Bang! The manhole cover at the end of the street exploded, and black sewage shot into the sky. The first wave of Void Realm Vanguard emerged. They were monsters called Deep Diving Corpse, covered in slippery blue scales, wielding pale bone spikes, and moving as nimbly as monkeys. "Protect the people and evacuate." Lin Kurson let out a delicate shout, her whole body bursting into crimson flames, and she charged into the monster horde like a fiery butterfly. However, the situation is not optimistic. The black rain that filled the sky acted as a natural fire extinguisher. Lin Kurson's prized Phoenix Flame was weakened by a full 30% under the suppression of the black rain. With each circulation of her spiritual energy, she could feel a cold, stagnant sensation in her meridians, as if countless ants were crawling in her blood vessels. Damn it, this rain can seal away spiritual energy. Lin Kurson forced back 3 rotting corpses with a single strike, but more monsters poured out of the sewers, a dark and despairing mass. Her protective aura grew dimmer, and her breathing became rapid. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a strange scene on the roadside out of the corner of her eye. Qin Feng was squatting by the flower bed, shivering, holding a pink floral umbrella he had pilfered from a convenience store. Surprisingly, the black rain, which was highly corrosive and polluting, turned into white steam and dissipated instantly when it came within a meter of Qin Feng's body, just like snow meeting a hot iron. Even a mutated lobster that tried to ambush Qin Feng let out a miserable scream as soon as it rushed into that area, its whole body smoking as it collapsed to the ground. A mobile spring? The word flashed through Lin Kurson's mind. Without further hesitation, she turned and leaped back to Qin Feng's side. Instantly, the chilling, stagnant feeling vanished. In its place emanated a warm, pure young aura emanating from Qin Feng. His previously depleted spiritual energy began to rapidly recover, and the suppressed flames surged 3 feet higher with a whoosh. What the hell? What are you doing? Qin Feng was startled and shrank back as the fireman suddenly appeared beside him. That's state property. Don't burn my eyebrows. Shut up. Don't move. Lin Kurson was fully revived. With a swing of her long sword, she unleashed a 10-meter-long fiery blade aura, slicing the 5 rotting corpses in front of her into charred remains. Once her spiritual energy was depleted or she felt a chill in her body, she would immediately retreat to Qin Feng's side to borrow a couple of seconds of buff before rushing out to slash and kill again. Qin Feng, holding a pink floral umbrella, watched Lin Kurson jumping around him repeatedly, and his mentality collapsed. I am a top-tier strategic resource. Not some mana-restoring totem you can just plant in the ground for. Can't you at least show some respect for my status? Enough talk. Here comes the big one. Lin Kurson shouted sharply, her eyes fixed on the end of the street. A nauseating, fishy smell wafted over. Hiss. With a sharp screech, a gigantic monster, over 3 meters tall and with 4 arms, burst through the rain. Its lower body was a snake's tail, its upper body was covered in fleshy growths, and each of its 4 hands held a rusty steel fork. Elite-level demon, Tidecaller Naga. Combat strength assessment, C+ increased to be due to black rain environment. The monster's eyes flashed with a cruel red light. It waved its 4 arms, and the surrounding water instantly gathered into a black waterspout, carrying an aura of destruction, heading straight for Lin Kurson. Get out of the way. Lin Kurson was shocked this was an attack she couldn't possibly withstand right now. But Qin Feng was right behind her. If she hid, Qin Feng would surely die. Let's give it our all. Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, squeezed out all the spiritual power in her body, and wielded the knife with both hands, fiercely slashing down at the waterspout. Boom! Water and fire collided, creating a huge cloud of steam. With such a vast difference in strength, Lin Kurson was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily at Qin Feng's feet. Her chest heaved violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her psionic longsword shattering into starlight. Kurson! Qin Feng called out the name subconsciously. The Tidecaller Naga let out a triumphant laugh, its serpentine tail slithering as it raised its steel fork, this time aiming for the 2 men's heads. It's over. Qin Feng looked at Lin Kurson, whose face was pale and who was struggling to stand up but collapsed helplessly. If she dies, this chapter will be a tragedy. No, if she dies, I'll have to find a new destined partner to raise my favorability with. How much money will that cost? How many meals will I have to treat her to? It's too much trouble. A ruthless glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. System. Redeem that one for me. The most expensive one. Ding. Do you wish to spend 1,000 national fortune points to exchange for the one-time item Divine Fire Descent's trial card fake? Change it. Hurry up. Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. That was 1,000 points he had just warmed up. That was his retirement pension, his luxury yacht, his beanbag chair. Redeem successful. Balance, 100 points. Warning, this item possesses immense power and is of pure yang attribute. The host cannot bear it on their own, it must be released through a destined companion as a medium. Trigger condition, the larger the contact area between limbs, the higher the energy transfer efficiency and the stronger the power. More contact? Can't this broken system be serious for once? Seeing the approaching steel fork, Qin Feng couldn't care less about anything else. He took a step forward, came behind Lin Kurson, put his hands under her armpits, scooped her up from the ground, and held her tightly in his arms. Qin Feng? Lin Kurson's consciousness was blurred, and she only felt a hot chest pressed against her back. Don't speak. Raise your hands. Point them at that ugly monster. Qin Feng roared in her ear, his voice filled with the grief and indignation of losing everything. Burn it to death. The next second, a terrifyingly hot golden current surged wildly into Lin Kurson's body from their tightly pressed backs. At this moment, Qin Feng was not just a power bank, he was practically a nuclear reactor. Lin Kurson felt as if her soul was being ignited. That wasn't her phoenix flame, it was a higher level, more domineering, and purer, the true fire of the sun. She subconsciously raised her right hand and pushed her palm forward. A loud phoenix cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. No longer ordinary fire, a giant phoenix composed entirely of golden flames roared out from Lin Kurson's palm. In that instant, the black rain that filled the sky instantly vaporized. A golden phoenix pierced the darkness, like divine punishment descending, and swallowed the arrogant Tidecaller Naga whole. There was no explosion, no loud noise. Only silent annihilation. The elite-level demon didn't even have time to scream before it turned to ashes. The golden flames continued their relentless assault, sweeping across the entire street and burning all the deep-sea corpses and mutated plants along the way to nothingness, leaving behind a lava trench 10 meters wide and 100 meters long on the asphalt road. Silence. A deathly silence. In the sky, the dark clouds had been burned through by the attack, and a beam of long-awaited sunlight shone down, enveloping the two of them. Lin Kurson stared blankly at her right hand, which was still emitting blue smoke, feeling the vast divine power remaining in her body, and was completely shocked. She slowly turned her head to look at the man who was holding her from behind. In the sunlight, Qin Feng's profile looked so resolute actually, his face was stiff from heartache and so profound actually, he was calculating the losses. Qin Feng, you. Lin Kurson's heart pounded, a wave of unprecedented security and admiration washing over her. This guy, who usually seemed so lazy, actually, possessed such terrifying power? And he was willing to reveal his trump card to save her? However, before she could even gather her words of gratitude, the man who had just been like a god descending to earth suddenly buckled at the knees, knelt on the ground, and let out a heart-wrenching wail as he looked at the ashes scattering in the wind. My 1,000 points. You're gone just like that. I didn't even hear a sound. Qin Feng pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at the ashes on the ground and cursing, "You wasteful wretch. Why couldn't you have held on a little longer? You died in an instant. Do you know how expensive that was? That was my life savings for my coffin." Lin Kurson. The nascent feelings of beauty and emotion shattered instantly. Chapter 22. This wave was a huge profit. My 1,000 points. I didn't even hear a sound. Qin Feng knelt on the scorching asphalt road, pounding the ground with his fists, his voice as mournful as if his first wife had just died. Lin Kurson stared blankly at this scene. In her eyes, the man wasn't distressed about the points, but rather pained by the fact that he had used forbidden power. That's the legendary true fire of the sun, how could it come without a price? He must have burned through his lifespan or overdrawn some irreversible foundation to deliver that life-saving blow. Qin Feng. Lin Kurson's eyes reddened, her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a large hand. You don't have to do this for me. Bite. A crisp electronic sound suddenly exploded in Qin Feng's mind, interrupting his spellcasting. Settlement complete. Target to be killed, elite-level demon, Tidecaller Naga C+ rank. Rating, SSS Overkill Perfect Protection. Reward calculation, base reward 1000 points plus reward for killing enemies above a higher level 500 points plus reward for perfect defense 500 points. Total gained, 2000 national fortune points. Dropped item, Naga C Soul Orb rare material, can be exchanged for 500 points. The crying stopped abruptly. Qin Feng remained kneeling, and his originally contorted and painful features relaxed at a visible speed. Before he could even suppress his smile, the corners of his mouth had already turned up to his ears. If we disregard physical inertia, this is nothing short of a medical miracle. Hey! You made a profit? Qin Feng sprang up from the ground instantly, dusted off his knees, and casually pulled out a blue bead from the pile of ashes. Luckily, I broke even, otherwise I would have lost a fortune. He wiped the beads on his sleeve, a practiced motion like an old man playing with walnuts. Lin Kurson. The heartfelt confession that had just reached her lips was swallowed back down. Does this person have schizophrenia? 1 second they're in excruciating pain, the next they're beaming with joy? No, that's not right. Lin Kurson's eyes narrowed, and she began to analyze herself. He must not want me to feel guilty, so he is deliberately putting on this greedy and mercenary act. Qin Feng, you're hiding it too well. Just then, an indescribable heat erupted from his dantian. Lin Kurson let out a muffled groan, her whole body turning into a strange flush, like a boiled shrimp, with visible white smoke even rising from her head. The sun's true fire is too domineering. Although it was just a borrowed release, the yang energy remaining in her meridians was far beyond what her current body could withstand. Her legs buckled and she fell backward. A hand steadily supported her lower back. The moment their skin touched, Lin Kurson felt as if she had fallen from a volcano into cool mint water. Xin Feng's Tai demon suppressing body activated automatically, like a powerful exhaust fan, frantically drawing out the volatile heat toxins from her body. Don't move. Xin Feng frowned. The woman was burning hot, like a hand warmer. Are you running a fever? Lin Kurson couldn't hear what he was saying at all. Survival instinct overwhelmed reason. She wrapped her arms around Xin Feng's neck, clinging to him like an octopus, wishing she could meld herself into his very bones. Only by sticking close to him can you avoid being burned to death. Hey! In broad daylight. Xin Feng tried to push her away, but the other woman was incredibly strong. I'm a national strategic resource, not your human air conditioner. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sound of an engine tore through the rain. 3 heavy armored vehicles painted in SWAT camouflage crashed through the roadblock and screeched to a halt in front of the 2 men. The car door opened, and a team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped out, their guns pointing warily around them. The team leader, a burly man with a full beard, was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene before him. The ground was covered with traces of demons vaporized by the high temperature, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. In the center of the ruins, their Valkyrie Lin Kurson was weakly clinging to a boy wearing a hoodie, her face flushed and her clothes disheveled. The boy was fair-skinned and clean-cut. He looked like an untrained, weak college student. Reporting to command, target located. The captain pressed his earpiece, his eyes sweeping over Xin Feng with disdain. Commissioner Lin appears to be injured from exhaustion, and there is another survivor at the scene. In his view, it must have been Lin Kurson who risked everything to unleash her ultimate move and clear the field, thus saving this gigolo who lived off his wife. Quick! Stretcher, the captain waved his hand. Get Commissioner Lin into the car, and stuff that man into the next one in the back. Etc. Xin Feng suddenly shouted and struggled to drag Lin Kurson, who was hanging on him, 2 steps toward the flower bed by the roadside. The captain frowned. That's a safety hazard area, what are you doing? If you're afraid of dying, get in the car now. Xin Feng ignored him, bent down to pick up the claw of a mutated mantis shrimp that had been killed by the shock, and then pointed to the 2 deep-sea corpses next to him. These bodies must be taken away. They're all national property. They can't be wasted. In his mind, he was frantically calculating: C-grade mutated carapace, 5 points for recycling; corpse poison sac, 2 points for recycling. That's dozens of points again. The Special Forces soldiers looked at each other, their eyes practically overflowing with contempt. Even at this point, this man is still greedy for such a small gain? Lin Kurson nestled in Xin Feng's arms, feeling the reassuring coolness, but a slight smile played on her lips. Only she knew that this seemingly greedy and cowardly man had just burned through the sky with a single blow. Jiangcheng Gymnasium, temporary resettlement area. Everywhere there were cries and the smell of disinfectant. Xin Feng and Lin Kurson were placed in the VIP lounge, which was actually a converted athlete's locker room. Unfortunately, Lin Kurson's situation is too unique right now. Several military doctors surrounded her, sweating profusely with anxiety, but none of them dared to touch her. A nurse just tried to take her temperature, and the thermometer exploded as soon as it touched her skin. Professor Zhong, what should we do? Xin Feng sat on the edge of the bed, letting Lin Kurson bury her face in his stomach and rub against him, looking utterly hopeless. On the screen on the wall, Professor Zhong Hongru pushed up his glasses, his expression as serious as if he were discussing the Human Instrumentality Project. The data analysis is complete. The Fire Phoenix bloodline within Lin Kurson has undergone a benign mutation and is evolving into the Golden Crow Fire Phoenix. However, this process requires an extremely large amount of yang energy to neutralize it, otherwise she will self-immolate and die. Xin Feng pointed to himself. So my current role is that of a fire extinguisher? No, you are the medicinal ingredient. Professor Zhong solemnly pulled up a diagram of human meridians, saying, ordinary contact is too inefficient. To ensure a high success rate of conversion, you must maintain all-weather, zero-distance, and large-area physical contact for the next week. Xin Feng, speak like a human being. Professor Zhong, that's plain language. Simply put, even when you're sleeping, you have to hold them. The larger the contact area, the better the treatment effect. Xin Feng gasped. What kind of outrageous statements are these? Is this the kind of medical solution that government departments can provide? "Oh, right," Professor Jones said as if he had suddenly remembered something. "Given your outstanding performance this time, and the fact that you unintentionally triggered the extremely rare event of bloodline advancement, the system has generated a special reward announcement." A line of golden text popped up on the screen. Civilization level side quest unlocked, the Artificial God Project. Mission objective: assist your destined partner, Lynn Curson, in completing the Golden Crow and Fire Phoenix bloodline leap. Time limit: 7 days. Reward: civilization level cultivation technique, basic body tempering method for all cultivation version. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Everyone's cultivating immortality? Is this what the system meant by civilization level reward? If this is handed over to the nation, China's overall combat strength will experience a qualitative leap, and fighting against demons will no longer be a matter of risking one's life. I'll do it. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. For the country, for all mankind, I'll endure this hardship. The screen went black. Qin Feng lowered his head. Lynn Curson in his arms was completely delirious with fever, her consciousness teetering on the edge of collapse. She seemed to have received some kind of permission, and her hands, which had been relatively restrained, suddenly became aggressive. Hot. A sweet, cloying murmur. Click. Lynn Curson locked the locker room door behind her. The next second, a tremendous force struck, and Qin Feng felt dizzy. Before he could react, he was already being forcefully pinned down on the narrow single bed by the usually aloof and unapproachable school beauty. Her once clear and cool eyes were now filled with mist and primal desire as she stared intently at Qin Feng, as if she were looking at a chilled watermelon. Qin Feng. Her hot breath sprayed on his neck, her voice trembling, "Help me." Qin Feng swallowed hard, gripping the bedsheet tightly. System, this is to save people. It really is to save people. This is publicly funded medical treatment. It's not like I'm breaking the rules, is it? Chapter 23. Sorry, this is a national level accessory. The air in the locker room was so thick it felt like it could drip water. The high temperature made every metal countertop scalding hot, and white steam billowed in the narrow space, blurring the view as if one had accidentally wandered into the steam room of a sauna. A sweet yet suppressed moan sounded particularly jarring in the quiet room. Qin Feng felt like he was suffocating. At this moment, Lynn Curson completely lost her dignity as a cool and aloof school beauty. Like an octopus struggling for survival, she clung to Qin Feng with both hands and feet, her burning cheeks pressed tightly against his neck, and every breath she took sprayed out a scorching wave of air. "It's hot, so hot," she murmured unconsciously, instinctively searching for a sliver of coolness on Qin Feng's body. It was the desert traveler's thirst for water, the moth's obsession with firelight completely devoid of reason. Qin Feng's hands froze in mid-air, too afraid to move or touch. "It's too hot." Lynn Curson's skin temperature is at least 60 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the protection of the Tai demon suppression body, anyone else would have been burned to the 3rd degree. Ding. High concentration of pure yang energy interaction detected. Yin-yang harmony is soaring, 55%, 60%, 62%. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Force to Work achievement, rewarding you with +10 to your constitution. The numbers on the system panel were jumping faster than an electrocardiogram, but Qin Feng just wanted to cry. This isn't enjoying yourself, it's torture. Because of her awakened bloodline, Lynn Curson possessed astonishing strength. Her 2 long legs locked around his waist like steel clamps, causing his ribs to ache. Worst of all, she kept rubbing against him. Big sister. Commissioner Lin. Heroine Lin. Qin Feng tilted his head back with difficulty, trying to breathe in some less ambiguous air. "I'm a fire extinguisher, not a teething toy. Can you loosen your grip a bit? My back is about to break." His response was an even tighter hug from Lynn Curson, and a tearful, pleading voice, "Don't go, it's cool here." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Fine, for the sake of the nation's fortune, I'll tolerate this 100+ kilogram pendant." Outside the door, the atmosphere was completely different. Special Forces Captain Zhao Lei's face was ashen, his knuckles white from gripping his rifle tightly. He heard the noise inside. The suppressed low breathing, the sound of clothes rubbing together, and the pale-faced man's weak pleas for mercy, all of these automatically filled in his mind to form a disgusting picture. Commissioner Lin collapsed from exhaustion while protecting that good-for-nothing. Now that good-for-nothing is actually taking advantage of Commissioner Lin's unconsciousness to lock the door and do filthy things? Brute! Zhao Lei's eyes were blazing with fury. He had watched Lynn Curson grow up step by step, and in his heart, she was a holy and inviolable Valkyrie. How could she be defiled by such a cowardly and weakling? Captain, the military doctor said Commissioner Lin's condition is critical and we must bring down his temperature immediately. A team member said anxiously. Cool down my ass. If we don't go inside soon, Commissioner Lin's reputation will be ruined. Zhao Lei roared, no longer caring about discipline. Xin Feng. I'll count to 3, and if you don't open the door, I'll kill you. There was no response from inside the locker room, only more rapid breathing. The string of reason in Zhao Lei's mind snapped completely. Break down the door. Boom. The special alloy door was sent flying miserably by the combined impact of the directional blast and Zhao Lei's angry kick, crashing heavily into the opposite wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Lei took the lead, leading 3 fully armed Special Forces soldiers into the house, their guns raised in unison, exuding a murderous aura. Don't move. Hold on. Zhao Lei's roar got stuck in his throat. All the burly men who rushed in froze in an instant. The room was filled with mist, like a fairyland. And in the center of that hazy mist, on the narrow single bed, 2 bodies were tightly intertwined. 2 buttons on Lin Kurson's Special Forces uniform had popped open, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of snow-white skin, now tinged with an alluring pink. She straddled Xin Feng, her arms wrapped around his neck, her face buried in his chest, a posture so intimate it was enough to make one blush and their heart race. Xin Feng, whom they considered useless, was lying on the bed in a spread eagle position, staring at the ceiling with a look of utter despair. Hearing the door being broken down, Xin Feng turned around with difficulty, raised his hands, which were still in a surrender gesture, and gave the group of menacing men an awkward smile. Esteemed heroes. If you don't mind, could you turn the air conditioning down a bit? It's a bit too hot in here. Dead silence. A deathly silence. The Special Forces soldiers' gazes darted back and forth between Xin Feng and Lin Kurson, their worldviews suffering a devastating blow. What's going on? Is this the legendary, forced sexual intercourse? And it seems that it was Commissioner Lin who took the initiative? Zhao Lei's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. He had considered countless possibilities, but this was one he had never considered. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Commissioner Lin was currently delirious. He must have been lured or drugged by this kid. Bastard! Let her go! Enraged, Zhao Lei strode forward, grabbed Xin Feng by the collar, and tried to pull him out from under Lin Kurson. You piece of trash, you dare touch her? Get the hell out of my sight! Zhao Lei is also a sea-level strength enhancer, and this grab, made in anger, was extremely powerful. Caught off guard, Xin Feng was lifted half an inch off the bed. However, just as his body was lifted from Lin Kurson's embrace. Lin Kurson, who was still greedily absorbing the coolness, was like a child whose favorite toy had been taken away, or a dying fish that had been drained of its water source. She suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, the temperature in the locker room suddenly rose by 10 degrees. Those once clear and cold eyes now flickered with 2 golden flames, devoid of any reason, filled only with the rage and fury of being deprived of their necessities for survival. Who dares touch my ice? Roar! A deep roar, as if from an ancient beast, erupted from that petite body. Lin Kurson didn't even see who it was before her body reacted instinctively. His long right leg left a trail of afterimages, and the air crackled with a popping sound due to the high temperature. A perfect, fiery whip kick. Bang! A muffled thud. Captain Zhao Lei, who had been so imposing just moments before, didn't even utter a sound before flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a storage cabinet 5 meters away and smashing a large dent into the metal cabinet. Cough cough. Zhao Lei clutched his chest and slid down, his face filled with horror, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. So strong. The power of that kick was at least 3 times stronger than Commissioner Lin's usual strength. But that wasn't the most devastating thing for him. Under the stunned gaze of all the team members, Lin Kurson, who was in a semi-conscious and berserk state, kicked the interferer away and turned around immediately without even glancing at him, her movements even showing a hint of panic and grievance. She reached out and grabbed Xin Feng by the collar, who was still in a daze, and forcefully and unyieldingly pulled him back. Bang! Xin Feng fell heavily back onto the bed again. The next second, Lin Kurson pounced on him again, hugging his waist tightly, rubbing her cheek eagerly against his neck, and letting out a sigh of utter satisfaction. My cool pillow. No one is allowed to take it. The entire site was petrified. Several Special Forces soldiers nearly dropped their guns. Is this still the same Valkyrie who was indifferent to men and is known as the Jiangda iceberg? A cold, cold pillow? Zhao Lei collapsed to the ground, feeling that the pain in his chest was far less than the pain in his heart. The goddess he desperately tried to save turned around and kicked him, then held that pretty boy in her arms like a treasure. I said. Qin Feng, seeing stars from the impact, stared blankly at the group of stunned Special Forces soldiers, pointing to his head, which was about to fall off his neck. Although I really don't want to disturb everyone's enjoyment of the show, could you please contact Professor Zhong? If no one comes to explain, I'm afraid this brave man will pull out his gun and shoot me. Just then, Zhao Lei's communicator on his chest rang. Professor Zhong Hongru's hoarse roar came from inside, so loud that it could be heard even without headphones. Zhao Lei. Who told you to separate them? Do you even know what you're doing? Qin Feng is currently the only coolant that can suppress the Golden Crow fire within Lin Kerson's body. He is the only catalyst. If they are separated for more than 10 seconds, Lin Kerson will self-immolate due to uncontrolled heat. Are you trying to kill a national strategic weapon? Listen to me. No matter what happens, we absolutely, positively cannot let them separate. Not even a millimeter. The roar from the communicator echoed in the locker room. Zhao Lei opened his mouth wide, looking at Qin Feng, who was lying on the ground with an innocent face, and then at Lin Kerson, who was clinging to Qin Feng like a koala. His face turned from red to white, and then from white to green. Coolant? A medicinal guide? So, when this kid said turn on the air conditioner, he wasn't being indecent, but stating a fact? Ahem. Qin Feng shrugged, trying his best to look like a martyr who died for his country. Captain Zhao, right? Do you understand now? I'm sacrificing my virtue for the country. Half an hour later. Outside the Jiangcheng Gymnasium, evacuating crowds and assembling troops witnessed an unforgettable scene. The rear door of a heavy armored vehicle opened, and 4 Special Forces soldiers carried out a widened, specially made stretcher. On the stretcher, there were no seriously injured people, but a huge silkworm cocoon wrapped tightly in a fire blanket. What is that? A high-level demon that we captured? It looks like it's still moving. Just as everyone was discussing this, a man's lament suddenly came from inside the silkworm cocoon. Gently, don't strangle me, sis, I'm begging you, lots of people are watching. Immediately afterwards, the silkworm pupa wriggled and revealed a man's face, which was Qin Feng. He looked utterly hopeless and tried to cover his face with his hands, but the furry head on his chest refused to cooperate and instead burrowed even deeper into his arms. Holy crap! That's Lin, the school beauty? Some sharp-eyed people recognized Lin Kerson's signature silver short hair. My god! Goddess Lin actually did it in public. Who is that man? Why does Goddess Lin seem to be being coquettish? Isn't this a bit too clingy? Even when he's injured, he wants to stay with her? The crowd erupted in uproar. Countless gazes, filled with shock, jealousy, and gossip, shone on Qin Feng like spotlights. Ding! You've received 999 points of resentment from single people. Ding! You have gained 999 points of jealousy from an admirer. Ding! The achievement of social death has been achieved, and 500 national fortune points have been converted. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Destroy it, quickly. If the price of saving the world is becoming the gossip of the entire city, then I'd rather go and fight the Naga in the deep sea. Zhao Lei followed behind the stretcher, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, but he had no choice but to act as a bodyguard, shouting at the surrounding crowd, "What are you looking at? This is a special medical procedure. Get out of my way." Special medical procedures? The expressions of the surrounding crowd became even more subtle. So the national team has such fancy tricks up their sleeve? Inside the armored vehicle. The heavy armor isolated the noise from the outside world, but it couldn't block out the eerie atmosphere inside the vehicle. Qin Feng lay half reclined on the back seat, with Lin Kerson still clinging to him like a conjoined twin. As time passed, the Tai demon suppressing body began to operate wildly, like a high-powered water pump, continuously drawing out the volatile Golden Crow fire poison from Lin Kerson's body. After the energy entered Qin Feng's body, it did not cause any harm. Instead, after being transformed by the system, it became streams of pure warm currents that nourished his limbs and bones. Absorbed high-quality phoenix essence. Constitution +1. Maximum spiritual power +1. Comfortable. Qin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although the posture was a bit embarrassing, the feeling of leveling up while AFK was really great. However, side effects also followed. As the fire poison was removed, Lynn Curson's high fever began to subside, and her mind gradually cleared from its confusion. In the bumpy carriage, Lynn Curson's previously dazed eyes slowly regained focus. She felt herself lying on a warm and firm chest, surrounded by a pleasant, crisp masculine scent. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his waist, and her thighs were pressed against him in an extremely unladylike manner. She could even clearly feel that the human cushion beneath her was undergoing some awkward changes due to certain uncontrollable physiological factors. Lynn Curson's body stiffened instantly. Those crazy, shameful memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave. It's hot, help me. Don't touch my cold pillow. No one is allowed to take it. Boom. Lynn Curson felt like her skull was about to explode. The face, which had already recovered from the fever, instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed, and even the roots of the ears were burning. She suddenly looked up and met a pair of eyes filled with helplessness and mockery. Sheen Fong was looking down at her, a smug smile playing on his lips. You're awake? Commissioner Lin? Why don't you get off me first? Although I'm doing this for the sake of the country, this position is indeed easy to misunderstand. Besides, you're really heavy. Lynn Curson's CPU is completely overloaded. Shame, anger, embarrassment, and a strange sense of panic made her tremble all over. She instinctively wanted to eject and take off, to escape this deadly scene. Don't move! Professor Zhong's voice rang out over the car radio at the opportune moment, carrying an undeniable sternness. Lynn Curson! Although your vital signs are stable, your bloodline fusion is at its most critical moment. Once you are separated from Qin Feng's contact, the energy backlash will immediately kill you. This is an order. Maintain the current posture. Hold him tight. Until we reach Destiny Manor. Lynn Curson's body, which had just managed to prop itself up, froze in mid-air. She looked at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng looked at her. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart, their breaths mingling. Qin Feng sighed, shrugged, and looked like he was helpless. Did you hear that? That's an order. Commissioner Lin, for the sake of the country and the people, please bear with it and continue to be my accessory. He paused, deliberately glancing at her part where her collar had ripped open, then very gentlemanly looked away and added in a low voice. Actually, she does have a pretty good figure. Qin Feng. Lynn Curson gritted her teeth. If looks could kill, Qin Feng would have been torn to pieces by now. But she dared not move. She could only bury her face in his chest like an ostrich, filled with shame and indignation. She could only crawl back into the embrace that made her grit her teeth in hatred, yet also inexplicably reassured. I've never been so humiliated in my life. Half an hour later, at Destiny Manor. As a strategic base of the highest national priority, it has now activated the highest level of combat readiness defense. Director Wang Manha stood at the entrance of the manor, followed by a group of experts in white coats. The car door opened. Everyone had expected to see 2 wounded soldiers on the verge of death. As a result, what came into view was Lynn Curson, her face flushed shyly, clinging to Qin Feng's arm forcefully, and Qin Feng, looking refreshed, well-rested, as if he had just returned from his honeymoon. Although their clothes were somewhat disheveled, the pungent, lingering odor between them could be smelled from 10 meters away. Oh. Director Wang Manha raised an eyebrow and gave a meaningful, ant-like smile. It seems the treatment is quite effective. She completely ignored Lynn Curson's hesitant, humiliated, and desperate pleading eyes, and waved her hand dismissively. In that case, to consolidate the therapeutic effect, you two should not stay separately tonight. Open up the Tongshin Pavilion. It's south the place with the most spiritual energy in the manor. The key thing is that the bed is big enough. You're welcome. This is a special benefit the organization provides for you. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Big bed? Then do you have that? Qin Feng. Shut up. Lynn Curson finally couldn't hold back anymore and stomped on his instep. In this atmosphere filled with ambiguity and joy, a piercing red alarm suddenly sounded over the manor, tearing the night sky apart. Warning! Warning! Ultra-high energy level fluctuations detected. Location, due west. Ability level assessment, nation-destroying level. The smile on Qin Feng's face vanished instantly. A bright red pop-up window appeared on the system panel in front of him. A vessel of the Western Divine Court civilization has been detected forcibly descending. Target locked, hosts bound Taoist partner Lynn Curson, the embryonic form of the Golden Crow and Fire Phoenix. Mission hint: the Western gods have sensed the awakening of the Eastern divine beast's bloodline, and they want to steal your wife. Qin Feng paused for a second, then his eyes gradually turned cold. An unprecedented aura of hostility erupted from this young man who always wore a nonchalant smile. Stealing a wife? Is that stealing a wife? They're trying to cut off my nation's lifeline. They're trying to steal my ATM. The Western Divine Court, is it? Qin Feng cracked his knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Did you ask me about those 1,000 points of national fortune? Chapter 24 Western Birdman? Is he here to deliver takeout? The piercing air raid siren sounded like a rusty saw, frantically cutting through the night sky above Destiny Manor. The once tranquil manor instantly erupted in chaos, with several layers of blue psionic defense barriers rising up, only to crumble like melting snow the moment they came into contact with the flare falling from the sky. Warning! Energy level cannot be measured. Threshold exceeded. Inside the underground command center, the flashing red lights were unsettling. Wang Mon stared intently at the ever-expanding golden light source on the large screen, her fingernails digging deep into her palms. The monitor's voice trembled slightly. Director, the waveform analysis is complete. It's not a demon from the void realm. This frequency carries divinity. It's the sequence of the 12 Olympian gods of Europe. This is a divine descent. Boom! The loud noise did not come from an explosion, but from a tremor at the level of the soul. The solar flare hovered 30 meters directly above the Tongshin Pavilion, its golden light receding to transform into a giant of light and shadow, over 10 meters tall. He was clad in platinum armor in the style of ancient Greece, with wings on his back, his face blurred yet exuding an aura of cold indifference and nobility that commanded the kneeling of all beings. The Western Divine Court Inspector projection of the Archangel. Lowly ants from the east. The giant's voice, like rolling thunder, boomed across the manor, echoing directly in everyone's minds without needing any amplification equipment. He ignored the special forces on the ground who were on high alert, and his eyes, burning with the flame of the Holy Spirit, precisely locked onto Lin Kurson inside the armored vehicle through the roof. You sinners who have stolen the power of the sun god, hand over the fire of the phoenix, and I will grant you a complete corpse. The temperature inside the carriage plummeted. Lin Kurson's cheeks, which had been flushed from a high fever, instantly turned deathly pale. As an awakened being, she could feel the absolute suppression from a higher level of existence more acutely than ordinary people. It was the gaze of God upon humanity. They're after me. Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, a resolute glint in her eyes. The current Chinese nation is not yet prepared for a full-scale war with the Western Divine Court. If, because of him, the Destiny Manor is destroyed, and Qin Feng beside him. Let me go. Her voice was hoarse as she tried to pry Qin Feng's hands off her waist. Qin Feng, you're just an accessory. Don't be a hero now, run. She wanted to struggle to her feet, to walk out and face death like a warrior. However, the hands around her waist remained motionless, like iron clamps. Qin Feng not only didn't let go, but instead rubbed his chin against her burning shoulder, and even went so far as to yawn. Don't move around, I just found a comfortable position. Qin Feng's voice was lazy, with a nasal tone that sounded like he hadn't woken up yet. The air conditioner upstairs seems to be leaking air, it's so noisy. Lin Kurson was stunned. Was he terrified? That's a god. Qin Feng was certainly not stupid, but he was very angry. I'm very angry. Just now, the instant that Birdman appeared, a blood-red, bold pop-up appeared on his system panel. Warning. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Objective, to plunder the host's bound Taoist partner Lin Kurson and strip her of the Golden Crow and Phoenix Fire Seeds. Consequences, if the Taoist partner is taken away, the host will lose their only national fortune ATM and legitimate bed warmer, and due to the break in the binding relationship, the host will be eliminated by the system. Qin Feng's eyes twitched violently as he looked at the line of text. Stealing a wife? Strip the embers? This isn't a divine intervention, it's clearly someone coming to steal his bank card, burn his savings book, and even take away his livelihood. For this little bit of national fortune, I've thrown away all my pride and performed like a human pendant in front of the whole city. I finally managed to raise my favorability, and now you, with wings, are trying to steal the fruits of my labor? Did you ask me? I was saying. Through the shattered car window, Qin Feng looked up, pointed at the arrogant giant of light and shadow in the sky, and roared with all his might. Hey! You winged birdman! Who are you shining a flashlight at in the middle of the night? Did you get permission from the neighborhood committee? Do you have a temporary residence permit? The entire room fell silent. The Special Forces soldiers, who were preparing for a desperate fight, trembled and their guns nearly went off. The projection of the Archangel in the sky was clearly not prepared for this opening, and a momentary pause appeared on its indifferent face. Birdman? Temporary residence permit? Blasphemer. The Archangel's voice carried a hint of anger, and the surrounding space began to distort. Die. He didn't bother with further words, raising his right hand high, and endless light particles converged wildly. A judgment spear 100 meters long took shape in the night sky, radiating a sacred aura that could destroy everything. For the glory of Europe. The light spear fell. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a soft sizzle like a hot knife cutting through butter. The sturdy alloy roof of the Tongshin Pavilion instantly vaporized, and the light spear, carrying a deadly intent, pierced straight at the two people inside the carriage. No! Wang Manha screamed desperately in the command room. Lin Kurson instinctively closed her eyes, using her last bit of strength to try to turn over and shield Qin Feng. But she failed. Qin Feng held her tightly in his arms, even pressing her head down with disgust. Don't look up, it's too bright. The next second, Qin Feng raised his right hand. Without any fluctuations of spiritual energy or the activation of any cultivation technique, he simply reached out his hand to the judgment spear, which was powerful enough to pierce through mountains, as if he were catching an apple falling from a tree. Sizzle! A sickening electrical hum rang out. The anticipated destruction did not occur. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the terrifying spear of light, upon touching Qin Feng's palm, was sucked into his mouth like noodles. High-purity divine power of light detected. The Tai demon suppressing body is operating, transforming into pure energy. National fortune points plus 500. Plus 500. Plus 500. Qin Feng's body was like a bottomless black hole. The light spear shrank and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into pure streams of light that pierced into his body. In just 3 seconds. That attack, powerful enough to destroy half of Jiangcheng, vanished without a sound. Belch. Under the silent night sky, Qin Feng let out an extremely loud burp. He even exhaled a golden smoke ring. Pa! Qin Feng shook his hand in disgust, as if he had just eaten something unclean. This light is a bit spoiled. It tastes astringent. It's not as good as the ramen I had before. Thumbs down. In the sky, the projection of the Archangel was as stiff as a plaster statue. He had lived for thousands of years and had seen strong people who resisted divine punishment and cowards who knelt down and begged for mercy, but he had never seen a monster who treated the light of judgment like a snack and then complained about the taste after eating it. What kind of creature is this? You, the voice of the Archangel wavered for the first time. What do you mean, you? Qin Feng interrupted him impatiently. He quickly browsed the system shop, his eyes locking onto a newly unlocked temporary item. Item name, calling a deer a horse megaphone. Price, 500 national fortune points. Function, consumes divinity points to inflict conceptual insults and a dimensional reduction attack on the target. Note, since one can consume divine power, it's reasonable to insult gods, right? Exchange. A large red and white megaphone appeared out of thin air in Qin Feng's hand. He brought the megaphone to his lips, took a deep breath, and shouted into the sky. Based on my professional assessment, you are not an angel at all. You're that mutated ostrich spirit who escaped from Jiangcheng Wildlife Park 2 years ago. You haven't even grown all your feathers yet. What are you pretending to be? Get down here right now for a quarantine check. I see your face is dark, you probably have bird flu. System notification, conceptual strike in effect. Divine interference activated. As Qin Feng finished speaking, a strange power of rules instantly enveloped the giant of light and shadow. In everyone's sight, the once sacred and inviolable angel suddenly became comical. The wings of light on his back began to flutter down like a feather duster, and his originally dazzling platinum armor inexplicably turned into a dusty, feathery mess. The most terrifying thing was that he originally wanted to chant divine words, but the sound that came out of his throat was Ga. Ga ga. All prestige has been shattered. That lofty, divine aura collapsed into an absurd farce at this moment. You bastard. The Archangel was filled with shame and rage, his divine core trembling violently. As an embodiment of faith, this conceptual humiliation was more fatal to him than any physical injury. He stared in horror at the man below holding a megaphone, who had a welcome to the buffet expression on his face. The man's body contained a kind of nothingness that even the gods trembled. Run! We have to run! Blasphemers! The divine army will surely crush the East. After leaving behind a weak and unconvincing statement, the angelic projection didn't even dare to make another move. It transformed into a streak of light and fled towards the western horizon, its speed more than twice as fast as when it arrived. TCH, coward. Shinfeng pursed his lips, reluctantly put away the megaphone, and glanced at the system panel. Repel the divine projection and avert the loss to the nation's destiny. Reward, 2,000 national fortune points. Current national fortune points balance, 3,100. Cool. Indeed, the only shortcut to wealth is to fleece the gods. As the alarm ceased, a deathly silence fell over the manor. Everyone remained gazing up at the sky, their necks stiff. The Special Forces soldiers' expressions changed completely when they saw Qin Feng carrying Lin Kurson out of the ruins. Their previous disdain and incomprehension turned into awe, fear, and even worship. Is this the legendary Gigolo? This is a ferocious beast in human skin. Crushing divine punishment with bare hands, scaring away angels with a single curse. This isn't just about strength, it's about unconventional methods. Quickly! Block the news. Block the news immediately. Inside the command center, Wang Manha trembled with excitement, unaware that the teacup in her hand had long since shattered. She stared intently at Qin Feng on the screen, her eyes gleaming brighter than the searchlight from before. Tai Demon Suppressing Body. So this is the true use of Tai Demon Suppressing Body. This is the special weapon against divine beings I've been looking for. This isn't just a strategic resource, it's a vital national asset. Wang Manha took a deep breath, quickly grabbed the microphone, and although she tried to remain calm, the tremor in her voice betrayed her excitement. Alert! Attention all units, Qin Feng just used a new type of energy neutralization technology. It's a top state secret. In addition, Wang Manha looked at Qin Feng on the screen, who was about to put Lin Kurson down and run away, and a kind smile appeared on her lips. Commissioner Lin is extremely frightened and his blood circulation is very unstable. In order to prevent a second outburst, he must be given the highest level of calming and treatment immediately. Qin Feng, heed my command. Qin Feng, who was about to make an excuse to go back to his room to sleep, suddenly froze. The unquestionable voice of Director Wang came over the loudspeaker. Carry the person into the master bedroom of Tongshin Pavilion. No one is allowed to leave tonight without my order. This is for national security and must be carried out. Qin Feng. He looked down at Lin Kurson in his arms. At this moment, Lin Kurson had long lost the resolve she had shown to face death. With the enemy retreating, the suppressed Golden Crow fire poison surged up again, and coupled with witnessing Qin Feng's heroic protection of his wife, her mental state was completely overwhelmed. She nestled in Qin Feng's arms, her face as red as a boiled shrimp, her eyes glazed over, her fingers gripping Qin Feng's collar tightly. She wanted to look at him but dared not, her hesitant expression making one's heart itch with desire. Lin Kurson's voice was barely audible. Thank you. No need to thank me, I'll deduct money from your pay. Qin Feng twirled his arm irritably. Hurry up, or I'll charge you overtime pay if you keep carrying me. Despite his complaints, he resignedly carried Lin Kurson, stepped over the mess on the floor, and kicked open the door to the only intact bedroom left in Tongshin Pavilion. However, the moment the door opened, both of them were dumbfounded. Inside the luxurious bedroom, which was at least 100 square meters, the lighting was dim and yellowish. In the very center of the room stood a huge red round bed with a diameter of 3 meters. The bed was covered with fresh rose petals arranged in a heart shape, and there were 2 bottles of decanted red wine and a book with a chubby baby on the cover called The Guide to Eugenics in Childbirth, A Guide to Immortality on the bedside table. The air was filled with an expensive and frivolous scent of incense. This isn't a combat readiness restroom, it's clearly a luxury suite in a themed love hotel. Director Wang, aren't you taking this approach a bit too far? Qin Feng's lips twitched, he felt like he'd been tricked by the government. He sighed and tossed Lin Kurson, who was like a hot potato, onto the excessively soft bed. Ah! Lin Kurson gasped as she was enveloped in rose petals. She frantically propped herself up, watching Qin Feng turn to lock the door, her heart pounding in her throat. Why did you lock the door?" she stammered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Qin Feng locked the door with a click, turned around, and slowly unbuttoned his charred coat while pointing helplessly to the wall clock. Sister, didn't Professor Zheng shout it loud enough on the radio just now? All weather, 0 distance, large-scale contact. He casually tossed his coat on the ground, approached the bedside step by step, and looked at Lin Kurson, whose face was flushed and who had nowhere to retreat, a wicked smile with a hint of roguishness curling at the corner of his mouth. "You're like a giant furnace, and I'm like a block of ice. How can we cool each other down through clothes?" Qin Feng knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed, leaned down, and his shadow completely enveloped Lin Kurson. "Don't worry, I'm a professional, or so I guess. Well then, Commissioner Lin, we shall begin the treatment. Chapter 25 Worse Than Beasts and the Midnight Bell. Click. The sound of the door lock clicking shut was particularly crisp in the quiet master bedroom of Tongxin Pavilion. The air was filled with the sweet, cloying scent of crushed rose petals, and the dim lighting created an ambiguous, romantic atmosphere. Lin Kurson was nestled in the center of the soft, round, red bed, her hands gripping the sheets tightly, her knuckles white. She watched Qin Feng unbuttoning his shirt, and her heart felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. Although they had intimate contact before for the purpose of treatment, that was for survival, a wartime situation. Now, the door is locked, the crisis is over, and they are alone on a large bed with red wine. Even the most oblivious person knows what's going to happen next. Lin Kurson kept her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes trembling like startled butterflies, her voice barely a whisper. "You, be gentle." She was a top-level national commissioner, a ruthless Valkyrie who vanquished demons without blinking an eye. But at this moment, she was just a girl experiencing life for the first time, her mind blank. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Qin Feng's voice was very close, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Lin Kurson felt the mattress sink slightly, and the man's presence instantly enveloped her. Resigned, she tilted her head back, awaiting the onslaught. "This is for the country," she comforted herself with this thought. The next second, a pair of strong hands suddenly grabbed her shoulders, and then pulled them forcefully. Hiss! Lin Kurson gasped. Instead of the expected hug, Qin Feng forced her into a standard 5 hearts facing the sky cross-legged position, like handling a large figurine. "Straighten your back. Focus your energy in your lower abdomen. Don't move." Qin Feng shouted with a dark face. He sat cross-legged opposite Lin Kurson, his hands forming a hand seal at an extremely fast speed, and then with a snap, he slammed his palms against Lin Kurson's palms. "Although I'm just an accessory, accessories still have professional ethics." Qin Feng closed his eyes, his face serious, as if performing some sacred ritual. "Young people these days shouldn't have such filthy thoughts. This is dual cultivation healing, not an action movie scene. Come on, repeat after me the mantra, the way of heaven, take from the excess and give to the deficiency." Lin Kurson. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the solemn-looking man opposite her, whose face seemed to say working overtime is really tiring, and her eyes twitched wildly. The shame faded, replaced by an urge to kill. "Dead block of wood. You deserve to be single forever." Ding! High-quality pure EN fire input detected. The efficiency of the Tai demon suppressing body's operation has increased by 300%. Congratulations, host. Spiritual energy liquefaction successful. Realm breakthrough, Qi refining realm. Qin Feng was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he remained as calm as a rock. Is this the true value of a walking human experience pack? Although the golden crow fire poison in Lin Kurson's body was violent, after being filtered and circulated through the two people's bodies, it directly turned into the purest spiritual liquid. One drop of it was equivalent to 3 years of arduous cultivation outside. Cool. As time went by, the heat in Lin Kurson's body gradually subsided, and the comfortable feeling of her meridians being cleansed by the warm spiritual energy slowly dissipated the resentment in her heart. She looked at Qin Feng, who was so close to her. Although this guy is sharp-tongued, lazy, greedy, and cowardly, he didn't let go of the Archangel when he faced him in the armored vehicle. They even pressed her head down to prevent her from being hurt by the bright light. "Hey," Lin Kurson suddenly spoke, her voice a little unnatural, "that megaphone, what kind of magical artifact is it?" Qin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. "Top national secret, sonic causality weapon. Codename Spitfire number 1. Really?" Lin Kurson blinked, her eyes revealing a clear naivete. No wonder, even angels could be driven away by her words. It turns out it's the law of cause and effect. Qin Feng almost couldn't help but laugh. This girl is not only hot-tempered, but also quite hot-headed. Just as the atmosphere was gradually shifting from awkward to an eerily warm one. Ring ring ring. A piercing telephone ring suddenly rang out in the room without warning. Both of them were startled at the same time. Xin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the retro-styled red rotary dial telephone on the bedside table. 3 o'clock in the morning. The entire Destiny Manor is under extreme security. All external communications have long been physically cut off. Why is this purely decorative, erotic telephone ringing? Don't move. Xin Feng pressed down on Lin Kurson, who was trying to get up, and his expression instantly turned cold. He sensed an extremely obscure, chilling, yet imbued with some grand, ancient power emanating from the telephone receiver. It wasn't demonic energy, nor divine power, it was the embers of the laws of time. Xin Feng reached out and slowly picked up the receiver. Sizzle, sizzle. The receiver didn't pick up a human voice, but rather a sharp, screeching noise, like fingernails scratching a blackboard, mixed with deafening explosions, the roar of waves, and desperate cries in the background. Xin Feng? A very weak, intermittent female voice broke through the noise. Xin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the voice all too well. Right across from him, a woman with the same voice was looking at him blankly. But the voice on the phone was more mature, more hoarse, and carried a sense of resolute determination, as if on the verge of death. That's the future Lin Kurson? It's me, Xin Feng said in a deep voice, his fingers tightening around the receiver. Listen, cough cough, don't go to the East China Sea. The voice on the other end of the phone was like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. This is a trap set by the Divine Court. The real target isn't me, it's you. It's a prison for the gods. Beep. The sound stopped abruptly. Without any warning, a ghostly blue flame suddenly erupted from the telephone line in Xin Feng's hand, spreading rapidly along the receiver. Xin Feng. The phone is on fire. Lin Kurson exclaimed in real life. Xin Feng reacted quickly, throwing the burning phone away. Boom! The vintage telephone turned into a cloud of ashes in mid-air, leaving not even a trace of burnt plastic smell, as if it had never existed. Ding! Warning! S-class spacetime disturbance detected. Triggering an emergency hidden main storyline, Days of Future Past. Mission background: in a future timeline, the host dies in battle in the East China Sea, and China sinks. Your Dao companion questionable burns their life force, traversing the river of time to send a warning. Current breakthrough condition: within 3 days, raise Lin Kurson's favorability to life and death together 90% to unlock the combined skill Divine Realm of Unity. Failure penalty: the host will be captured by the Divine Court and reduced to a stud, literally, in a very unpleasant way for breeding divine children. A stallion? Xin Feng's eyes twitched violently as he looked at the bright red countdown on the system panel. Those bastards in the Divine Court not only wanted to steal my wife, but they also wanted to capture me and use me as a breeding machine? How could I possibly tolerate this? He took a deep breath and looked up at Lin Kurson across from him. Lin Kurson felt a chill run down her spine under his suddenly deep and complex gaze, and instinctively shrank back. What's wrong? What did you say on the phone just now? Was it a ghost? It's not a ghost. Xin Feng shook his head. He suddenly leaned forward and grabbed Lin Kurson's hand, which was resting on her knee. This time, it wasn't for cultivation, but to hold hands tightly. What are you doing? Lin Kurson's face flushed red. She tried to pull her hand away, but it was held tightly. That phone call was from the King of Hell. Xin Feng stared into her eyes, his voice low and serious, with an unprecedented earnestness. He said, my fate is too strong, and the underworld dares not accept me. Do you know why? Lin Kurson was stunned by the sudden domineering attitude and subconsciously asked, why? Xin Feng slowly leaned closer, his nose almost touching hers, his warm breath spraying onto her face, because I promised a fool that I would be her cool pillow for life. Those who break their promises will go to the 18th level of hell. Boom! Lin Kurson's mind went completely blank for a moment. Is this a love confession? This guy, who's usually incredibly lazy and haggles over a few hundred points of national fortune, actually said something like that. But for some reason, looking into Xin Feng's eyes, which reflected her image, she felt her heart skip a beat. A bittersweet feeling she had never experienced before overwhelmed her reason like a tidal wave. Ding! Lin Kurson's favorability rating has soared. Current, 85% deeply in love. Yin-yang harmony exceeds 70%. Reward, host's mental strength plus 50. It's done. Xin Feng clenched his fist inwardly. Although his methods were a bit crude, for a proud and aloof Valkyrie like Lin Kurson who had never been in a relationship, a direct approach was a surefire weapon. Lin Kurson stopped struggling. She lowered her eyes, her face as red as a ripe tomato, and gently rested her head on Qin Feng's shoulder, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Who wants your pillow? Just as the atmosphere between the two was getting good, and Qin Feng was preparing to strike while the iron was hot to make up for the last 5% of favorability. Bang bang bang. The door was pounded so hard it nearly knocked the doorframe off. Qin Feng. Commissioner Lin. Wake up. Something terrible has happened. A hysterical scream, almost choked with sobs, came from outside the door. That archangel, that jerk is live streaming. He's live streaming globally. Qin Feng. Veins bulged on his forehead. Why now of all times? Do all these people from the Divine Court have some kind of personal grudge against him? 2 minutes later, in the underground command room. Qin Feng, wearing a bathrobe, stared at the huge holographic screen in front of him with a murderous look on his face. On the screen is a deserted island located in international waters. The archangel who had been chased away by Qin Feng using a megaphone was now standing on a reef. His magnificent platinum armor had been reduced to rags, and his wings were bald in several places, making him look like a rooster that had just been defeated in a cockfight. But the resentment in his eyes was so intense it almost overflowed the screen. You lowly Eastern blasphemer. The archangel spoke into the camera, his voice amplified by divine power, reaching every corner of the globe, including the billions of people watching the live stream. Since you've used props to humiliate the gods, I'll give you a fair chance. 3 days from now. Right here on this island. The arena of gods will open. I, Uriel, the archangel, wager my divine status to challenge you to a duel to the death. If you win, the divine status is yours. If you lose. The archangel revealed a cruel smile, and a blue bead radiating terrifying energy appeared in his hand. I will detonate this eye of the deep sea, triggering a massive tsunami that will flood 3,000 miles of eastern China. The entire room fell silent. Wang Manha slumped into a chair, her face deathly pale. This is an open conspiracy. A blatant, overt conspiracy. The archangel saw through Qin Feng's lack of inherent strength, revealing that he relied solely on special methods, energy-absorbing physique plus artifacts. If they were to duel in the high seas, a place with scarce spiritual energy and no national fortune to support him, Qin Feng would undoubtedly die. But if we don't go, then the lives of hundreds of millions of people will be at stake. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Xia Wanqing trembled with rage. Lin Kursan gripped Qin Feng's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. Qin Feng, you can't go. It's a trap. He said in the phone call that it's a trap. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, awaiting his reaction. Was it fear? Despair? Or anger? However, Qin Feng simply scratched his messy hair and then yawned. He walked to the control panel and picked up the red microphone that connected to the global live broadcast. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The languid voice instantly spread across the globe, breaking the somber atmosphere created by the archangel. The archangel on the other end of the screen paused for a moment, then sneered, What? Want to beg for mercy? Too late. Xiao Wu. Qin Feng interrupted him, speaking in a tone of haggling in a market. A duel, huh? Fine, I accept. But we need to make an agreement first. Since it's a gamble on godhood, I'll have to add my own stake. Qin Feng licked his lips, his gaze suddenly becoming extremely aggressive, as if he were looking at a running roast chicken. If I win, I want your wings. Remember to wash it thoroughly before delivering it to Jiangchang. I want it extra spicy, lots of cumin, and minimal scallions. Also. Qin Feng flashed a bright smile at the camera, remember to bring a few more friends. One bird isn't enough, really. The world was in uproar. At that moment, everyone, whether in the east or the west, thought the sky has gone mad. But he's so crazy, it's fucking cool. Only Qin Feng himself knew that he wasn't crazy. Just now, as he accepted the challenge, the system panel displayed a golden notification box again. Quest accepted, Arena of the Gods. Advance reward has been issued, S-level mythical offspring cultivation template Neza, the third prince analysis of the universe ring and the heavenly silk. Note, to ensure the host is not killed in 3 days, please hurry and engage in deep spiritual harmony with your Taoist partner to activate the mythical template blessing. Qin Feng put down the microphone, turned to look at Lin Kursan beside him, whose face was full of worry, and his eyes gradually became intense. Commissioner Lin, he leaned closer and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, I think we have a more urgent task now than fighting. WH? What? We're going to create a god. Qin Feng pointed seriously to the book Guide to Eugenics in Childbirth, for all mankind. Tonight, thank you for your hard work. Chapter 26. For the sake of all humanity, please cooperate. Destiny Manor, Underground Command Center. The red alarm lights flashed like a beating heart, casting a chilling atmosphere over the entire hall. Wang Manha stood in front of the control panel, clutching a deformed titanium alloy water glass in her hand, her eyes sharp as knives. Level 1 alert activated. She ordered in a deep voice, activate the Sky Curtain defense system and cut off all physical and spiritual signals within a 500-meter radius of Tongshin Pavilion. From now on, even if a fly flies in, we'll have to ask the demon slaying team's blade for permission first. Professor Zhong Hongru wiped away cold sweat, watching the psionic index on the holographic screen rise wildly. Director, are we really not going to intervene? Qin Feng said he wanted to conduct god-making training, but this energy fluctuation, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? As long as he doesn't demolish the manor, let him do whatever he wants. Wang Manha took a deep breath and turned her gaze to the Tongshin Pavilion highlighted on the screen. That angel of power is afraid of fire, and Qin Feng is the only variable. Even if he's performing some kind of shamanistic ritual inside, we still have to help him protect the place. Tongshin Pavilion, Master Bedroom. The heavy curtains completely shut out the noise from the outside world, and the air was filled with a kind of sweltering heat, like the calm before a storm. Create a god? Lin Kurson sat cross-legged in the center of the large red round bed, looking at Qin Feng in a daze. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her skin and outlining her breathtaking curves. That's right, for all mankind. Qin Feng said with a serious expression, as if he were standing on a United Nations podium, rather than in a bedroom filled with ambiguous atmosphere. With a thought, he retrieved the advance reward from the system space, Hun Tianling analysis version. It was a red ribbon about 7 feet long, emitting a faint glow, with ancient cloud patterns running across its surface. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space trembled slightly. Lin Kurson's eye twitched slightly as she pointed at the red ribbon. This is your god-making tool? Why does it look so much like some kind of improper bondage prop? Superficial. Qin Feng rebuked righteously, this is an ancient mythological concept weapon called the Chaos Ribbon. Its function is to construct an absolute spiritual energy cycle. Our yin and yang energies must be transmitted without loss through it in order to simulate the divine structure of the lotus incarnation within our bodies. Without waiting for Lin Kurson's reply, Qin Feng flicked his wrist, and the red ribbon, like a snake emerging from its hole, instantly wrapped around Lin Kurson's slender waist. Wait, Just as Lin Kurson was about to resist, she felt a warm current flow into her body along the red ribbon. It was Qin Feng's unreserved Tai True Qi. This true qi was domineering and scorching, instantly breaking through the last line of defense of the golden crow fire seed within her body. Don't move around, let the qi flow through the Ren and Du meridians, and guard the spirit on the Lingtai. Qin Feng pressed forward, and Hong Ling wrapped herself tightly around him. At this moment, not only were their bodies pressed together, but their breathing, heartbeats, and even the flow of spiritual energy were all perfectly synchronized under Hong Ling's forceful guidance. Boom! An unprecedented surge of immense energy exploded within the two of them. Lin Kurson felt like a small boat being swept into a golden, raging sea. Her consciousness began to blur, and Qin Feng before her no longer seemed like the lazy college student, but a god sitting atop a fiery red lotus. Shame? Restraint? Faced with such a grand pulse of life, worldly emotions were instantly crushed. She instinctively clung to Qin Feng, as if grasping at the only lifeline in a storm. Underground Command Center. Beep beep beep. The piercing alarm sent chills down the spines of all the technicians. Director. The energy waveform inside Tongshin Pavilion has exceeded the threshold. A young technician, his face flushed, stammered as he looked at the two wildly intertwined, spiraling curves on the screen. This frequency, this vibration amplitude, it's like some kind of extremely intense, life or death struggle. Xiao Wanqing glanced at the ambiguous data chart, blushed, spat, and slapped the technician hard on the back of the head. Shut up. What struggle? That's the rhythm of life. Don't you understand science? Just then, the night sky above the manor suddenly changed. Countless stray fire elements converged wildly, slowly coalescing above the Tongshin Pavilion's roof into a gigantic, semi-transparent cyan lotus phantom. The lotus petals slowly unfurled, each containing a terrifying pressure powerful enough to incinerate the heavens. This unusual phenomenon was instantly captured by countless media outlets waiting outside the manor. The online live stream room completely exploded. Holy crap! What's that? A lotus flower? Is Qin Feng cultivating immortality? This kind of oppressive aura. I want to kneel down even through the screen. Is this the legendary three flowers gathering at the top? So deep communication really can make you stronger. Inside the bedroom. Ding. Detected that your Taoist partner has completely surrendered, with affection exceeding 90% bound by life and death. Dual cultivation progress complete. Congratulations, host. The first stage of the S-level mythological template Neza, the third prince, has been activated. Gained passive skill, Lotus Body Basic. Immune to 80% fire damage, immune to 50% mind control, and physical strength increased tenfold. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and deep within his pupils seemed to burn two balls of samadhi true fire. Cool. The feeling was like suddenly switching from driving a beat-up Alto to riding in a Gundam equipped with a nuclear reactor. Every cell was cheering, and every muscle was bursting with explosive power. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Kurson in his arms. At this moment, Lin Kurson had lost her former aloofness. She slumped lazily in Qin Feng's arms, her eyes still holding a hint of allure, her fiery red hair cascading over her fair skin, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Did it work? Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of languid nasal tone. It's not over yet. Qin Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. With a thought, another item rewarded by the system, the Universe Ring Fake, manifested. Originally, this should have been a golden bracelet, but thanks to the system's wicked modifications, it has been transformed into an exquisitely crafted golden necklace, engraved with intricate divine runes. This is... Lin Kurson's eyes widened, instinctively sensing a hint of danger. To prevent the surging golden crow spiritual power within you from leaking out, we must lock your qi. Qin Feng spoke nonsense with a straight face, but his hands moved quickly. With a click, he fastened the golden collar around Lin Kurson's snow-white neck. The golden Qianquan ring complemented her snow-white skin, and the blush that hadn't completely faded instantly transformed her from a cool school beauty into a divine servant girl with a forbidden aura. Lin Kurson touched the coolness on her neck, bit her lip, and glared at Qin Feng. Do you have some strange fetish? Qin Feng declared righteously, this is a tactical necessity. Before the two could spend any more time together, the emergency communicator hanging on the wall suddenly emitted a sharp beeping sound. Qin Feng. Something terrible has happened. Xiao Wanqing's anxious voice came through, even trembling slightly. That bastard, the Archangel, cheated. Although he agreed to the duel in 3 days, his Sea Monster Legion just launched a probing attack ahead of schedule. The target is a nuclear power plant in the East China Sea. It's only 50 kilometers from Jiangcheng. If we don't stop it, once the nuclear leak triggers a spiritual energy explosion, the entire Jiangcheng Sea area will become a dead zone. Lin Kurson's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively tried to get up. I'm going. You lie down. Qin Feng pressed her back onto the bed with one hand. His strength was astonishing, and Lin Kurson was completely unable to resist. Qin Feng walked barefoot to the huge French window and pulled back the curtains. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed him, gilding his strong back with a golden edge. He gazed towards the East China Sea, his eyes devoid of their usual languidness and indifference, replaced by a chilling indifference and domineering presence. Looks like that Birdman doesn't want to live anymore. Qin Feng sneered, perfect. I practiced my new moves all night and was just looking for a place to test them out. He stretched out his right hand, facing the East China Sea, and made a gesture as if drawing a bow in midair. Here comes the bow. Qin Feng silently recited in his heart. However, the system interface was completely silent. Ding. Notification to the host, manifesting the Qianquan Bao requires 5,000 national fortune points insufficient balance. Qin Feng. This damn system, it fails at the crucial moment. The atmosphere has been built up to this point, wouldn't it be a shame not to do something? Qin Feng glanced around and suddenly locked his gaze on an ornament on the bedside table, a 5-kilogram pure gold brick that Wang Manha had specially given him to please him, with the 4 characters "Serve the country with utmost loyalty" engraved on it. You're the one. Qin Feng picked up the gold brick, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be heavy and smooth. The next second, the Tai Tru Chi within his body circulated wildly, and the divine power brought by the Neza template was poured into the gold brick in his hand without reservation. The originally vulgar gold brick instantly erupted into a dazzling crimson divine fire, like a red-hot iron. Get it, to me. Qin Feng, with his waist and stance perfectly aligned, bulged his right hand muscles and, in a discus-throwing motion, fiercely flung the gold brick out of the window. Boom! The air was instantly torn apart, producing a shrill explosion. The gold brick transformed into a crimson meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, ignoring the physical distance of tens of kilometers, and disappeared directly into the sky. The surface of the East China Sea. Thousands of ferocious deep divers and Naga sirens are riding the black waves, swarming towards the lonely nuclear power plant like locusts. The siren leader was a giant octopus monster 10 meters tall, waving its tentacles, its eyes filled with cruelty and excitement. Its divine decree was, create chaos and force that Eastern boy to come out and die. Just as it was about to give the order to launch a general offensive, it suddenly felt a suffocating heatwave coming from above. It raised its head in confusion. In the sky, a crimson meteorite was falling at a speed that defied the laws of physics. What is that? Divine punishment? Or a missile? Before its brain could process the information, the meteorite had already arrived. It saw it clearly. That's not a meteorite. That was a brick? There seemed to be words engraved on it. Loyalty. Boom. The moment the gold bricks hit the sea, time seemed to stand still for a second. Immediately afterwards, a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high rose up from the sea. The terrifying shockwave, mixed with Nez's divine fire, instantly boiled and evaporated the seawater within a 5-kilometer radius. The thousands of sea monsters at the epicenter of the explosion didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized in the intense heat that could melt steel, leaving not even ashes. One brick can break all laws. Destiny Manor, by the window. Shinfeng looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance and shook his wrist with a pang of heartache. TSK, what a waste of that gold brick, that was my secret stash of money. He turned around, gave Lin Kurson a signature smug smile, and said, it was just a slip of the hand, I was just throwing out the trash. How about we go back to sleep? However, just as he was about to lie down again, a bright red system warning suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding! Serious warning. Detected, the gaze of the supreme god of the divine court Ares, the Lord of War has crossed dimensions and locked onto the host. The outburst of Nez's divine power aroused the opponent's extreme interest and intense killing intent. The other party's comment, this kid smells much better than that Birdman. Chapter 27 The most expensive fireworks in history and the debt collection letter from the Dragon Palace. Shinfeng leaned against the windowsill, his posture resembling that of a salted fish that had lost its dreams. In the distance, the magnificent mushroom cloud on the sea surface was slowly dissipating, while the seawater, evaporated by the high temperature, formed a salty downpour that pounded against the bulletproof glass of Destiny Manor. The internet is in an uproar. The barrage of comments on major live streaming platforms was so thick that the screen was obscured, and terms such as Chinese war god, nuclear weapon immortal cultivation, and what kind of magic weapon is that red light instantly dominated the top 10 trending searches worldwide. However, Shinfeng, the one who started all of this, was now pounding his chest and letting out a wail that would break the hearts of anyone who heard it. Gone, all gone. 5 kilograms. At the current gold price, that's over 3 million. It just goes off with a bang. This must be the most expensive firecracker in history. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the achievement, causing millions of casualties in a single attack. Combat rating, SSS. Rewards being settled. National fortune points plus 6,666. Rare material dropped, Soul of the Siren High Concentration 1. Comment, although your posture resembles throwing away trash, there's no doubt you know how to spend money on in-game purchases. Shinfeng sniffed, looking at the soaring balance in his account, and his mood calmed down a little. A little over 6,000, converted to RMB, seems like I made a profit? Just as he was about to roll over on that $1 million beanbag chair to celebrate, a terrifying will filled with the smell of rust and blood suddenly crashed into his mind. That was the gaze of God. The world instantly turned crimson. Amidst endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a pair of enormous eyes, burning with the flames of war, opened in the sky, filled with arrogant mockery and greed. Mortal, your soul is delicious. A majestic voice echoed in the spiritual realm, offer your loyalty, and I will grant you the authority to wage war. Ares, the chief god of the Western pantheon and king of war. He wanted to take advantage of Qin Feng's weakened state after unleashing his divine power to enslave him directly at the soul level. Qin Feng stood in his own sea of consciousness, looking at those frighteningly large eyes, and scratched his head expressionlessly. Are you unable to understand human speech? Qin Feng sighed, I've said it before, I'm lazy. Fighting is tiring, and then there's the business trips and getting up early. Arrogant. Ares roared, and a mental storm swept through the area instantly. However, the next second, a golden barrier lit up around Qin Feng. That's the system's firewall. Ding. Malicious mental intrusion detected. System determination. This behavior severely interferes with the host's many children, many blessings main quest, affecting mood and causing a reluctance to have children. Activate counterattack defense mechanism. Get out. Boom. The pure salted fish will within Qin Feng, which didn't want to go to work, didn't want to strive, and only wanted to lie down, was transformed into a golden slipper that blotted out the sky under the system's blessing, and slammed down hard on the pair of blood-red eyes in the sky. Smack. The crisp sound even echoed within this spiritual dimension. Ah! Ares' screams abruptly ceased, and the crimson world collapsed instantly. Qin Feng curled his lip, and with a thought, raised a middle finger at the dissipating divine sense. Want to conscript men? Go find Sparta next door, you weakling. Ding. Repel the god-level mental intrusion. Loot obtained, a wisp of divine battle intent. Note, can be used to enhance weapons or deter enemy units. Qin Feng opened his eyes. Only a second had passed in the real world. A rustling sound came from behind. Lin Kurson was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her hands covering her neck, looking ashamed and furious. The golden Qianquan ring was tightly fastened around her snow-white neck, shimmering with each breath. It not only restrained the restless golden crow spiritual power within her, but also gave her an indescribable, forbidden beauty. Qin Feng. Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, her face flushed red. Why can't I take this off? Don't take it off, that's, a tactical seal. Qin Feng turned around and made up a lie with a straight face. You're a human nuclear reactor now, taking it off will cause an explosion. Really? Lin Kurson looked at him suspiciously. Although her reason told her that this bastard definitely had no good intentions, the 92% dependence she felt on him made her instinctively feel that she was trapped in this circle, which made her feel quite safe. Fine then. She resignedly pulled the blanket over her head. Anyway, no one will see. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Qin. The National Special Operations Team has arrived. Xiao Wanqing's voice rang out from outside the door, filled with an unprecedented sense of awe. Director Wang requests that you come to the conference room immediately regarding that miracle device. 10 minutes later, in the underground war room of Destiny Manor. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like the end of the world. In the center of a long table covered with red velvet, there was a specially made lead box. The lid was open, and inside lay a lump of metal that was severely twisted and deformed, with some carbonization on its surface. Those were the bricks wreckage that the Special Operations Team retrieved from the giant underwater crater, braving the high temperatures and radiation. Director Wang Manha had a serious expression, with a row of top materials science experts in white coats standing behind her. Qin Feng, you've arrived. Wang Manha looked at Qin Feng, who walked in wearing a bathrobe, with a complex expression as if she were looking at a god descended to earth. This is the weapon that caused the miracle just now? Qin Feng glanced at the lump of scrap metal, his heart bleeding, but he still had to maintain his superior demeanor. Well, I guess so. Incredible. Professor Zhong Hongru adjusted his glasses, his hands trembling as he held a freshly printed spectral analysis report. This destructive power, this residual divine fluctuation, this must be some kind of ancient divine metal unknown to us. It might even be the legendary copper of Shashan. All the experts held their breath, waiting for Professor Zhong to announce the conclusion that would change the common sense of physics. The component analysis results are in. Professor Zhong took a deep breath, his voice trembling. It is. The entire room fell silent. 99.99% pure gold. After Professor Zhong finished speaking, he seemed to have all his strength drained away. Ha! Wang Manha was stunned. Xiao Wanqing was stunned. The experts in the room were so shocked they nearly fell to their feet. Gold. Wang Manha looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, then at the lump of metal, and suddenly felt that the faintly discernible character on it looked familiar. Could this be? That's right. Qin Feng found a chair and slumped down, looking pained. Director, that's the gift you gave me when we first met. 5 kilograms, pure gold. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. One sentence echoed in everyone's mind: he used money to crush the demon army. Is this the ultimate level of a pay-to-win player? Ahem. Qin Feng broke the awkward silence. This is considered strategic attrition, right? Is it reimbursed? Wang Manha's lips twitched violently. She took a deep breath and quickly regained her Iron Lady demeanor. Report it. Of course I'll report it. I'll even make you a pure gold statue. She turned to the stunned crowd, her eyes instantly sharpening. Listen. Give the same answer to everyone. This is a replica of the ancient artifact Fan Tian seal. We absolutely cannot let the West know this is a gold brick. Let them guess. Let them be afraid. Meanwhile, in the Western Divine Court, at the Radiant Temple. As the Archangel Uriel looked at the intelligence in his hand, his pure white wings trembled so badly that they fell to the ground. The heaven-turning seal, it's actually that legendary Eastern weapon that's said to be used to strike the forehead. Uriel's face turned pale, and his original intention to force a duel instantly wavered. How many trump cards does that Easterner still have? That attack didn't even have any spiritual energy fluctuations, it was all the power of rules. He never expected that the so-called power of rules was actually the power of money. After the meeting, Qin Feng slipped away alone to the terrace by the sea. The sea breeze, carrying moisture, dissipated some of the heat. He opened the system store and his eyes were fixed on the Shenkuan Bao one-time trial version. Although he had instantly killed the siren, he knew that the Divine Court's retaliation would only be more severe 3 days later. That Birdman would not let it go so easily. Exchange. Ding. 5,000 national fortune points consumed, exchange successful. Special note, this bow is a treasure of the past drawing. It requires a huge amount of causal value, but current causal value, insufficient. Suggestion, the host needs to perform a major event within 3 days that shocks the world or incurs divine wrath and public resentment, thereby accumulating karmic debt. Qin Feng's temples throbbed as he looked at the line of text. Shocking the world? I've already used gold bricks to fry fish, isn't that shocking enough? This broken bow must have grown up eating internet traffic, right? Just as he was racking his brains about how to cause trouble, the tactical communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Mr. Qin. Emergency. The Coast Guard captain's urgent voice came through. We found a survivor on the beach at the edge of the explosion's epicenter. Please come and take a look, this thing is not right. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the scene. Several special police officers were surrounding a reef, as if facing a formidable enemy. Behind the rocks, a small figure was huddled. It was a little girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old, wearing a tattered ancient palace dress, soaking wet and shivering. But what is most striking are the pair of crystal-clear, coral-like pink dragon horns on her forehead. Qin Feng activated the appraisal function. Target, Ao Meng Amnesiac. Identity, third princess of the East Sea Dragon Palace childhood form. Status, extreme hunger, terror. Hate level towards the host, 0 temporarily reset to 0 due to concussion. Qin Feng gasped. Good heavens, that brick just now not only blew up the sea monster, but also dug up the ancestral graves of the Dragon Palace? Now, the aggrieved party has come to collect the debt. Seemingly sensing the lingering aura of Nez's divine fire on Qin Feng, the little dragon girl suddenly looked up. In that instant, her pupils turned into vertical dragon eyes, and she let out a childish yet majestic low growl. Like a small cannonball, she rushed over and bit Qin Feng's arm. Oh whoa! Holy crap! Qin Feng reacted quickly, pulling an unopened strawberry lollipop from his pocket and shoving it into her mouth with lightning speed. Little dragon girl froze instantly. A sweetness she had never experienced before exploded on her taste buds, and her originally fierce vertical pupils instantly became round and smooth. The dragon's might on her body also dissipated, replaced by a kind of confusion and happiness. Smack smack. She clung to Qin Feng's arm, sucking on a lollipop, with an expression that said, I'm so happy here, I don't even want to go back to my hometown. Qin Feng. A delicate shout came from behind. Lin Kurson, wearing the Qiankuan ring, rushed over angrily, but stopped abruptly upon seeing this scene. Who is this? Lin Kurson pointed at the dragon-horned loli hanging on Qin Feng's leg, her eyes like knives. Is this the mess you've been making of your love affairs? She even has horns now? Qin Feng was speechless. No, this is a staged accident. Ding. Side quest triggered, raising the dragon girl. Mission objective, adopt Ao Meng and raise it to become a guardian beast of China. Reward, True Dragon's aura significantly enhances national fortune and naturally suppresses Western theocracy. Failure penalty, the Dragon Palace is revived, and 1 million shrimp soldiers and crab generals come ashore demanding the person. Qin Feng looked at the leg pendant, then at Lin Kurson's murderous expression, and sighed deeply. I just want to be a carefree, laid-back person. Why do I have to take care of the kids? At the same time, in the west, on a deserted island in international waters, the Archangel Uriel stood before the altar, his face so somber it seemed to drip water. That Easterner is too strange. We can't fight him head on. He turned around and looked at the Holy Grail behind him, which contained a dark red liquid. Since he has the heaven-turning seal, then don't blame me for breaking the rules. A glint of madness flashed in Uriel's eyes. Send the order, prepare for the sacrifice. I will use the soul of an entire city to summon the true form of the chief judge. Night falls at Destiny Manor. Xin Feng stood at the manor gate, carrying the dragon girl who was still licking the candy wrapper in one hand and forced to hold Lin Kurson's hand with the other to appease her jealousy. Although the scene looked strangely harmonious, his unease grew stronger. The wind stopped. Just as he turned to go back inside to continue his indescribable special training, he caught a glimpse of ashes out of the corner of his eye. Those were the remnants left after the phone from the future was burned. At that moment, the ashes defied gravity and slowly reformed in the wind, transforming into several distorted Chinese characters. Xin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The text read, "Be careful, there's a mole among us." The writing vanished in the wind the moment it appeared, as if it had never existed. Xin Feng's gaze slowly swept over the busy special agents around him, Wang Manhai in the distance, and even Lin Kurson and Long Nu beside him. A chill crept up my spine. Chapter 28: The Money-Eating Beast and the Jealous Woman. When the wind stops, the ashes scatter. Xin Feng's hand froze in mid-air, his gaze lingering for 0.1 seconds on the spot where the words, "Beware of the mole," had disappeared. Then, he waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Are all the mosquitoes at the beach this big? They almost flew into my mouth. Xin Feng let out an exaggerated yawn, squeezing out 2 physiological tears from the corners of his eyes, and leaned against Lin Kurson. I can't take it anymore. That throw just now has strained my lumbar muscles. I need to go back to my room and catch up on my sleep. Don't call me unless it's important, and definitely don't call me if something happens. He may have appeared to be giving up, but in reality, his mental power swept across the entire field like a radar. Everyone was cheering and busy, nothing seemed amiss. That mole was very well hidden. Stop! A sharp shout interrupted Xin Feng's retreat. Lin Kurson grabbed Ao Meng by the back of the collar with one hand, like she was holding a kitten that had stolen some food. Little dragon girl was suspended in the air, with the lollipop that was now just a stick in her mouth, blinking her big, innocent eyes. Xin Feng, explain yourself. Lin Kurson pointed at the pair of pink dragon horns on Ao Meng's forehead, her tone so sour it could pickle 3 pounds of cucumbers. How long have I been unconscious? You already have a child? Or, a cross-species one? Although the system determined that the favorability rating had reached 90%, this did not prevent the woman's intuition from sounding the alarm at this moment. These are spoils of war. No, they are strategic materials. Xin Feng remained expressionless and made up a lie with a straight face. This is the mythical creature nurturing module that the system just gave me. Since you are a Taoist partner, according to the system's judgment, you automatically obtained the title of a nurse and acting guardian. Simply put, this kid is under your care. Ha! Lin Kurson was stunned. She looked down and met Ao Meng's wet, longing vertical pupils. Ma. Ao Meng called out indistinctly and then rubbed her hand against Lin Kurson's in an extremely ingratiating manner. The scales were icy cold, but the touch was surprisingly smooth. Lin Kurson's cold and beautiful face, which had just slain a demon, instantly turned as red as a tomato. Who is your mom? Don't call me that. Despite saying that, her hands honestly loosened their grip on her collar and instead carefully embraced the young mythical beast. Is this what it feels like to be a mother? It doesn't seem bad. 1 hour later, at Tongxin Pavilion Restaurant. Looking at the scene before him, Xin Feng deeply understood what it meant to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Originally, they wanted to pass the trouble to Lin Kurson, but the two of them quickly formed a united front. Lin Kurson sat on the left, peeled a crystal-clear grape, and handed it to Xin Feng's lips. Open your mouth, it's good for replenishing qi and blood. Ao Meng clung to Xin Feng's right arm like a koala, purring softly, clearly treating him like a human cat tree. He was surrounded by women on both sides. It still has mythological attributes. Xin Feng experienced both pain and pleasure until dinner began. Snap! A crisp sound that was the sound of a diamond being bitten and shattered. Ao Meng ignored the Australian Wagyu beef on the table, and instead grabbed the spare energy that Xin Feng had placed on the table, an S-grade high-purity fire spirit stone, and threw it into her mouth like a candy, chewing it with a crunch. Xin Feng's heart suddenly clenched. That's 50 million. Hiccup. Aomeng let out a burp that seemed to carry a spark, and with a look of disgust, tossed the remaining half back onto the plate, clearly finding the texture too hard. Ding. High energy spiritual power detected in the young dragon growth progress plus 0.01%. Xin Feng clutched his chest, looking at the budget deficit warning sent by Wang Manha on his phone, and felt short of breath. This isn't a dragon girl, this is clearly a bottomless pit. Just as Qin Feng was contemplating whether to hand over this money-devouring beast to the state in exchange for a secure job, the manor gate was violently pushed open. Bang! Two heavy mahogany doors slammed against the wall. A group of people dressed in black suits, with cold and solemn expressions, filed in. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his hair neatly combed, and holding a document stamped with a bright red seal. His eyes were sinister as he looked around before finally fixing on Qin Feng, a mocking smile curving his lips. Qin Feng, right? The man pushed up his glasses, his tone arrogant as if interrogating a criminal. I am Zhao Qua, a special commissioner of the Supreme Audit Bureau of the capital. Someone has reported you for abusing the nation's most important strategic resources, suspected of serious corruption and extravagance. You are hereby suspended from duty and placed under investigation. The air in the restaurant seemed to freeze instantly. A cold glint flashed in Lin Kerson's eyes. She was about to get up when Qin Feng pressed her hand down. Commissioner Zhao, right? Qin Feng leaned back lazily in his chair, even casually feeding Aomeng a napkin. She seemed to really like it. You say I'm wasteful? Where's the proof? That 5-kilogram gold brick. Zhao Qua sneered and slammed the document on the table. According to the analysis of the residue, it was a piece of pure gold. You actually used it as a disposable projectile? Do you know how much taxpayer money that is? That's a crime. Not only that. Zhao Qua's gaze shifted to Aomeng, who was clinging to Qin Feng's arm and gnawing on his sleeve. A glint of greed and disgust flashed in his eyes. Possessing an unidentified dangerous creature violates the Special Organism Management Law. Men, take this monster away and send it to the dissection lab for dissection and research. Let's see who dares. Lin Kerson slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her fiery phoenix aura surging, and her Qiankuan ring buzzing loudly. Commissioner Lin, are you going to defy the law? Zhao Qua was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a triumphant smile. You also want to go to a military court? The atmosphere was tense and ready to fight. Qin Feng suddenly laughed. He slowly pulled a large red megaphone from under his buttocks, the very same one that had previously driven away the Angel of Power. Bai Shi, start the live stream. Qin Feng shouted into the air. The next second, the smart home assistant, which was already on standby, instantly connected to global signals. It's the same familiar recipe, and the same familiar taste. Before hundreds of millions of viewers could recover from the BRICS nuclear weapons moment, they saw that handsome yet irritating face again. Family members, does anyone understand? Facing the camera, Qin Feng instantly channeled his inner Oscar-winning actor, his eyes slightly red and his voice choked with emotion. I was on the front lines bombing sea monsters, risking my life to protect the East China Sea, and just now someone stormed in to ransack my house. They even wanted to kidnap my daughter to make sashimi. Is this something a human being would do? Whoever wants to be this damn savior can have it. Commissioner Zhao said that my throwing gold bricks was embezzlement. Fine, then next time the siren comes, I'll throw stones. If anyone gets eaten, don't let Commissioner Zhao go when you're a ghost. The live stream chat exploded instantly. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like an avalanche. Holy crap! They dare to mess with Qin Shun? That's a dragon girl. That's an auspicious omen. I'll fight anyone who dares to slice her up. Zhao Qua, right? Dox him. I need all his information in 5 minutes. So what if Qin Shun throws gold bricks? That's money to buy his life. I'll crowdfund for him to throw them. Ding. Detection of a violent fluctuation in global causality lines. Public opinion is boiling. Causality value plus 1,000, plus 5,000, plus 10,000. The system notifications in Qin Feng's mind were flooding the screen. That's right. The Qiankuan Bao doesn't need spiritual power, it needs karma. What could ignite a greater causal chain than the story of heroes shedding blood and tears? Zhao Qua's expression changed drastically. He never expected that this seemingly lazy college student would actually resort to such a tactic of public opinion blackmail. As Zhao Qua watched the barrage of abusive text messages flooding his phone and the interrogative phone calls from his superiors, the sinister look in his eyes gradually turned into madness. You're asking for it. Zhao Kuo stopped pretending, and his aura suddenly changed. Qin Feng activated the appraisal function, and his pupils suddenly contracted. A faint yet extremely pure Black Death aura was wrapped around Zhao Kuo's body. This aura originates from the same source as the ashes of that future telephone. The mole, was it you? Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Zhao Kuo had already made his move. But before he could touch Qin Feng, a small hand dressed in tattered palace attire suddenly reached out. Oh, Ao Meng thought this person was going to snatch her napkin, so she opened her mouth and took a bite. Snap! Zhao Kuo's priceless, specially made protective wristwatch, along with his protective aura, was as brittle as a biscuit in front of Longya. Ah! Zhao Kuo let out a pig-like scream and retreated hastily, clutching his severed wrist. A bunch of useless trash. Die! His face contorted in pain, and he suddenly pulled a black dagger from his pocket, stabbing it viciously into Qin Feng's heart. The dagger was not imbued with spiritual power, yet it emanated a chilling fluctuation of rules, the god-slaying martial art. Roll! A delicate shout. Lin Kurson's long legs slashed down like a battle axe. Although his spiritual power was suppressed by the universe ring, his physical strength, enhanced by the Neza template, was now vastly different from what it used to be. Bang! Zhao Kuo was kicked away like a tattered sack, crashing hard onto the marble coffee table and embedding himself in the ground. Lin Kurson used one hand to lock his throat, pinning him down tightly. The Valkyrie's murderous aura pressed down on Zhao Kuo, rendering him unable to move. That's it? Qin Feng frowned slightly. Something's not right. If this is the mole, then he's far too weak. Just then, Zhao Kuo, who had been subdued, suddenly stopped struggling. His eyes rolled back, his body convulsed violently, dark blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and it felt as if countless rats were scurrying about under his skin. His body swelled rapidly like an inflating balloon. The Divine Court, Eternity. He roared as a destructive black energy was compressed to its limit within his body. Self-destruct. Moreover, it was a self-destruction of rules at the soul level. If this were to explode, not only Tongxin Pavilion, but half of Tianming Manor would be razed to the ground. Get out of the way. Qin Feng tried to push Lin Kurson away, but it was too late. At the critical moment. Hiccup. A small figure wobbled over. Looking at the balloon that was about to explode, Ao Meng's eyes lit up like searchlights as if she had seen some kind of delicious food. She opened her mouth and took a deep breath at Zhao Kuo. Call. It was like a whale sucking in water. That black, violent energy, capable of destroying everything, was forcibly extracted from Ao Meng's throat, turning into a black line that was swallowed entirely into her small belly. Zhao Kuo's swollen body instantly shrank, turning into a dried corpse that looked as if it had been dried for 1,000 years. Smack smack. Ao Meng licked her lips, still wanting more, patted her round little belly, and then... puff. She let out a very loud fart. A wisp of black smoke billowed from behind, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. The crisis is over. The entire room fell silent. Qin Feng looked at the dried corpse on the ground, then at Ao Meng, who looked completely innocent, and his eyes twitched violently. This works? What the hell is this digestive system? Ding! The S-level crisis has been resolved using unconventional methods. The Qiankuan Bao's causal energy is fully charged 100%. The host has been granted one opportunity to draw the heaven-shaking Bao. Qin Feng took a deep breath, his gaze passing through the broken door and looking into the depths of the night. Zhao Kuo was nothing more than a manipulated pawn. The real hunters are still lurking in the shadows. But now, it's time for the roles of hunter and prey to be reversed. Commissioner Lin, Qin Feng picked up the black dagger from the ground, his eyes gleaming coldly. Prepare the car, we're going somewhere. Where to? Dragon Palace. Qin Feng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Go collect some interest for our daughter. Chapter 29, you were asked to collect interest, and you filled in the East China Sea? Qin Feng's so-called go to the Dragon Palace was not a romantic diving trip at all. 5 minutes later, a Xuanwu-class amphibious nuclear-powered submarine, disguised as a luxury yacht but actually equipped with China's latest cutting-edge technology, silently stopped at the private waterway entrance of the Destiny Manor. Wearing sunglasses and floral shorts, Qin Feng, carrying the still hiccuping Ao Meng in his arms, boarded the ship like a nouveau riche on a Maldives vacation. Behind him followed Lin Kurson, who looked menacing, and Xiao Wanqing, who carried a medical kit but was actually responsible for paying the bill and writing the self-criticism. This ship is nice, it's mine now. Qin Feng patted the titanium alloy handrail. This is borrowed. Borrowed. Xiao Wanqing's temple veins throbbed. Besides, this is a war zone, can't you be a little more serious? I'm very serious. Qin Feng stuffed the god-slaying dagger he had taken from Zhao Kuo's corpse into A.O. Meng's mouth. Look, I've even brought a teething toy for the child. Click. A.O. Meng chewed off a corner of the rule-based weapon that terrified countless B-level experts, like biting into sugarcane, making a crunching sound. Xiao Wanqing shut up. She felt that trying to reason with this father and daughter was the biggest mistake of her career. The submarine submerged and headed straight for the center of the East China Sea whirlpool. As the depth increased, the surrounding seawater gradually became murky, a tangible pollution from the demonic aura. A.O. Meng began to squirm and fidget in her specially made leather seat, and finally, unable to resist any longer, she opened her mouth and gnawed out the words "so hungry" onto the titanium alloy cabin wall. Bear with it, we'll be at the buffet soon. Qin Feng patted her head. 10 minutes later, the submarine arrived at the coordinates. Through the panoramic porthole, a chilling sight came into view. On the dark seabed, a massive barrier emitting a ghostly blue light loomed faintly, the ruins of the East Sea Dragon Palace, sealed for 5,000 years. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the barrier was densely packed with bizarre creatures. That was the Sea Demon Legion under the Western Divine Court. Like a swarm of greedy parasites, they were frantically attacking the crumbling barrier. And in the very center of the swarm of sirens stood a colossal monster, 100 meters tall. It had a human body and a fish tail, wielded a trident, and its entire body was covered in moss-covered green scales. Name: Abyss Dagon Fake. Rank: A+ Lord. Note: a mass-produced weapon of the Western Divine Court, not very intelligent, but incredibly powerful. Is this the site of the illegal construction? Qin Feng curled his lips. This isn't a seafood market, it's clearly a cluster of illegal buildings. It's giving me trypophobia. Seemingly sensing the presence of a living being, Dagon of the Abyss slowly turned its enormous fish head. Looking at the tiny submarine, it unleashed a deafening mental roar, the sound waves rippling visibly in the seawater, filled with contempt and mockery. It's as if to say, is there no one left in China? Why send a toy to die? Lin Kurson snorted coldly, her red ribbons billowing as the Neza template was instantly activated, and she was about to rush out to fight for her life. Don't move. Qin Feng pressed down on her shoulder. Fighting and killing is uncivilized. We're here to reason with each other. He slowly walked to the deck elevator, and as the submarine surfaced, the familiar red megaphone reappeared in his hand. The sea breeze howled, and the waves surged. Qin Feng, standing at the center of the storm, cleared his throat and pressed the switch. Hello? Hey, tenants inside, listen up. The hum of electricity, mixed with a languid male voice, instantly drowned out the siren's roar with the help of spiritual energy. This is the Property Management Office of Longdong. Upon investigation, you have illegally occupied the outer sea area of Longdong in the East China Sea and have been in arrears for property fees, sanitation fees, and shared land fees for a total of 5,000 years. You are hereby ordered to move out within 3 seconds, or we will carry out forced demolition. To reiterate, this is not a drill, this is a notice of forced demolition. The air froze for a second. Immediately following was a deafening roar. Dagon of the Abyss clearly understood the provocation. Enraged, it swung its trident, creating a tsunami hundreds of meters high, like a giant hand that blotted out the sky, slamming down on the clueless toy ship. Qin Feng! Xiao Wanqing screamed. The Qianquan ring in Lin Kurson's hand hummed, and she was about to make a move when she saw Qin Feng shake his head. Stubborn and obstinate. Qin Feng made a fist with his right hand and suddenly grabbed at the void. Buzz! A deep, ancient sound, as if from the primordial era, instantly drowned out all the sound of the waves. A long bow covered in cracks, looking like it might fall apart at any moment, appeared in his hand. Qianquan bow sealed version. There were no arrows. The moment Qin Feng drew back the bowstring, the string of causality values on the system panel began to burn wildly. That was the anger of hundreds of millions of Chinese netizens in the previous chapter. It was the infamy Zhao Kuo bore for betraying the country. It was the bitter fruit of the Western Divine Court trampling on the dignity of the East. Countless causes and effects converged to form an arrow. An invisible arrow, as black as ink and crackling with dark red lightning, slowly took shape on the bowstring. At this moment, Qin Feng's lazy, indifferent aura vanished. His Tai demon suppressing body was operating at full capacity, golden blood surging through his veins, and his eyes burning like stars. He wasn't aiming at that big siren. Instead, behind the siren lies the seal of the Western Divine Court that has sealed off the Dragon Palace for 5,000 years. Roll. Xin Feng uttered a single word and released his fingers. Collapse. There was no light, no heat, and not even sound. In that instant, it was as if the world had been muted. A thin black line extended from Qin Feng's hand and instantly pierced through the heavens and earth. Where the black line passes, the laws of physics seem to break down. The tsunami, hundreds of meters high, evaporated instantly, like butter sliced by a hot knife. Dagon, in the path of the projectile, didn't even have time to scream before its massive body was deemed unreasonable in its very existence and instantly disintegrated into its most basic atomic state. Boom! Only then did the belated sonic boom resound through the sky. The black arrow slammed into the divine seal. Click! A crisp sound, like glass shattering, rang out. That divine barrier, which had rendered countless powerful figures of China helpless and imprisoned the Dragon Palace for 1,000 years, was as fragile as a sheet of paper before this arrow, which embodied the cause and effect of the entire nation, and shattered instantly. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. The vacuum effect created by the shattering of the seal caused seawater within a radius of hundreds of miles to rush in instantly. The massive energy shockwave even triggered a small earthquake, which was felt even in Jiangcheng, hundreds of kilometers away. The submarine rocked violently. Xiao Wanqing clung tightly to the railing, her face pale as she stared at the communicator in her hand. From inside came Director Wang Manha's hysterical roar. Xin Feng. I told you to collect interest. Not to fill up the East China Sea. The Meteorological Bureau just issued a warning that the sea level in the East China Sea dropped 3 meters instantly because of this arrow. 3 meters? Are you trying to kill me? Xin Feng calmly turned off the communicator and rubbed his sore shoulders. Basic procedure, don't be ridiculous. If we can't collect the property fees, then we'll just have to demolish the building. As the sea gradually calmed, a colossal object slowly rose from beneath the surface. It was a magnificent, weathered crystal palace complex that, despite its many ruins, still exuded an air of luxury. On those broken glazed tiles, one can still vaguely see the splendor of all nations paying tribute in the past. Awu. Looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar place, Ao Mang let out a mournful yet childish dragon roar with tears welling up in her eyes. That's home. The submarine docked. The three stepped onto the white jade plaza of the Dragon Palace ruins. Xin Feng immediately activated the appraisal function. Instantly, his vision was blinded by a dazzling golden light. Ancient agarwood grade S, is this what floor tiles are made of? What a waste. Broken water repelling bead grade A treasure, even fragments can sell for hundreds of millions. True Dragon's reverse scale fragment, core material for a divine artifact. Although most of the buildings were destroyed in the War of the Gods, for modern Earth civilization, this place is a treasure trove that is richer than any country. Xin Feng's eyes instantly turned green, and his previous demeanor as an unparalleled master vanished. Move. Move everything out of here. Xin Feng pointed at the floor tiles, heartbroken. This is all Meng Meng's dowry. Don't leave even a screw for those bastards in the divine court. Commissioner Lin, don't just stand there, use your Hun Tianling to pack it up, quick. Lin Kerson's lips twitched as she looked at the man who had just shot an arrow through the sea, now squatting on the ground trying to pry open a luminous pearl tile with a dagger. Her sense of admiration shattered instantly. Stop prying it open. Ao Mang, who had been silent all along, suddenly trembled all over, grabbed Lin Kerson's clothes tightly, her vertical pupils contracted to needle-like points, and stared intently in the direction of the Dragon Palace's main hall. I'm scared. I'm scared. Xin Feng paused, then suddenly looked up. Looking towards the deep, dark hall, at the far end, there is a crystal throne symbolizing the supreme authority of the East Sea. At this moment, a figure was sitting on the throne that should have been empty for 5,000 years. It was a figure dressed in Western divine court armor with 6 wings on its back. Its body was withered, as if it had been dead for a long time, but a broken ancient Eastern sword was stuck in its shriveled chest. Seemingly sensing the presence of a living person, the mummified corpse slowly raised its head. Within the empty eye sockets, 2 pale flames suddenly burst into flame. Mortal, why do you disturb my slumber? Chapter 30, Landlords do not extend credit for rent collection. Dead silence. A deathly silence, heavier than the deep sea, instantly filled the entire hall as the 2 balls of gray-white divine fire ignited. This is not just intimidation, but an absolute crushing on a life level. Puff. Before Xiao Wanqing could even assume a defensive stance, her knee slammed heavily onto the white jade floor tiles, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained her tactical vest crimson. She felt as if all the bones in her body were cracking, as if the air had turned into liquid mercury, trying to crush her into a pulp. Sister Wanqing! Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, a trace of crimson spilling from the corner of her mouth. She desperately protected the trembling Ao Meng behind her, her Hun Tianling trembling wildly, and the proud phoenix phantom was now emitting a mournful cry, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Xin Feng, however, stood at the very center of the storm as if he were strolling in his own backyard. He frowned, his gaze passing over the terrifying angel and fixed on the shattered piece of crystal on the throne armrest. A plus-grade deep-sea dragon crystal, market price is 300,000 per gram. Xin Feng muttered to himself, the pain on his face more real than when facing 1,000 troops. What a waste of money. On the throne, the mummified corpse slowly moved. Its jawbone, devoid of skin, opened and closed, producing a hoarse sound like metal rubbing together. Although it was in ancient Hebrew, the meaning automatically came to mind for everyone present. Why do mortals set foot on the pastures of the gods? It lowered its head slightly, its empty eye sockets looking down at the few ants below, its tone indifferent as if it were asking why the soles of its shoes were covered in mud. Pasture? Xin Feng raised an eyebrow and finally deigned to look at it properly. Identification initiated. Target, Gabriel, the agent of God projected remains. Status, severe corpse transformation depleted divine power earth leyline parasite. Note, a watchdog who should have died 5,000 years ago, clinging to life by drawing strength from the Dragon Palace's veins with the ancient Eastern sword at its chest. It thinks it's a god, but it's just a battery. Upon seeing the note, Xin Feng smiled. He strode forward, completely ignoring the spiritual pressure that could crush steel, and pulled out the red calculator from his pocket. Drip, drip, drip. The crisp sound of the buttons seemed particularly jarring in the deathly silent hall. Illegal intrusion into a residence, 5,000 years. Based on the housing prices in Zhengqing's first ring road, compound interest plus inflation. Xin Feng walked and pressed the button, finally stopping 5 meters in front of the throne, shoving the screen towards that high and mighty head. A total of 8 trillion national fortune points. Since you're dead, I'll accept ghost money, but the exchange rate will be 1 to 100 million. Xin Feng grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. This wing tenant, pay up. No credit allowed. In the angel's empty eye sockets, a grayish-white flame flickered suddenly. It seemed unable to comprehend why an insect dared to negotiate a price with a dragon. Blasphemy. It slowly raised its skeletal fingers, and a ball of grayish-white light condensed at its fingertips. The ball of light was not large, but it emanated a destructive aura that distorted even space itself, the light of the Great Judgment. Xin Feng, run. Lin Kurson's pupils contracted sharply. She recognized that move it was a divine technique recorded in top-secret files, the one that had instantly vaporized an entire island. No need to think, the body is faster than the brain. A mournful phoenix cry echoed throughout the hall. Lin Kurson forcibly burned her newly awakened and unstable golden crow bloodline, transforming into a golden-red streak of light. Holding the dim-looking Qinquan ring, she resolutely crashed into the ball of light. Bang! There was no suspense whatsoever. The tattered angel merely waved its wings of light behind it casually, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Lin Kurson was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the dragon-carved pillar, which was as thick as 2 people could hug. Her protective red silk ribbon shattered inch by inch, and she fell to the ground, vomiting blood, but still struggling to get up. Sister! Ao Meng cried out as she rushed over. The young dragon's pupils were blood red, a hatred etched into its genes 5,000 years ago. It was this same light that turned her people into specimens. Don't move. Xin Feng's voice remained lazy, but it carried a hint of coldness. He stood still, neither dodging nor defending. He simply watched as the gray-white beam of light struck his chest like divine punishment. Boom! The blinding light engulfed his figure. Xin Feng! Lin Kurson screamed in despair. The light faded. There was no annihilation, no bloodshed. Xin Feng stood still, patted the non-existent dust off his chest, and then let out a burp that smelled of holy light. Hiccup. It's a bit spoiled. Xin Feng frowned in disgust. The taste isn't as good as yesterday's vengeful spirit. Is this what Western food is like? It's all calories and no nutrition. For the first time, the angel's usually indifferent demeanor stiffened. It cannot understand. Why did its divine power vanish the moment it touched this mortal, like a drop of water entering the ocean, or a clay ox disappearing into the sea without a trace? Ding! High-level grid energy attack detected. Tai Demon suppressing body assessment. This energy has been contaminated by death energy. Its attribute is Ein-type Great Tonic. Forced conversion in progress. Conversion complete. National fortune points plus 2,000. Only 2,000? Qin Feng was very dissatisfied. Is this your limit? You poor wretch. Taking advantage of the moment when the angel's logic froze, Qin Feng made his move. Since we've absorbed the energy, we have to use it. Neza template, all unlocked. Boom! A phantom of a blue lotus bloomed beneath his feet. Qin Feng's figure vanished instantly, reappearing crouched on the armrest of the throne, his face almost pressed against the angel's skull. No weapons were used. Qin Feng formed claws with both hands, golden spiritual power enveloping his fingertips, and gripped the roots of the 6 withered wings of light behind the angel tightly. Since we don't have money to pay the rent. A flash of violence crossed Qin Feng's eyes. It was the rage of a salted fish that had been suppressed for a long time, and also a response to Lin Kursan's injury. These chicken wings look pretty intact, I'll take them. Roar! With a roar that sounded inhuman, Qin Feng's arm muscles bulged like rocks, and the Tai golden light exploded to its extreme. Get down here! Sizzle! A tearing sound that made your teeth ache echoed throughout the hall. Like tearing tattered leather, or snapping a steel cable. Qin Feng actually managed to rip the 6 wings of light connected to the divine core from the angel's back. Awa! The angel let out a piercing scream, not from the vibration of its vocal cords, but from the depths of its soul. A large gushing of golden liquid spurted from the wound. It was not blood, but the pure dragon energy and divine substance accumulated over 5,000 years. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and the overflowing energy seemed to be drawn in, rushing wildly into his mouth and nose. Ding! High purity divine substance detected. National fortune points plus 8,000. National fortune points plus 12,000. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A+ grade ingredient, dried wing tips of a 6-winged angel, very chewy, recommended for braising. The angel who lost his wings went into complete madness. The core within its chest began to flicker violently, and destructive energy was rapidly compressing. It was about to self-destruct its divine core, dragging this monster down with it. Want to die? Did you even ask me? Qin Feng's eyes turned cold, and his gaze instantly locked onto the broken sword stuck in the angel's chest. It was originally a seal used to suppress angels, but it turned around and absorbed their energy. The 7 Treasures exquisite sword damaged version. Original owner, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Special feature, specifically effective against evil spirits, possessing a reverse causality suppression ability that allows for 100% bare-handed catching of blades. Note, the father bids farewell while the son smiles. This sword seems eager for you to wield it. How come it's your old man's sword? Qin Feng made a sarcastic remark, but his right hand gripped the sword hilt without hesitation. Buzz! When Qin Feng, who possesses the Neza template, grasps the Li Jing sword, a wonderful chemical reaction occurs. The sword instantly burst forth with a crimson light, not righteous energy, but rather a violent wrath of a rebellious son. Cut! Qin Feng held the sword in one hand and swung it with a flourish. There are no fancy sword techniques, only pure power unleashed. A red light swept across. The angel, who was gathering strength for a self-destruction, suddenly froze. The next second, a thin red line extends from its left shoulder to its right abdomen. Click! The divine core, which was about to explode, along with its withered body, was neatly sliced in 2 by this sword. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Qin Feng flicked his wrist, making a less than perfect sword flourish, and casually kicked the angel's mangled remains off the throne. Is this a seat you're allowed to sit in? As the angel's remains turned to ashes, a rhombus-shaped crystal radiating a holy, soft light fell to the ground. The angel's heart. Qin Feng didn't even look, he flicked his toe and kicked directly at Lin Kursan in the distance. Here you go. It's very nourishing, go back and make soup with it. After saying that, he unceremoniously plopped down on the newly vacated crystal throne. He wiggled his hips, feeling the lingering warmth of the divine power on the throne, and sighed comfortably. This leather cushion is a bit hard, but it has a built-in heating function, so it's not prickly at all. Boom! With the destruction of the divine corpse, the Dragon Palace's central system, which had been suppressed by divine power, was finally restarted. The entire hall began to shake violently, and countless complex runes lit up on the floor and dome, eventually converging in mid-air to form a huge holographic sea chart. Aomang broke free from Lin Kurson's embrace, crying as she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Her little hands pressed against the armrest of the throne, and she cried out in a sob, "Turn on the camera." Buzz. Blue light is in full bloom. When the holographic map was fully unfolded, Xiao Wanqing, who was standing up while clutching her chest, gasped. The map shows more than just the East China Sea. It refers to the oceans of the entire Earth. At key points in the world's major oceans, the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, 72 scarlet nails have been lit up in dense array. They are like a giant spider web, tightly strangling the throat of this planet. This is the 72 pillars of the deep-sea demon god array? Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled. They're not just blocking shipping, they're draining our blood. The red dots are flashing, and each nail is continuously drawing upon the Earth's veins and spiritual energy, sending it to some unknown coordinate in the west. And with Qin Feng destroying the nail in the East China Sea, the remaining 71 red dots on the map flashed wildly at the same time, emitting a piercing alarm sound. Warning! Warning! The node Donghai has been disconnected. Defense mechanism triggered. Target locked, Qin Feng of Huaxia. Threat level, SSS. Looking at the sky filled with red light, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, he whistled. Oh dear, looks like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. He fiddled with the broken Seven Treasures exquisite sword in his hand, preparing to put it away as a trophy. Suddenly, his fingers touched the inside of the sword hilt. The area, which had been covered by the flesh and blood of angels, was now cleaned up, revealing a line of barely perceptible characters. Qin Feng paused. Identification activated, zoom in. That's not classical Chinese. Those are simplified Chinese characters. The handwriting is messy and the engraving marks are extremely deep, clearly indicating that the person who carved the words used their fingernails to carve them out in extreme fear and despair. Qin Feng's nonchalant expression froze completely the moment he saw the words. An unprecedented chill ran down his spine and straight to the top of his head, making him even more terrified than when he had faced the divine power of the angels. The text read, "Don't trust the system, it's a monster that feeds on this too." A final message from the previous host number 001. On my retina, the pale blue system panel was still flashing merrily. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received 50,000 national fortune points. The system is currently undergoing upgrades. The system is your most loyal partner, dedicated to helping you ascend to the throne of godhood. Qin Feng looked at the ironic line of loyal partners, his fingers gripping the sword hilt turning slightly white from excessive force. Outside the main hall, the sea waves surged. Inside the main hall, Qin Feng sat on the divine throne, with 71 demon gods awakening behind him and a warm notification light from the system before him. He suddenly realized that the world was more interesting than he had imagined. It's so funny, it makes you want to vomit. Oh. Qin Feng chuckled softly, clutching the final words tightly in his hand, his eyes becoming unfathomable. Want to eat me? That depends on whether your teeth are as hard as this sword. Chapter 31: The Self-Cultivation of a Movie Emperor. The fingernails dug into the sword hilt, making a teeth-grinding scraping sound. That unforgettable final line, "Don't trust the system, it's a monster that feeds on it too," turned into blurry wood chips under Qin Feng's thumb. Qin Feng's heart was pounding like a drum, but his expression instantly switched from shock to extreme disgust in a masterclass. This is outrageous. Qin Feng slammed the Seven Treasures exquisite sword to the ground, pointed at the scratches on the hilt, and cursed at the void. System, come out. This is the divine artifact you were talking about? Why are there inscriptions on it? This is obviously a second-hand item picked up from some street stall. It might even be a third-hand item. He looked cynical, like an ignorant consumer who had been ripped off by a Pinduoduo seller. What previous host? This is clearly a product defect. I want a refund. No, I want compensation for emotional distress. The air was silent for a second. The chilling warning line had been physically erased, replaced by Qin Feng's insatiable face. Ding. Host's emotions are extremely unstable. System description: this weapon has indeed withstood the test of time and possesses a sense of historical depth. Compensation: a comfort package 1 containing a premium happiness drink formula and a voucher for upgrading to a fully automatic massage chair. Seeing the compensation message pop up on the panel, Qin Feng finally relaxed a little. You made the right bet. Although this AI can issue tasks and provide power, it doesn't seem to have mind reading abilities. Or rather, it can only judge logic through the host's physiological signs and superficial behavior. As long as you act greedy enough, lazy enough, and like a brainless nouveau riche, you can survive under its nose. TCH, you think you can fob me off with a bottle of soda? Xin Feng picked up the sword, seemingly casually tucked it back into his waistband, and muttered to himself, "Fine, I'll make do with it since it can kill people." He turned around and looked at Lin Kurson, who was staring blankly behind him, and Ao Meng, who was clinging to his leg and drooling. "What are you looking at? Get to work." Xin Feng waved his hand, pointing at the magnificent dragon palace, his eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light. "Now that we're here, we can't go back empty-handed." "What's this called?" "This is called taking from the people and using it for the people." Lin Kurson's lips twitched. "But, didn't we already take the spirit stones and coral from the storeroom?" "You've narrowed your vision, Lin." Xin Feng squatted down and tapped the floorboards, producing a clear, melodious sound like jade striking jade. "Look at these floor tiles, they're made of ancient deep-sea jade. If we laid them in the manor in the summer, we could save on air conditioning costs. And that luminous pearl on that pillar, wouldn't it be great to use it as a street lamp?" For the next half-hour, the once solemn and majestic East China Sea Dragon Palace suffered an unprecedented demolition-style looting. "Move that screen away. That solid gold chamber pot, it's a bit disgusting, but it can be used after washing. Take it. Ao Meng, don't just stare, use your teeth to bite the diamond-encrusted doorknob off." When the submarine finally set sail for its return journey, the Dragon Palace was like a place swarmed by locusts, with only bare walls and a few load-bearing pillars left. If Xin Feng hadn't been afraid of a collapse that would kill him, he would have wanted to carry those pillars away too. The atmosphere inside the submarine on its return journey was somewhat eerie. Xin Feng, wearing sunglasses, huddled in a corner, clutching the Seven Treasures' exquisite sword tightly in his hand. Opposite him, Lin Kurson sat upright. At this moment, she radiated a soft and sacred golden white light, with a brightness of up to 60 watts, which was particularly dazzling in the dim cabin. Xin Feng, could you please stop staring at me like that?" Lin Kurson lowered her head somewhat awkwardly, her face flushed, but under the blessing of the holy light, the blush seemed like some kind of divine revelation. "Big sister, I don't want to look either, but you're too bright." Xin Feng pushed up his sunglasses and complained, "Absorbing an angel's heart can come with special effects? You're like a human headlight right now, even traffic cops would salute you." Ao Meng nestled in Xin Feng's arms, munching on a 10,000-year-old sea cucumber she'd smuggled from the Dragon Palace, and mumbled, "Mommy. Lian. It's beautiful. Shut up and eat your sea cucumber." Xin Feng rubbed Xiaolongnu's head, but his mind was focused on the system panel. Just now, as the trip to the Dragon Palace came to an end, a golden exclamation mark suddenly popped up in the system. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the S-rank hidden achievement Dragon Palace Rent Collection. System version update complete. Civilization Binding 2.0 is now online. New feature unlocked, Coexistence of National Destiny. The host's increased strength will directly impact the national destiny of China, and a stronger national destiny will increase the host's luck value. Xin Feng looked at this so-called symbiosis and sneered inwardly. To put it nicely, it's called symbiosis. To put it bluntly, it's about completely binding him to the entire Chinese civilization. If he wants to slack off or run away, the entire civilization will decline because of him. This kind of moral blackmail is practically writing "Don't even think about running away" on his face. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red mission pop-up appeared. Limited time urgent mission, clean up scrap metal. The system has detected that the host is in possession of a high-risk damaged weapon, Seven Treasures' exquisite sword. This item poses a risk of energy radiation. It is recommended that you immediately hand it over to the system's recycling shop for destruction. Recycling rewards, 200,000 national fortune points. 1 divine grade elixir 9-turn golden pill. 200,000 national fortune points. And a 9-turn golden elixir that can make people ascend to immortality in broad daylight. This is an astonishingly large undertaking. Xin Feng's finger hovered above the confirm recycling button. He could feel that although the system had no physical form, its urgent will almost overflowed the screen. It was afraid. It was afraid of something remaining on the sword, or perhaps afraid of the sword's very existence. 200,000. Xin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes glazed over. Ding! Host hesitation detected. Additional reward, 1 resurrection coin only usable when near death. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. They even used resurrection coins? What secrets does this sword hold that make the system go to such lengths? Oh, System Daddy, you're too kind. Xin Feng suddenly withdrew his finger, wearing an expression that said, I'm a sentimental person. However, I was quite comfortable using this sword just now, and after all, it's a family heirloom left to me by my cheap father-in-law, Li Jing. What if I sell it and Neza, the third prince, comes to claim my life tonight? Warning, this item is extremely dangerous. Host, please do not attempt to use it. Danger? I'm the kind of person who loves seeking thrills. Xin Feng was unmoved by reason, and even started to raise his price. Unless, you give me something to save my life. After all, this sword has radiation, so I have to be careful. The system remains silent for a full 3 seconds. Ding! Recycling mission cancelled. Compensation distribution, absolute defense shield card can withstand one god-level attack, used to offset radiation damage. A card emitting a faint golden light fell into the system inventory. Xin Feng was overjoyed, but on the surface he pretended to be regretful, stingy. He won this game. Not only did he retain this crucial sword of truth, but he also gained a life-saving trump card for free. East China Sea Frontline Command. When Xin Feng returned to the base with his special products and dumped several tons of cold jade floorboards and spirit stone corals onto the open ground, the soldiers in charge of logistics almost popped their eyes out. But what shocked Director Wang Manhe even more was that global nautical chart. Inside the meeting room, Wang Manhe stared at the 72 densely packed red dots, her face ashen. The teacup in her hand fell to the floor with a crash and shattered. The 72-pillared demon god array. The Western Divine Court is trying to completely drain the Earth's spiritual energy and turn this place into wasteland. Xiao Wanqing's voice trembled. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were on the young man who was lying on the sofa, feeding Ao Meng a lollipop. Don't look at me. Xin Feng felt everyone's gaze and immediately raised his hands. I'm just a junior in college. I can manage to collect rent occasionally. Can't we leave high-level tasks like saving the world to someone taller? Like that old master from Longhu Mountain? Xin Feng. Wang Manhe took a deep breath, her eyes more solemn than ever before. The nation will activate level 1 combat readiness. But you are the only one capable of destroying the array. From now on, you are the nation's top secret. You are not allowed to leave the country, you are not allowed to be damaged, and you are not allowed to be taken away by anyone. Including this dragon? Wang Manhe pointed at Ao Meng. Ao Meng immediately bared his little tiger teeth, letting out a low roar, and a wisp of flame appeared, a prelude to turning the surrounding 500 miles into scorched earth. No. Xin Feng covered Ao Meng's mouth. This child is shy. How about this, let her come back to the manor with me, and I'll reluctantly be her nanny. Approved. Wang Manhe said without hesitation, I'll give you the title of National Endangered Mythical Beast Conservator, with a monthly salary of 50 million. Is that enough? Deal. For the sake of the country, I have no choice but to agree. Xin Feng agreed quickly. Late at night, at the Destiny Manor, in the Tongxin Pavilion. Lin Kerson's situation is not good. Although her external injuries had healed, the light power of the angel's heart within her body experienced a severe rejection reaction with the Fire Phoenix bloodline. She was burning hot, like a furnace, and even her breath carried golden sparks. Professor Zhong Hongru, fully equipped in a hazmat suit, inspected the situation and then said to Xin Feng with a serious expression through his mask, Mr. Qin, the situation is complicated. A simple hug is no longer enough to neutralize these two forces. Then what should we do? Xin Feng asked. Professor Zhong adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting ambiguously between the two. A deeper level of physical harmony is needed. Ideally, it should be a negative distance, a union of body and soul, to guide this divine power back to its rightful place. Although Lin Kerson was delirious with fever, upon hearing these words, her entire body turned bright red, and even the Ahog cowlick on her head emitted a puff of steam. Well, you guys figure it out yourselves tonight. The government has specially approved a batch of top-of-the-line safety supplies, they're in the bedside table. After Professor Zhong finished speaking, he led the medical team out quickly, thoughtfully locking the door behind them. Only Xin Feng and Lin Kerson, who was acting as a human light bulb, remained in the room. Xin Feng. I feel terrible. Lin Kerson unconsciously tugged at her collar, her eyes glazed over. Xin Feng looked at her, his Adam's apple bobbing. But he did not act immediately. He turned and went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and blasted the water, creating a loud noise. Then, he locked the door and took out the Seven Treasures exquisite sword from his pocket. Identification, fully opened. His vision instantly pierced through the material of the sword hilt, and deep within the layers of runes, Qin Feng finally found the thing, a crystal the size of a grain of rice, emitting an eerie faint light. Those are the system's eyes and ears. Qin Feng took a deep breath and pulled a feather from his pocket. It was the Lucifer's feather he had casually plucked when he tore the angel apart earlier. Although the angel was called Gabriel, Qin Feng called it whatever he wanted, and it had an extremely high divine isolation effect. He carefully wrapped the sword hilt with feathers, then mobilized the spiritual power of the Tai demon suppressing body within his body to construct a false energy circulation loop around the crystal. After doing all this, Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now, all that this ear can hear is a signal I've fabricated. In this cramped bathroom, under the cover of the flowing water, Qin Feng finally managed to secure a corner of absolute privacy for himself, right under the system's nose. The next morning, Qin Feng stretched and walked out of the bedroom, feeling refreshed. Although last night's treatment was arduous, he had used special techniques to suppress Lin Kurson's rejection reaction and hadn't actually gone all the way after all. He didn't want to be live-streamed in this aspect until the system's surveillance was completely resolved. He was just about to go to the restaurant to enjoy the luxurious breakfast prepared by Bai Ji when a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the gate of the manor. Boom! The heavy alloy door was violently forced open. A convoy of black SUVs stormed into the manor like bandits, kicking up clouds of dust, and came to a stop on the lawn in front of the main building. The car door opened, and a group of cold-faced bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses stepped out. Immediately afterward, a young man in a white suit, holding a folding fan, got out of the back seat of a stretched Lincoln. The young man was handsome, but his eyes revealed an arrogant and condescending air. He glanced up at the sign of Destiny Manor, a hint of disdain on his lips. This is where the so-called top strategic resource lies? It's nothing special. Bai Ji led the security team out and shouted sternly, "Who goes there? This is a military restricted area." A restricted area? The young man scoffed, pulled out a red-headed document from his pocket, and casually threw it on the ground. Look carefully, this is a special wartime mobilization order. He walked past Bai Ji and his gaze locked precisely on Qin Feng, who had just walked to the door, and Lin Kurson, who was wearing a bathrobe and looked languid behind him. I am Yi Lingtian from the Yi family of Beijing. The young man waved his folding fan, his tone condescending. From now on, this manor is requisitioned as my temporary command post. And his folding fan was pointed directly at Lin Kurson, a greedy glint in his eyes. Lin Kurson, right? An S-class genius with the bloodline of the Fire Phoenix. This time, I'm going to conquer the East Sea, and I'm short of a bed warmer. Oh no, I'm short of an assistant officer. Pack your things and come with me. As for Qin Feng, Yi Lingtian never even glanced at him once, as if he were just a wisp of air. Qin Feng stood on the steps, squinting as he looked at the domineering CEO who had seemingly fallen from the sky. The familiar recipe, the familiar taste. Isn't this the legendary experience-giving child that comes when you beat the young and the old, or when you beat the old and the ancestors? Identification, initiated. Target, Yi Lingtian. Identity, young master of the Yi family and the capital senior member of the rebel god organization. Status, possessed by the divine blood of Ares, the god of war. Puppetization level 30%. Strength, B+ rank, can reach a rank with divine blood burst. System bounty, kill or disable this target to receive 50,000 national fortune points and unlock the new achievement, Prelude to the Godslayer. Looking at the name, which was so red it was almost black, and that tempting string of zeros, Qin Feng smiled. His smile was incredibly kind. He pushed away Bai Ji, who was trying to approach him, slowly walked down the steps, bent down to pick up the document, and dusted it off. They're requisitioning my house? And they're trying to kidnap me? Qin Feng walked up to Yi Lingtian, the two less than half a meter apart. He could even smell the nauseating stench of blood emanating from the other man, the smell of divine blood. Young Master Yi, is that right? Qin Feng grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. Have you ever heard that I am the only law in this manor? What's even more interesting is... Qin Feng lowered his voice, so only Yi Lingtian could hear, that stench of your Western birdman emanating from you, I could smell it from 800 meters away. Didn't Ares teach you that if you come to your death, you should bring a gift? Chapter 32 Experience Babies, welcome. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Yi Lingtian's face, which was originally filled with arrogance and superiority, was now distorting and congesting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Divine blood? He stared intently at Qin Feng, a sickly smile curving his lips. Deep within his eyes, a previously suppressed dark red light surged like magma, instantly engulfing human reason. Since you figured it out, then I can't let you live. Yi Lingtian slowly straightened up, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against rust. He raised his hand and waved it, his tone chilling. Clear the area. Except for that woman, kill everyone else without mercy. Yes. The 12 bodyguards in black shouted in unison. They ripped open their suit jackets, revealing well-defined, iron-like muscles. On each of their necks, bluish-black veins bulged, a sign of having been injected with low-level divine power potions. 12 auras soared into the sky. Although they were mixed, when they came together, they suddenly overwhelmed the peak of sea level. Boom! The ground trembled. The 12 people, like a pack of mad dogs out of control, pounced on the manor's security lines. Stop them! Bai Jijio shouted, and the psionic short stick in her hand shot out. But she was just a housekeeper after all, and she could only face these cyborgs trained by assassins after a single encounter. Bang! Bai Ji was sent flying and crashed heavily into the fountain sculpture, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The meticulously manicured lawn was trampled into mud, and the expensive white marble railings broke and collapsed. Seeing this, Qin Feng's signature lazy smile gradually disappeared. Instead, there was only a deathly, icy silence. Court death. Lin Kerson's beautiful eyes widened, and her full head of red hair moved without any wind. A burst of intense and domineering golden crow fire erupted from her body, instantly distorting the surrounding air and even causing the marble steps to melt. Just as she was about to rush out, a hand landed on her shoulder. Don't move. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable force. Lin Kerson was taken aback and turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly and deliberately took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket. He had just picked them up from the gardener and elegantly put them on, carefully smoothing out every wrinkle. This contaminated garbage is dirty, don't let it pollute your fire. Qin Feng cracked his neck, making a crisp snap, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a bunch of walking QR codes. Let me do it. I'm a bit short on cash lately, and it would be impolite not to eat when someone delivers takeout. How arrogant! Yi Lingtian laughed in extreme anger. The folding fan in his hand suddenly shattered, and countless metal fan ribs reassembled in mid-air, transforming into a scarlet spear of light. A nauseating, bloody fighting spirit surged into the sky. This is a projection of Ares' companion artifact, the bloodthirsty spear. Die! Yi Lingtian shattered the ground with a single step, his entire body transforming into a blood-red afterimage. The B+ level Chosen One unleashed his full power, his spear of light whistling as it tore through the air, aiming straight for Qin Feng's throat. This strike was as fast as lightning and extremely ruthless. Lin Kerson's heart jumped into her throat. However, Qin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, could only sigh helplessly. Too slow. Just as the tip of the blood-red spear was less than 3 inches from his throat. Buzz! A faint golden light appeared on Qin Feng's body. Tai Demon Suppressing Body, activated. A righteous spirit melts snow under the blazing sun. The indestructible spear, imbued with the power to corrode, melted and disintegrated at an astonishing speed the moment it touched the golden light, like a wax toy encountering a flamethrower. What? Yi Lingtian's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, a hand wearing a white glove was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. There are no fancy techniques involved. Only with the blessing of the Neza template can one possess pure, unreasonable, and monstrous strength. Smack! A loud bang, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The air was blasted apart, creating a white shockwave. Yi Lingtian, spear and all, flew out like a ragdoll. He spun 3.5 times in the air, and more than a dozen teeth mixed with blood shot out like bullets, embedding themselves in the tree trunks in the distance with a crackling sound. Boom! Yi Lingtian crashed heavily into the lawn, leaving a deep ditch more than 10 meters long, before finally stopping when he slammed into the wall. The entire room fell silent. The 12 black-clad assassins, who were wreaking havoc, froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Qin Feng stood there, somewhat disgusted, and took off his gloves, throwing them into the nearby trash can. That's it? He looked at the notification that popped up on the system panel. Defeat the God's Chosen One, reward, national fortune points plus 500. A young master from the capital, how come you're only worth 500 points? Qin Feng looked utterly dejected, as if he'd bought watered-down pork at the market. Are you Ares' illegitimate son, or a cheap, substandard product from Pinduoduo that sells for 9.9 yuan with free shipping? From the ruins came the roars of wild beasts. Yi Lingtian stood up unsteadily. Half of his face had completely collapsed, swollen like a purplish-black pig's head. "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to tear you to pieces." Shame, pain, and disgrace completely overwhelmed his last shred of reason. Glug! It felt as if something inside him had shattered. The dark red divine blood was completely out of control. Sizzle! The expensive custom-made suit instantly shattered. Yi Lingtian's body began to swell violently, his skin turned a nauseating dark red, and his blood vessels bulged out like earthworms. Roar! With a cracking sound of bones dislocating, his back tore open, and two fleshy spikes covered in slime grew out, transforming him into a twisted monster 3 meters tall. A foul stench permeated the air. That was the decadent aura of Western deities. At this moment, his aura actually broke through the limit and approached a level. Qin Feng. Be careful. Lin Kerson's expression changed drastically, and golden flames gathered in her hand. He's completely demonized. Roar! The monstrous Yi Lingtian, his eyes bloodshot, roared as he lunged at Qin Feng, twice as fast as before. Just then, a petite figure suddenly darted out from behind Qin Feng. Meet! Ao Meng, who had been lying on the steps gnawing on a sea cucumber, now had eyes that shone like two searchlights. In the dragon race's diet, this high-energy Western divine power translates to malatang, a spicy hot pot dish, the kind with extra numbing and spicy flavor. Whoosh! The little girl appeared in front of Yi Lingtian in an instant, opening her cherry-like mouth. Click! A sharp, teeth-grinding crack. Ao Meng bit off the newly grown, imposing fleshy thorn on Yi Lingtian's back. Awah! A piercing scream echoed through the sky. Yi Lingtian was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed and he shook his body wildly. But Ao Meng clung to him like a koala hanging from a tree, making crunching sounds as she ate, her mouth greasy and her face beaming with happiness. So crispy, delicious. What was originally a terrifying scene of demonic transformation instantly turned into a large-scale food vlog. The divine power within Yi Lingtian's body was draining away at an alarming rate, all of it flowing into the belly of this dragon-shaped gold-devouring beast. That's enough, don't get an upset stomach. Qin Feng took a step forward and instantly appeared above Yi Lingtian's head. He stepped on the monster's chest, pinning Yi Lingtian to the ground. Identification locked. The target is in a near-death and weakened state, and has been identified as a recyclable high-risk pollution source. Is mandatory recycling required? Recycle, Qin Feng said coldly. Buzz. Qin Feng placed his palm on Yi Lingtian's brow. An invisible suction force erupted. No. This is my power, my. Yi Lingtian cried out in despair. But it was to no avail. A crystal, so clear and translucent that it seemed as if blood was flowing inside, was forcibly ripped out of Yi Lingtian's body. Divine Crystal Aries Sequence. As the crystal separated from his body, Yi Lingtian's massive body rapidly withered and shrank. In just a few seconds, he went from a 3-meter-tall monster to a skinny, emaciated, and dying cripple. Ding! Successfully abolished the traitor, reward, plus 50,000 national fortune points. Achievement unlocked, prelude to Godslayer. Qin Feng weighed the crystal in his hand, and looking at the soaring balance, his smile instantly became brighter than a sunflower. He bent down and kindly straightened Yi Lingtian's tattered collar, who was slumped on the ground. Young Master Yi, you're so generous. I can't possibly accept this. You've come all this way, and you've brought such a generous gift. Far away. The 12 bodyguards in black were already terrified. Even the young master has turned into a dried-up corpse, what's the point of them fighting? A group of people turned and ran, wishing their parents had 2 more legs. Run? Qin Feng didn't turn his head, but simply snapped his fingers. What you ate of mine, you must spit out. What you smashed of mine, you must pay back. Buzz. Suddenly, streaks of dark blue light rose up around the manor. Those were array materials that Qin Feng had purchased from the Dragon Palace. Although it was just a simple version of the dragon trapping array that he set up casually, it was more than enough to trap this group of sea-level minions. Bang bang bang. The bodyguards in black crashed into the light screen, getting bruised and battered. 5 million in ransom per person. If you're short even a penny, I'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. Qin Feng's voice drifted over. Just then. Rumble. The roar of propellers echoed in the sky. More than a dozen armed helicopters painted with the national emblem roared in and hovered over the manor. Several ropes were lowered, and fully armed special agents quickly took control of the scene. Wang Manha, dressed in a black trench coat, jumped off the helicopter. Looking at the mess on the ground and the young master of the Yi family who had become a cripple, even she, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. Xin Feng. You. Before she could even retaliate, a document was shoved in her face. Director Wang, you've come at the perfect time. Xin Feng pointed at Yi Lingtian on the ground, his face righteous and awe-inspiring. I am filing a formal complaint. Someone has forged official documents, abused public power for private gain, and is even planning to attack the nation's most strategic resources. This matter will cost extra money. Wang Manha took the document down, and after reading its contents, her face instantly turned ashen. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate the Yi family. She turned and roared at the communicator. Xin Feng clapped his hands, just about to take Lin Kurson and the still hungry Ao Meng back to the house. Just then. Drip drip drip. A rapid and piercing electronic sound suddenly rang out from the communicator that Yi Lingtian had dropped into the grass. That was a specially encrypted military channel. At that moment, it connected automatically. A holographic projection unfolded in mid-air. There are no specific human faces in the image, only a slowly rotating badge. That was an eye. A cold, aloof eye, as if looking down on ants. The Supreme Council of the Western Divine Court, the all-seeing eye. Waste. A cold, metallic voice, altered by a voice changer, emanated from the projection. You can't even handle a nascent variable. Yi Lingtian, Lord Ares is very disappointed in your performance. Upon hearing this sound, Yi Lingtian, who was on the ground, suddenly bulged his originally dull eyes and made a terrified ho-ho sound in his throat. No. Sir, give me another chance. Start the purification process. The voice coldly interrupted him. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Lingtian's withered body suddenly swelled up violently, like an inflated balloon. A blinding white light shone from beneath his skin. A destructive energy surge surged exponentially. Grade A. Grade A+. Grade S? Xin Feng's pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. This is hardly purification. This turned him into a human nuclear bomb. Once this energy is unleashed, not only will the heavenly manor be reduced to rubble, but the entire Jiangcheng urban area within a 10-kilometer radius will be instantly leveled. Kurson. Ao Meng. Come here. Xin Feng roared and pulled the two of them behind him. It's too late. The white light had already engulfed everything. In the last second before his vision was blinded, Xin Feng pressed the golden button on the system interface hard. System. Redeem. Chapter 33 Absolute Defense. System. Redeem. Xin Feng's roar was drowned out by the white light. However, instead of exchanging for any new life-saving items, he took out a card that glowed with a cold blue light. It was the Absolute Defense Shield card one-time use that he had found in a forgotten corner of a treasure chest when he was buying goods at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Give me a boost. 50,000 national fortune points. Upgrade the defense level to Godly Forbidden. Xin Feng's heart was bleeding. That was 50,000 points. How many beanbag chairs could he buy? How many bottles of 1982 soda could he drink? This debt had to be settled with those bastards. Buzz. Time seemed to be cut in two at that moment. Outside the manor, Wang Manha closed her eyes in despair. The special operations team members gritted their teeth, awaiting the blow that would wipe out Jiangcheng. It was an S-class divine power self-destruction, equivalent to a small tactical nuclear bomb exploding face-to-face. However, the expected shockwave did not arrive. Not even a breeze stirred. Wang Manha opened her eyes in astonishment, and then she saw the most unbelievable scene of her life. In the heart of the manor, a pale golden, semi-transparent light dome, like an inverted glass bowl, tightly enclosed the space within 100 meters radius. Inside the light shield, white light raged, and energy was as violent as a purgatory. Space itself was torn into countless fragments, with terrifying high temperatures and impacts capable of vaporizing steel. Outside the light shield, half a meter away, a fallen leaf drifted down, gently touching the surface of the light shield and creating a barely perceptible ripple. It's like a nuclear firework encased in an exquisite crystal ball. Destruction and tranquility achieved a bizarre coexistence at this moment. What kind of trick is this? The document in Wang Manha's hand fell to the ground with a thud. The usually composed Iron Lady's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Inside the light shield, the white light gradually dissipated. The dust and smoke had not yet settled, and the all-seeing eye projection, suspended in mid-air, was still there. The cold eye turned, seemingly puzzled as to why it had not detected the disappearance of life signals. Cough, cough. 2 soft coughs were heard from the smoke and dust. Xin Feng stood with one hand in his pocket and the other hand fanning the dust from his nose, maintaining his previous posture, his hairstyle perfectly intact. Behind him, Lin Kurson had her eyes tightly shut, her hands gripping his clothes tightly, while Ao Meng licked her lollipop with a blank expression. Hey, big eyes. Xin Feng raised his head and, through the gradually transparent light barrier, gave that high and mighty Ayakine smile. This is your divine quartz purification? It's not even enough to make a sound. The projection of the all-seeing eye fluctuated violently, and before the cold, mechanical voice could be heard, it was interrupted by Xin Feng. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since you have so warmly gifted me a large firework, as the successor of a nation of etiquette, it would be very uncultured not to return the favor. Xin Feng snapped his fingers, a wicked smile flashing in his eyes. System, redeem, Supersystem Virus, Panda Burning Incense Divine Realm Special Edition, and send it over to this bastard via his internet connection. Oh no, I mean, his mental link. Ding. 2,000 national fortune points consumed. Virus is uploading. Transmission complete. Goodbye. Xin Feng waved at the eye. The next second, the projection of the all-seeing eye trembled violently, and its originally indifferent pupils instantly turned into 2 large X marks, before shattering completely amidst a piercing electrical crackling sound. Thousands of miles away, on the other side of the ocean. The highest council roundtable beneath the Holy Light Cathedral in the Western Divine Court. This is the brain of the Divine Court, controlling the movements of millions of believers worldwide in hundreds of rifts in the Void Realm. 12 bishops dressed in red robes sit around a crystal ball, awaiting the good news that the Eastern heretics have been eradicated. Sudden. What's going on? The screen is frozen, a bishop frowned. Immediately afterwards, the huge, incredibly expensive monitoring crystal ball suddenly turned into a bizarre blue screen. Is this your technology? The leading white-robed archbishop roared. Before the words were finished, the blue screen disappeared. Instead, there is a black and white panda with an extremely simple style, which looks like it is made of pixels. The panda, holding 3 incense sticks and sporting an extremely lewd smile, began to wiggle its butt and dance in the center of the screen. What kind of blasphemous thing is this? Before the bishops could react, shrill music exploded at maximum decibels throughout the entire council hall. Good luck, good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck to us all. This is not only visual pollution, but also a psychological attack. Panda Burning Incense Divine Realm Special Edition is not only designed for electronic devices, but also for the Divine Power Network. Ah! Several psychic bishops responsible for connecting the crystal ball suddenly clutched their eyes and screamed, collapsing to the ground and rolling around in agony. On their retinas, whether their eyes were open or closed, all they could see was that lewd panda dancing with incense, and the addictive melody of good luck played on an endless loop in their minds. Cut it off. Cut the connection off immediately. The white-robed archbishop trembled with rage, slamming his scepter heavily on the ground. We can't cut it off. This power is even infecting our holy light circuits, the tech priest screamed in despair. It's automatically sending mass-sent emoticons to all the high-ranking officials of the Divine Court. That night, the solemnity and mystery of the Western Pantheon shattered into pieces amidst a panda and a joyous Chinese song. Destiny Manor. With the crisis averted, Xin Feng casually removed the shield. Although the shockwave from the S-class explosion was blocked, extremely terrifying divine power radiation still lingered in the core area. Even a C-class awakened would mutate if they stayed there for just 1 minute. Belch. Just as Xin Feng was considering whether to waste some more money to exchange for a purifier, a satisfied burp broke the silence. Ao Meng rubbed her round little belly, glanced disdainfully at the scorched earth around her, then opened her cherry-like mouth and took a deep breath. Call. The visible, distorted, dark red radiation energy in the surrounding air formed a vortex, like a whale sucking in water, and was completely swallowed by the little girl. I'm a little full. Ao Meng patted her belly, exhaled a smoke ring with sparks, and muttered, this flavor is a bit too spicy. Next time, remember to ask them to cook it medium rare. Xin Feng's lips twitched. A true dragon's trash can. Xin Feng. A trembling voice called out from behind. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's here. The most crucial moment has arrived. The system just notified me that Lin Kurson's favorability is stuck at 89%, just one step away from unlocking that coveted combination skill. Xin Feng instantly channeled his inner actor. His rosy complexion turned deathly pale in an instant, and he staggered, like a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the verge of collapse. I'm fine. He weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse as if it had been sanded on sandpaper, and a trickle of blood, squeezed from his bitten tongue, even escaped from the corner of his mouth. As long as you're all right, then, cough cough. Before he could finish speaking, a warm and soft body crashed into his arms. Lin Kurson hugged him tightly, her arms squeezing Xin Feng so tightly he almost suffocated. In that instant, when the white light engulfed everything, she really thought she was going to lose this jerk who talked nonsense and thought about nothing but salted fish all day. Looking at his back as he stood in front of her, the defenses she had built up against him, the barriers of reserve and arrogance, completely crumbled. You idiot! Who told you to show off? You're a national strategic resource, you should be hiding behind me. Lin Kurson's voice was choked with sobs, and hot tears soaked Xin Feng's shirt. Xin Feng casually rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder, feeling the beauty trembling in his arms. He felt secretly pleased, but his face was righteous and awe-inspiring. I am a man, how can I let my wife stand in front of me? Wife. This time, Lin Kurson didn't argue or push him away in embarrassment or anger. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. Ding. Detected a significant emotional fluctuation in Lin Kurson. Your destined partner, her affection level has surpassed 90%. Congratulations, host. The prerequisite for unlocking the fusion skill is mutual understanding. Reward, 1 exclusive skill slot for your Taoist partner. Nice. Xin Feng mentally gave a thumbs up and casually stroked Lin Kurson's fiery red hair, as if soothing a ruffled kitten. At this moment, Wang Manha, who was outside the manor, finally came to her senses. Looking at this incredible miracle of survival, she took a deep breath, and the shock in her eyes quickly turned into a chilling coldness. Since Xin Feng is alright, then some other people are bound to be in trouble. Pass on my orders. Wang Man has spoken to the communicator, her tone as cold as the Siberian wind. Immediately activate the S-level cleansing order. Target, the Yi family in Beijing. Director, the Yi family is, after all, deeply entrenched. Deeply rooted? Wang Manha sneered, glancing at Yi Lingtian, whose life was unknown amidst the ruins. Colluding with the Divine Court and attempting to detonate S-level divine power on Chinese territory is treason. Don't even mention being deeply rooted. Even if you turn the entire capital upside down, the Yi family will be uprooted tonight. Furthermore, notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to hold a press conference immediately. Since the Divine Court dares to broadcast it globally, we dare to hold a global public trial. Release the recording from earlier and designate the Divine Court as a terrorist organization. With this command, the entire vast national machine of China began to roar into action, all for the sake of one person. 2 hours later, Xin Feng was sent to the Special Affairs Department's top-level medical ward for recuperation. It was supposed to be recuperation, but in reality, it was just lying on a luxury hospital bed, eating grapes peeled by A.O. Meng, and checking the system's settlement. Event rating, Savior level pseudo. You survived a seemingly hopeless situation, protected vital cities and strategic resources, and severely damaged the prestige of the Western Divine Court. Reward, 200,000 national fortune points. Unlock special title, Divine Slayer when equipped, increases damage dealt to Western Pantheon creatures by 50% and taunt value by 100%. Looking at the rapidly increasing balance in his account, Xin Feng finally felt less heartbroken about the 50,000 points he had spent earlier. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he took out the Divine Crystal Ares sequence that had been extracted from Yi Lingtian's body from his system space with a thought. Inside this dark red crystal, magma seemed to be flowing, radiating a violent fighting spirit. What else can this thing do besides being used as a bomb? Xin Feng weighed it in his hand. Just then, the dormant Neza, the third prince template, within him suddenly experienced a violent throbbing. The feeling was like a child who hadn't eaten for 3 days smelling the aroma of braised pork. Ding! High purity god of war divinity detected. Note, absorbing this crystal can greatly accelerate the awakening process of the second stage of the Neza template 3 heads and 6 arms. Note, full absorption requires body tempering in the extreme yang land, otherwise it may result in the body exploding in death. The land of extreme yang? Xin Feng raised an eyebrow. What kind of place is that? The Flaming Mountain? Click. The ward door was pushed open. Professor Zhong Hongru and Wang Manha walked in with serious expressions. Xin Feng, how are you feeling? Wang Manha asked, but her eyes clearly held a hidden agenda. It's alright, I'll probably need to lie in bed for 30 to 50 years. Qin Feng skillfully shrank into the blankets, adopting a "I'm a patient, don't mess with me" stance. Professor Zhong pushed up his glasses, ignoring his nonsense. It's good that you're not dead. There's bad news. Although you blocked the explosion, the burst of S-level energy still stimulated the global void rift. According to monitoring, the top 10 supreme demon god pillars in the 72-pillar demon god array have shown signs of awakening. Then go ahead and get it done. Why are you talking to me, a patient? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. That's the problem. Wang Manha took out an official document and handed it to Qin Feng. In order to deal with the resurgence of the demon god, and for your safety, the organization has decided, after careful consideration, to assign you a new mission location. Qin Feng took the document and his eyes widened when he saw the location on it. Jiangcheng University? That's right, Professor Zhong explained. According to ancient texts and the latest surveys, beneath Jiangcheng University lies an ancient fire vein that is about to transform into a dragon. It is the place with the strongest yang energy in the entire eastern part of China, also known as the land of extreme yang. That place can not only help you suppress any potential aftereffects, but it is also the core node that the demon god pillars covet. We need you to guard it. Guard the garrison? Qin Feng pointed at his own nose. You want me to go back to school? It's not just about going to school. Wang Manha's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Your identity will remain a secret. But Lin Kurson, as your bodyguard, will also return to school with you. In addition. She paused, then said, given your current strategic value, all your expenses at school will be reimbursed by the state. However, you must ensure that the fire vein is not detonated by the demon god's followers. Qin Feng looked at the document in his hand, and then at the Neza template in the system that was eagerly awaiting its arrival. The land of extreme yang, isn't this just a beginner village for Neza to level up? All right. Qin Feng sighed, his face bearing the tragic air of I've shed blood for my country, but I have one condition. You say. I want a single room in the dorm, with air conditioning, and a gaming chair that I can lie down in to play games without my back hurting. Wang Manha and Professor Zhong exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Make a deal. Qin Feng lay back down on his pillow, looking at the moonlight outside the window, a slight smile playing on his lips. Jiangcheng University. It seems that if I want to be a quiet, unambitious person, I have to clean up the demons and monsters underground first. Chapter 34 Returning to Campus. Jiangcheng University, a late autumn afternoon. A post titled Shocking. Goddess falls to earth and ends up riding a vegetable basket back to the dorm, quickly topped the campus forum's trending list, followed by 3 dark red hot characters. The accompanying image is extremely high definition, on a shared bicycle with peeling paint. Qin Feng holds the handlebars with one hand, his long legs lazily pedaling, a smug not woke up expression on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Kurson, the school beauty who is usually aloof as an iceberg and fierce as a raging fire, is now curled up in the wire basket in front of the bicycle, her incredibly long legs that make countless otaku dream of her, looking both aggrieved and obedient. Are we there yet? My butt's sore. Lin Kurson tugged at the hem of her plaid skirt, which only reached her knees, and complained softly. To fit the close protection mission, she had specially changed into a modified JK uniform for easier movement. Now, huddled in the bike basket, she did look a bit like a captured, large-sized figurine. Bear with it. The Special Affairs Department's car is too conspicuous, which is not conducive to my infiltration. Qin Feng yawned and slowly turned into a corner of the playground. Besides, isn't this less strenuous than walking? Lin Kurson rolled her eyes. You're the one who's saving yourself the trouble. The bicycle stopped in front of a red brick bungalow with a sign that read Abandoned Equipment Room, no unauthorized personnel allowed. This is your new dormitory? Lin Kurson jumped off the bicycle basket, rubbed her numb thigh, and looked at the dilapidated house covered with ivy with disgust. Is Director Wang taking revenge on me? Qin Feng didn't say anything, but took out a black card and swiped it. Deep identity confirmed. Welcome home, Supreme Rank Executive Officer. With a barely perceptible spatial fluctuation, the dilapidated iron door slowly opened. The world behind the door suddenly opened up. There was no musty smell or dust, only an entryway covered with an expensive Persian carpet, a 270-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, although the view outside was a virtual projection of the sea, a heated swimming pool emitting steaming heat, and in the very center was the million-dollar intelligent esports cockpit that Qin Feng had been longing for. That evil privileged class. Although Lynn Curson complained, her body betrayed her as she threw herself into the soft Italian leather sofa. That's what you call professional. Qin Feng slumped back into his gaming chair and let out a satisfied sigh. But before he could even open the game, an alarm suddenly went off in his head. Warning! Excessive levels of extremely yang energy detected in the environment. Tai Demon's suppressing body is operating automatically. Buzzing sounds. Qin Feng felt as if the leather seat beneath him had turned into a teppanyaki grill, with streams of pure, almost violent heat continuously penetrating his body through the spatial folding array on the floor. Good heavens, this isn't an extremely sunny place, it's like sitting on a volcano. Qin Feng leaped up, feeling a surge of heat throughout his body. The divine crystal, within him, like a shark smelling blood, began to throb wildly in his storage compartment. No, we have to stew this thing in the pressure cooker underground. Qin Feng glanced at Lynn Curson, who had already taken out her tablet on the sofa and started watching a drama. Come on, come with me to the martial arts academy. No, I'm tired. Lynn Curson turned over. I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. 2 bowls. Make a deal. The underground 3 floors of Jiangda Martial Arts Academy, the Earth Core Tempering Chamber. This is the most turbulent place in the entire Jiangcheng University, with its dark red alloy gate tightly closed and a strong smell of sulfur permeating the air. Qin Feng had just led Lynn Curson to the door when they were blocked by a wall of people. Stop! A sharp shout rang out. 7 or 8 burly men in bright red training uniforms stood with their arms crossed, their eyes filled with hostility. The leader, with a buzz cut and a flame tattoo between his eyebrows, exuded an aura of intense heat, like a volcano about to erupt. Zhao Yan, president of Jiangda Martial Arts Club, nicknamed Little Fire God, is a top 3 player on the points leaderboard and Lynn Curson's #1 fervent pursuer. Lynn Curson? Zhao Yan's eyes widened instantly when he saw Lynn Curson's JK uniform, and his Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty. But when he saw Qin Feng next to Lynn Curson, his face instantly turned so gloomy it could drip water. Qin Feng, you good-for-nothing who only knows how to sleep, what are you doing bringing Kuxi in here? Zhao Yan stepped forward, his peak sea-level aura pressing down on Qin Feng without reservation. This is a tempering ground, not a place for a gigolo like you who lives off government subsidies. Qin Feng picked at his ear, looking bewildered, and asked Lynn Curson, who is this? Why is she so angry? Is she going through early menopause? What did you say? Zhao Yan's forehead veins bulged. Qin Feng glanced at him and silently put on the newly acquired title, Nemesis of the Divine Court, in his mind. Although this thing had a high bonus against Western pantheons, the passive ability of plus 100% taunt value transcended national boundaries. As expected, once the title was bestowed upon him, Qin Feng and Zhao Yan's eyes instantly became repulsive, as if just one glance could cause one's blood pressure to soar to 380. I challenge you to a duel. The loser gets out of Jiangda. Zhao Yan roared, his body erupting in flames, transforming into a fierce tiger, and without further ado, he punched Qin Feng in the face. This punch, fueled by jealousy and rage, was powerful enough to melt gold and iron. Watch out! Lynn Curson's eyes turned cold, and she was about to condense golden flames in her hand when she saw that Qin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. Boring. Qin Feng yawned and casually waved his hand away as if shooing away a fly. Buzz. A chilling fluctuation flashed from his fingertips. It wasn't spiritual power, but rather a lingering trace of the rules remaining on Qin Feng's body, the S rank, Absolute Defense Shield card, and the murderous aura that had just been bathed in divine blood. Call. The moment Zhao Yan's ferocious fiery tiger touched this aura, it was as if it had been doused with liquid nitrogen, extinguishing instantly without leaving even a spark. Puff. Drawn by the force of the qi, Zhao Yan was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps and sat down on the ground with a look of terror on his face. In that instant, he seemed to see a demon god emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, coldly looking down at him, an ant. That's it? Vulcan? Qin Feng curled his lips, walked past the dumbfounded Zhao Yan, and stood in front of the heavy alloy door of the tempering room. It's like a cheap lighter from Pinduoduo that costs 9.9 yuan with free shipping, and it even has a misfire rate. He swiped his access card, and an even more intense wave rushed towards him. Qin Feng frowned, then turned to the group of martial arts club members who were frozen in shock at the door and said, by the way, could you please tell the logistics department if the air conditioning in this room could be turned down a bit? It's a bit cold. After saying that, the door slammed shut with a bang. Puff. Outside the door, Zhao Yan was so angry that he rolled his eyes and fainted completely. Lin Kurson leaned against the wall, watching this scene, a surprised smile curving her lips. This guy's ability to infuriate people seems to be improving even faster than his strength. Inside the tempering chamber, there is a separate space built on top of a magma pool. Beneath their feet was churning crimson lava, and the surrounding walls were covered with intricate runes. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the white jade platform in the center, took a deep breath, and took out the divine crystal from the system space. Neza, the third prince, dinner is ready. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed the crystal containing the power of the god of war, Ares, directly into his mouth like a candy bean. Boom! The crystals entered my stomach, like swallowing a miniature nuclear bomb. The violent divine power exploded instantly, combining with the extreme yang energy of the Earth's core fire veins outside, turning Qin Feng's body into a battlefield. Ouch! Ouch! I was too hasty. Qin Feng's skin instantly turned crimson, like a shrimp's, every muscle writhing, tearing, and then reforming wildly. His Tai demon suppressing body operated at full power, frantically suppressing the two forces and transforming them into nutrients to nourish the Neza template. Ding! Neza template second stage evolution activated. Severe energy overflow detected. Warning! Host is about to spontaneously combust. Qin Feng's spine emitted a teeth-grinding sound, and two lumps of flesh bulged high, as if something was about to burst out of his body. The excruciating pain began to blur his consciousness. Just then, the door to the tempering chamber was violently pushed open. Qin Feng. Ignoring the scorching heat that could burn the skin, Lin Kurson rushed in. She immediately saw Qin Feng, who looked like a boiled shrimp, and his extremely chaotic breathing. Is this a case of qi deviation? No, it's just energy sustaining it. Recalling Professor Zhong's previous theory of unity of body and soul, Lin Kurson gritted her teeth, her pretty face flushed, but her eyes were unusually firm. You got off easy, you bastard. She let out a low shout, no longer suppressing the golden crow and fire phoenix bloodline within her. Hold head high. A clear, melodious phoenix cry echoed throughout the secret chamber. Lin Kurson transformed into a fiery red streak of light and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms, tightly embracing his burning body. Yin and yang intertwine. The originally raging power of the god of war instantly became docile upon encountering the extremely yin fire within Lin Kurson's body, which shared the same origin but possessed opposite attributes. Lin Kurson acted like a human filter, removing impurities and leaving only the purest essence to nourish Qin Feng. Who? Qin Feng's expression gradually changed from pain to relief. Behind him, the two swollen tumors finally ruptured. Puff! There was no blood splattering, but instead, in a burst of golden light, a arm suddenly emerged. It was a translucent arm of spiritual energy, with flowing lotus patterns. As soon as the arm appeared, it didn't wield a fire-tipped spear and wreak havoc as in the legends. Instead, it nimbly wrapped around Qin Feng's neck and reached for the storage bag that Qin Feng had placed to the side. Click, click. The two, who were exerting their full strength and in an ambiguous and romantic atmosphere, were both stunned. The newly grown third hand was holding a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips. It skillfully tore open the packaging, grabbed a chip, and held it to Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng. Lin Kurson. Is this your supernatural power? Lin Kurson nestled in Qin Feng's arms, looking at the arm that was still diligently feeding her with complicated eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms, just so you can eat snacks while lying down? Qin Feng chewed on the potato chips in his mouth, staring at the ceiling with a look of despair. Oh no, is this Neza template a NET version? Meanwhile, 10,000 meters underground at Zhengzheng University. Glug glug. Amidst the churning, endless magma, a pair of enormous dragon eyes, formed of lava, slowly opened. It glanced in terror at the direction above its head, as if sensing some kind of aura that made its soul tremble. The scent of the universe ring and the heavenly silk, and immediately closed its eyes and curled itself into a ball. Deeper within the dragon's soul's lair, an ancient, pitch-black seal cracked open with a barely perceptible fissure. A phantom demon with ram's horns greedily sniffed at the faint divine aura seeping from the crack. This smell, it's from that Eastern brat who sliced me up and put me in hot pot. He. Buffet time, it's almost here. Is Neza's 3 heads and 6 arms in Chapter 35 used to prevent ganks? Inside the tempering chamber, a high temperature remained, but the suffocating fluctuations of divine power had subsided. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the white jade platform, his mouth slightly open. A translucent arm of spiritual energy, adorned with flowing blue lotus patterns, emerged from beneath his left rib, its fingertips holding a tomato-flavored potato chip. At a perfectly calculated angle, it gently placed the chip into his mouth. Click. Qin Feng chewed with relish and casually instructed, "There's a slight itch on the left side of my back, 3 inches down." "Yes, right there, use a little force." The spiritual arm immediately split into 2 groups. The main branch continued to feed, while a forked finger went around to the back and precisely scratched the itchy spot. Supernatural power, 3 heads and 6 arms. Youth version stage 1. Current progress, 1-6. Evaluation, one of the 3 great supernatural powers of Neza, the ancient god of war, combining offense and defense, allowing him to wield multiple magical weapons simultaneously in battle. Looking at the impressive introduction on the system panel, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then changed the note for this supernatural ability, Ultimate Salted Fish Auxiliary Arm. "I'll never have to worry about my hands getting sore when playing ranked matches again. I can even watch dramas while AFK," Qin Feng exclaimed. "This is the ultimate secret of cultivating immortality." Lin Kurson, who was standing to the side, straightened her disheveled collar and looked at this scene. The romantic thoughts that had arisen from the unity of body and soul shattered instantly. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened as she pointed at the arm that exuded terrifying pressure yet was doing nanny work, her voice trembling. "Qin Feng, that's the Dharma form of Neza, the third prince, right? The legendary great power that can stir up the sea and slay dragons, and you're using it to feed potato chips and tickle me? Otherwise what?" Qin Feng said confidently, manipulating his spirit arm to open another bottle of soda. "Divine power is also energy. If we don't use it to improve our quality of life, are we going to save it for the new year? I call this maximizing the use of strategic resources. Don't you know how to be thrifty?" Lin Kurson opened her mouth, but ultimately slumped to her forehead in despair. She felt that if she stayed with this guy any longer, her Dao heart would collapse. Just then, something unexpected happened. Boom! The special alloy door, half a meter thick, turned bright red without warning, and then twisted and collapsed like a candle melted by high temperature. A strong, nauseating smell of sulfur, mixed with violent black gas, instantly filled the entire tempering chamber. Roar! Amidst inhuman roars, a grotesque monster, its body flowing with dark red lava and standing a full 3 meters tall, strode in, stepping on molten iron. It could still vaguely be discerned as human, but its facial features had been completely replaced by the flowing lava, leaving only a gaping maw that stretched to its ears. Warning! High-dimensional energy intrusion detected. Target, the 72nd Pillared Demon God Sequence Seer Projection. Possession vessel, Zhao Yan already on the verge of death. It smells so good, it smells divine. The lava monster greedily inhaled the lingering scent in the air, its obsidian eyes fixed intently on Lin Kurson. Golden Crow Bloodline, a great tonic. Zhao Yan? Lin Kurson recognized the unmelted necklace around the monster's neck at a glance, and her pretty face turned pale instantly. Is it possessed by demonic energy from underground? Run! Without any hesitation, Lin Kurson, despite having exhausted herself trying to help Qin Feng suppress his divine power, instinctively stepped forward and stood in front of him. Clang! A weak phoenix cry rang out as she forcefully channeled the remaining spiritual energy within her body, causing golden flames to ignite on her arms. However, the flames flickered, clearly indicating that she was at her last gasp. He. Humans are fragile. The lava monster let out a piercing laugh, its right arm suddenly swelled to twice its size, carrying a temperature high enough to instantly vaporize steel, and crash down like a meteorite. This punch was unavoidable. Lin Kurson closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Smack! A crisp sound, like swatting a fly, rang out. The heat wave, powerful enough to incinerate everything, abruptly stopped just 3 centimeters from Lin Kurson's nose. Lin Kurson opened her eyes with trembling hands, her pupils suddenly contracting. Qin Feng remained seated cross-legged on the white jade platform, not even raising his head, his hands holding his phone, his thumbs frantically swiping across the screen. Stop arguing, this team fight is crucial, the enemy assassin is coming to kill me. He said it calmly. Beside him, the salted fish auxiliary arm that was originally used to feed him potato chips had now grown several times larger. The previously translucent arm instantly transformed into a blood-red solid, with lotus patterns radiating dazzling golden light. It casually opened its 5 fingers, firmly and tightly gripping the lava monster's massive fist. Kinetic energy is reduced to 0. Heat insulation. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. The lava monster's face, devoid of features, surprisingly displayed a human-like blankness. It tried to pull its fist back, only to find that the opponent's palm remained as still as an ancient mountain. What kind of power is this? The demonic consciousness within the monster screamed in terror. It sensed a chill emanating from the depths of its soul on Qin Feng's arm, the aura of a natural enemy that possessed absolute power over the very concept of demon. Especially when a golden circular phantom appeared faintly at the wrist of that arm. Qian Kuan Ring? The demonic projection's voice became shrill and distorted, as if recalling some kind of domineering fear. It's that butcher from the East Sea. That fiend who slices flesh and removes bones. This can't be. It's so noisy. Qin Feng frowned slightly. The game character on the screen had just gotten a double kill, and it was time to press the advantage. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Call. The spirit arm that was gripping the monster's fist suddenly trembled, unleashing a terrifying burst of monstrous power. Snap! The lava monster's entire right arm was crushed, turning into a rain of lava that sprayed everywhere. Before the monster could even scream, the spirit arm instantly extended and slapped the monster across the face. Smack! This slap carried the purifying power of the Tai demon suppressing body, and the divine critical strike of the Neza template. Half of the lava monster's head was smashed apart. Slap! 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 Next came a series of incredibly fast love-themed shots that left after images. While controlling the character on his phone to push the tower, Qin Feng also distracted himself by controlling the spirit arm to perform physical exorcism. With each slap, the dark energy was forcefully dispersed. The feeling was like a father beating his son, not only extremely harmful, but also incredibly humiliating. Stop hitting me, I'm going back to the demon realm. I'm going back to the demon realm right now. The demon projection collapsed. It had never seen such a fighting style before. It was completely unreasonable, a pure crushing of power. Victory! As the sound of victory rang from his phone, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and put down his phone. Finished? He raised his head and looked at the monster, which had been reduced to a core, his eyes clear and innocent. Then let's go. With its 5 fingers forming claws, the agile arm plunged into the monster's chest and pulled out a still beating, dark red heart. Defeat the Demon God Projection C+ rank to obtain the loot, Lava Demon Heart. System suggestion: high purity thermal energy core, which can be used as a charging battery for the wind and fire wheel or for upgrading the underfloor heating in Destiny Manor. Without its core, the monster's body instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. Zhao Yan, who had been possessed, was thrown out like a dead dog, his body charred black, and he remained unconscious. Ding! Achievement: Exorcising Demons and Defending the Righteous Path unlocked, National Fortune Points plus 5,000. Passive Aura: Demonic Nightmare. All demonic creatures automatically have all attributes reduced by 10% when facing the host. Not bad, this must be the legendary money-bringing boy. Qin Feng happily put away his demonic heart. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the passage. Quick! The spiritual pressure reaction is inside. Protect the students. The school security team and several high-ranking instructors from the Martial Arts Academy finally arrived. Receive. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and his imposing agile arm instantly retracted into his body. Then, he tilted his body and fell towards Lin Kurson beside him. Ouch! I can't take it anymore. Lin Kurson instinctively caught him, but before she could react, she saw that Qin Feng's face was pale. He had eaten too many salty potato chips, his eyes were unfocused, and he looked like he was about to die at any moment. What's going on? The mentors who rushed in were completely stunned when they saw the mess on the ground, Zhao Yan's life hanging in the balance, and the two people embracing each other. Qin Feng shakily raised his hand, pointing at Zhao Yan on the ground, his voice weak and filled with grief and indignation. Mentor. Senior Zhao Yan, he's gone mad. He practiced evil arts and went mad, turning into a monster, and he's trying to kill people to silence them. If it weren't for Kurson risking her life to protect me, and my senior suddenly getting diarrhea, oh no, suddenly suffering a backlash from his magic and losing all his strength, we would both be dead here today. As Qin Feng spoke, he snuggled closer to Lin Kurson, finding the most comfortable spot. You scared me to death. Lin Kurson. She looked at the guy in her arms who had just single-handedly slaughtered a demon god, now trembling and putting on a pitiful act, his lips twitching wildly. This acting is so good, it would be a loss to human civilization if it didn't win an Oscar. But considering that the Neza template was top secret, she could only bite the bullet and nod stiffly. Yes, that's how it is. Half an hour later. Zhao Yan was labeled as having evil intentions and practicing demonic arts and was taken away for isolation and investigation. Meanwhile, the news that Qin Feng and Lin Kurson were in a secret room together, sharing life and death, spread like wildfire throughout the entire school. The campus forum was completely paralyzed. Pinned post, solid evidence. School beauty takes a knife for love. The gigolo possibly possesses an ancient charm that makes goddesses fall for him. It was already dusk when I left the martial arts academy. Qin Feng sat in the back seat of the car, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was checking the system radar. In the chaos just now, the radar caught a fleeting red marker in the shadows of the teaching building. A follower of the 72 demon gods. Qin Feng sneered inwardly. It seemed that after those bastards from the Western Divine Court, the scum from the demon realm had also set their sights on this piece of fat meat. Since you're here, don't expect to leave empty-handed. Qin Feng stroked his chin. The land at home just happens to need a few hard-working laborers. Back at Destiny Manor. As soon as they entered the gate, the beautiful housekeeper Bai Ji greeted them with a strange look on her face. Young master, the Miss Ao Meng you brought back has encountered a small problem. She demolished the house? Qin Feng's heart tightened. No, not at all. Bai Ji's expression was complicated. She just scooped up all those priceless koi from the scenic lake and ate them raw. Now she is squatting on the roof, drooling and staring westward. She said she smelled roasted chicken with wings and was begging you to order her some takeout. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. A roasted chicken with wings? Isn't that an angel? A good omen. Qin Feng looked up at the blood-red setting sun on the western horizon, a kind smile playing on his lips. Tell her to save her appetite. A big meal will be delivered to her door tonight. Chapter 36 Angel's Takeout has arrived, please give it a 5-star review. Destiny Manor, Terrace Restaurant. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could drip water. This is what you meant by a grand feast? Qin Feng stared at the spotless plate in front of him, his eyes twitching wildly. Opposite him, the little dragon girl Ao Meng, dressed in a gothic Lolita dress, was clinging to his leg, pointing at the empty plate with teary eyes, and making whimpers that sounded more like a hungry wolf than a dragon's roar. We're not getting enough to eat. Those red fish that are all scales and no meat aren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Ao Meng complained. Beside her, the housekeeper Bai Ji clutched her chest with a pained expression. Young master, those were top grade at this moment red and white koi fish that were air freighted in. Each one costs 5 million. She just swallowed 12 of them in one go, without even spitting out the bones. Not only that. Qin Feng turned his head to look at the corner. His millennial purple bloodlingji, which he used to ward off evil spirits and watered with spiritual spring water every day, was now just a bare root with 2 rows of clear teeth marks on it. That's my lifeline. Qin Feng felt a wave of suffocation. Raising dragons? This is clearly a shredder. I don't care. I want to eat meat. Meat with wings. Ao Meng threw a tantrum on the ground, her pale golden dragon eyes filled with a primal craving for protein. You said you'd provide food and lodging. Liar. Human trafficker. Qin Feng rubbed his temples, just about to take out his phone to see which fried chicken shop had accepted such a huge order. Just then. Boom. Without warning, the night sky above the manor was torn apart like a black cloth. A blinding beam of holy light poured down from the crack, instantly illuminating the entire manor as if it were daytime. Grand hymns resounded in the air, and countless white feathers drifted down accompanied by golden specks of light. An overwhelming pressure, enough to make one's soul tremble, swept in from all directions. Pagan! A stern, cold shout resounded through the sky. From within the rift, 6 figures slowly descended. The leader was clad in silver armor, with 6 enormous, pure white wings fluttering behind him, and held a greatsword burning with holy flames in his hand. Uriel, throne of the Western Divine Court, captain of the Divine Punishment Squad. You lowly mortals, how dare you blaspheme Lord Gabriel's glory and steal his divine status? Uriel looked down at you as if you were ants. The Divine Court sentences you to death. Clang! Lin Kurson instantly entered battle mode, her body surrounded by golden flames, her expression extremely solemn, 6 winged seraphim, and a full squad. Qin Feng, activate the emergency plan immediately. I'll hold them off, you take Ao Meng and retreat first. This is the divine punishment recorded in the National S-level archives. Each of them possesses terrifying combat power comparable to an A-level executive officer, let alone 6 of them. However, Qin Feng did not move. He sat in a wicker chair, even holding a half-empty can of cola in his hand. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the group of menacing birdmen in the sky, his gaze focused on a line of pale blue light that only he could see. Ding! High-energy biological invasion detected. The results of the analysis are as follows. Species, wild thrones mass-produced. Level, B+ weakened state. Need quality rating, S grade. Bathed in sunlight year-round, with firm muscle texture, low in fat and high in protein. The wings are rich in light elements, resulting in a crisp texture. Recommended cooking methods, grilling, deep frying, or Orland style. A kind smile slowly appeared on Qin Feng's lips. He lowered his head and patted Ao Meng's head, who was still faking tears. Don't cry. Qin Feng pointed to the group of radiant beings in the sky, his tone as gentle as an old father's. Look, the takeout has arrived. Ao Meng looked in the direction he was pointing. The dragon's eyes, which had been filled with tears, instantly turned into needle-like points, and a loud swallowing sound came from its throat. Gurgle. Lots of big chicken drumsticks with wings. Looking down at the two people below who showed no fear and were even drooling over him, Uriel felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Stubborn fool. Turn to ashes in the holy light. Uriel raised the fiery holy sword high, and the halo behind him suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, preparing to unleash a forbidden level attack. However, just as his divine power reached its peak. Sizzle, sizzle. The halo above his head, which represented sacred majesty, suddenly began to flicker wildly, like a faulty light bulb. The solemn and dignified hymn abruptly stopped, replaced by a fragmented, electronically infused, and somewhat surreal melody. In that place, where peach blossoms bloom, lies my lovely hometown. The other 5 angel team members were dumbfounded. Lin Kurson, lying on the ground, was stunned. Even Uriel himself was stunned. He was horrified to discover that his divine power circuit seemed to be filled with junk data, and the originally smooth chanting had turned into stuttering gibberish. Damn it! What kind of curse is this? Uriel roared. This is called Divine Realm Special Edition Panda Burning Incense, you're welcome, Qin Feng called out leisurely from below. Looks like your Divine Quartz antivirus software needs renewal. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Qin Feng snapped his fingers and took out the still-beating, lava demon heart from his system space. Go. The demonic heart transformed into a beam of red light and disappeared into the central array beneath the manor. Buzz. The pale blue defensive barrier that had enveloped the manor instantly turned into a chilling dark red. Destiny Manor Defense System Mode Switch. Current mode, all around, no blind spot, 3D surround sound. Microwave grill mode. Firepower, maximum. Boom. The fire element within a radius of 500 meters was instantly drained, and the temperature inside the entire barrier soared to 3000 degrees Celsius in 0.1 seconds. Moreover, this is not just high temperature, but also mixed with the poisonous fire from the Earth's core and the evil aura of demons, which is a deadly poison that specifically counters the divine attribute. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the sky. Those once pure and innocent angels were now like fried chicken thrown into boiling oil. Their white feathers instantly turned black and curled up, and their protective holy light was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of the demonic fire, sizzling and crackling. A peculiar aroma of meat, mixed with the scent of cumin which Qin Feng had secretly sprinkled, began to permeate the night air. It smells so good. Ao Meng could no longer hold back. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar resounded. The gothic Lolita vanished instantly, replaced by a phantom of a white jade dragon over 10 meters long. Despite still being in their infancy, the bloodline suppression originating from the pinnacle of the Eastern pantheon instantly plunged these Western pseudo-gods into an icy abyss. It's an Eastern totem beast. How could it be here? Uriel screamed in terror and turned to run away. But it was too late. Although Ao Meng doesn't know any advanced dragon language magic, she has one innate skill that is at max level. Cooked rice. A white shadow flashed, and an angel who was trying to extinguish the flames on his wings was cut in half in midair by a gaping maw before he could even scream. Click. The crisp sound of bones cracking was accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of chewing. A bit dry, next time I'll bake it for 5 seconds longer. While making indistinct comments, Ao Meng swung her tail and shoved another angel into her mouth like swatting a fly. This is not a fight at all. This is a buffet. Retreat. Retreat now. Uriel watched as his teammates turned into dragon food one by one, and his mentality completely collapsed. These are no weak mortals. They've clearly stumbled into the lair of a primordial behemoth. He frantically flapped his remaining half of a charred wing, trying to break through the barrier. But the dark red light barrier was so tough it was despairing. Each impact only made him smell even more burnt. Since we can't escape, let's die together. A ruthless glint flashed in Uriel's eyes as he plunged his hands into his chest, grasping the radiant divine spark. Divine punishment final sequence self-destruction. Terrifying energy was being compressed wildly within his body, like a small nuclear bomb about to explode. Lin Kurson's expression changed drastically. Qin Feng. Defend quickly. That's a self-destruction with the equivalent of an A-level force. Stay calm. Qin Feng remained lying in the rattan chair, and even yawned. Just as Uriel was about to explode, the virus implanted in his body by Qin Feng flared up again. Ding. Illegal operation detected. System update in progress, please do not turn off the power. Progress 1%. Error code, 404. Explosion component not found. Puff. Uriel's bulging divine power deflated completely, like a punctured balloon, accompanied by a muffled sound like a fart. He froze in mid-air, his expression shifting from resolute to blank, and then from blank to despair. Why? Snap. A giant dragon claw descended from the sky, slamming him hard onto the terrace floor like a cucumber being smashed. The smoke and dust cleared. Uriel collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, his limbs twisted. Above him, Ao Meng, now back in human form, was crouching on his chest, clutching two light feathers she had just torn off, looking at him with eyes that seemed to regard him as trash. Pa, this one's too old, it's not good. Ao Meng tossed Guan Yu aside with disgust. Qin Feng put down his cola and slowly walked over. He knelt down in front of Uriel, looking at the once arrogant seraphim. See, I told you Western gods weren't good enough. Qin Feng took out a specially made sealed bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Uriel with a smile. Don't waste it. Divinity is a good thing. Although the taste is a bit bad, it's still good as a battery for the Manor's spirit gathering array. You'll regret this. Uriel was barely breathing, but his eyes burned with a final, venomous resentment. Lord, watch over this place. He used his last bit of strength, and a bloody gash suddenly appeared between his brows. A strange fluctuation, imperceptible to the naked eye, ignored the barrier and shot towards the distant western horizon in an instant. Buzz. The next second, the system alarm in Qin Feng's mind suddenly became sharp and piercing, and the red light almost shattered his retina. Warning! Warning! Supreme Divine Attention detected. Target locked, Lord of the Divine Court Jehovah projected will. At the edge of the sky, the originally pitch-black night sky suddenly turned into a nauseating scarlet red. An enormous, indescribably cold, golden eye slowly opened behind the clouds. That gaze traversed countless mountains and rivers, locking onto the Destiny Manor and onto Qin Feng. With just a glance, the surrounding space began to crumble inch by inch, and the Manor's defensive barrier groaned under the strain. Lin Kurson felt as if her blood had frozen, an absolute crushing on a life level. It's over, it's the God King, she murmured in despair. However, Qin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, slowly straightened up. He patted off non-existent dust from his body, raised his head, and looked directly into that divine eye that was enough to make all living beings kneel in worship. Those eyes, which were always half asleep and half awake, now held no fear, but instead shone with an incomprehensible fervor and greed. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and raised a middle finger at the eye. Then, he pointed to the uncultivated spiritual field at his feet. You've been watching for so long, aren't you going to give me some toll? Qin Feng grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that looked particularly sinister against the crimson night. Perfect timing, we have a lot of land at home, but we're short of fertilizer. Ding! Host has been detected to have actively provoked the Supreme Deity, showing audacity. Hidden quest triggered, the Godslayer's Garden. Reward preview, God King's severed arm can be used for grafting, Eden Seed, doubled national fortune of China. Looking at the system panel, Qin Feng smiled even more broadly. This is no crisis. This is clearly a double 11 mega sale. Chapter 37 God King Projection? That's premium phosphate and potassium fertilizer. Scarlet. The sky seemed to have been peeled away, with a huge golden eyeball occupying half of the firmament. The space, like tempered glass subjected to overload, emitted a teeth-grinding crack sound, with fine cracks spreading wildly outwards from its center. Lin Kurson's knee slammed heavily onto the terrace floor, shattering the marble instantly. Blood was seeping from her 7 orifices, a sign that her life level had been absolutely crushed. Even so, she gritted her teeth and tried to burn her primordial essence to stand in front of the man on the recliner. Inside Qin Feng's pocket, the once arrogant Ao Meng had shrunk to the size of a gecko, its 2 paws tightly covering its eyes, and its tail tied in a knot. "Don't move." Qin Feng pressed down on Lin Kerson's trembling shoulders. He didn't look at the earth-shattering scene, but instead opened the Farm Management interface on the system panel. In his vision, the pillar of divine punishment light, which was brewing a world-destroying blow, did not exude any destructive aura. Instead, it was adorned with a string of golden data tags. High concentration of God King level free energy. Purity, SSS grade. Ingredient analysis, a perfect substitute for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, rich in rare and regular fragments. Suggested uses, accelerating the growth of divine crops, expanding spiritual veins, and charging underfloor heating systems. TSK, what a huge lump of fertilizer. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes filled with the greed of a miser. Boom! The heavens trembled as a golden pillar of light, powerful enough to flatten half of Jiangchang, carrying the wrath of the gods, hurtled straight toward the Destiny Manor. Go! Qin Feng lazily raised his hand and flicked his fingertips. Buzz! A clear and resounding sword cry echoed through the night sky. The 7 Treasures' exquisite sword instantly grew to 100 meters in length, its ancient runes flowing across its blade, resembling a giant lightning rod, and planted itself precisely in the spirit field in the center of the manor. As an ancient, malevolent sword, it has an instinctive craving for this high-purity energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The beam of light struck the tip of the sword, but the anticipated explosion did not occur. Qin Feng made a hand seal with one hand, his fingertips leaving afterimages, skill activation shifting flowers and grafting trees national fortune transformation. The next second, the 7 Treasures' exquisite sword turned completely crimson. The tyrannical power of the God King was forcibly shattered, filtered, and recombined by the system rules inside the sword. The originally golden beam of destruction was channeled through the sword into the underground spiritual veins. After transformation, it became a vibrant green life essence, which then gushed wildly across every inch of the manor through the underground irrigation network. Glug! Glug! The lawn, which had been scorched by the demonic fire, turned green and grew taller at a visible speed, reaching half a person's height in the blink of an eye. Several dead ornamental trees looked like they had been injected with hormones. Their bark was cracking, and their canopies blocked out the sky like umbrellas. In the corner, the millennial purple bloodlingji that Ao Meng had gnawed bare not only sprouted new buds instantly, but also increased in size threefold. Its roots even evolved into 2 pairs of short legs, ready to run away from the wall. Trying to run? Qin Feng reacted quickly, grabbing the entrenching tool next to him and slapping it unconscious in the ground. In the sky. The enormous eye of God seemed to be stunned. It couldn't understand why its attack, which was enough to destroy a city-state, had instead made the grass on the other side grow even greener. Anger. Extreme anger. The divine eye's pupils contracted, and even more terrifying energy began to gather, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Want to come again? Do you think this place is a garbage dump? Qin Feng curled his lip and snapped his fingers. Explode. The long-awaited contingency plan is now in effect. The Super System Virus Panda Burning Incense Divine Realm Special Edition has fully erupted. Suddenly, without warning, the majestic golden pupil in the sky dissipated. Immediately afterwards, his previously indifferent pupils turned into 2 wildly spinning black and white mosquito coil circles. Dang ding ding ding. A classic Windows XP system shutdown sound, unique to this dimension, resounded through the sky. The Eye of God twitched violently twice, like a monitor that had lost power, and after flickering a few times, it shattered with a crash. Golden light rained down from the sky. Ding! Destroyed the God King's projection will entity. Loot obtained, 100 tons of God King level liquid fertilizer already stored in the water tank. The spiritual energy concentration in the Jiangchang region of Huaxia has increased by 300%. Captured 10 divine shards. Manor defense towers have been automatically upgraded. Qin Feng stood in the rain of light, opened his arms, took a deep breath, and looked completely captivated. This is the taste of a bountiful harvest. At this moment, in a corner of the manor, Uriel, who had miraculously survived, was dragging his mangled body out. Having witnessed everything, his sanity had completely plummeted to 0. Is this even human? This is a demon who grinds gods to dust. A foot stepped on his wing. Qin Feng looked down at the archangel, holding a piece of parchment that gleamed with gold. Don't rush off, big bird. Xin Feng smiled amiably. Look, my manor has just been expanded, and both the underfloor heating and generators are lacking a core energy source. I see your divine essence is quite bright, so how about 10 minutes later? The manor's basement. The core chamber of the spirit gathering array, originally used to store spirit stones, was now crammed with an angel whose face was filled with despair. Uriel's limbs were bound by rune chains, and his divine nature was forcibly connected to the manor's power supply system. Once you sign this S-level energy contract, you'll be my manor's glorious mining machine from now on. Xin Feng patted the half-meter thick explosion-proof glass. Work hard. 996 is a blessing, 007 is dedication. If you dare to slack off, I'll chop off your wings and make you into Orleans-style roasted chicken wings. Back on the ground. Lin Kurson remained in a dazed state, her worldview shattered. Xin Feng, who exactly are you? Her voice trembled as she pointed at the greatsword that was still absorbing the remaining divine power. That was the God King, and you just used it as fertilizer? Xin Feng calmly patted the dirt off his hands. Hey, don't make a fuss. This is the country's latest antimatter agricultural conversion technology, codenamed Shenong. That wasn't some kind of God King, it was just a holographic projection test to scare people. Such an absurd reason, even a dog wouldn't believe it. But looking at Xin Feng's harmless face, Lin Kurson was overcome by the subconscious trust brought about by the yin-yang harmony in her mind, and she nodded as if possessed. So, our country's technology has become this advanced? That's right, we must believe in science. Xin Feng, speaking with a straight face, turned and walked to the very center of the spirit field. There's a newly dug pit there. Reward item, Eden Seed. Characteristic, random mutation. The power of the God King is of the same origin, so it's perfect to plant it. Xin Feng tossed the seed that emitted a holy white light into the pit and casually poured a spoonful of the God King liquid fertilizer he had just collected into it. Sizzle! The soil churned up. The seeds sprouted and grew instantly. But this thing that's growing seems a bit off. It was not the legendary sacred tree, but a strange tree that was entirely black, with leaves that looked like demon wings and skull-shaped fruits hanging from its top. The vines wriggled like tentacles, making a hissing sound. Hello? The skull-shaped fruit at the top of the strange tree suddenly opened its mouth and emitted a cheeky, boyish voice. Hey you human who looks like a salted fish, what are you looking at? Get me some cola. Iced. Otherwise, I'm running away from home. Xin Feng expressionlessly pulled out a large pair of gardening shears from his system space. Click, click. He made two scissor-like cuts in the air, the light flashing coldly. What kind of hairstyle do you want? A buzz cut or a shaved head? The strange tree immediately cowered, its tentacles retracting instantly as it wrapped itself up in a ball, pleading obsequiously, No. No. Brother. I was just kidding. I can produce longevity fruit. I'm hardworking. I don't need cola anymore, just give me some tap water. Deal with the troublemakers. Xin Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a surge of heat within his body. It's a feeling of expansion that feels like your blood vessels are about to burst. Warning! The host, acting as an energy transfer station, has an excessive amount of supreme yang divine power remaining within their body. Critical threshold detected. Immediate yin-yang balance is required, otherwise there is a risk of the body exploding. Xin Feng's face flushed red instantly, and his breath was streaked with sparks. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Kurson beside him. His eyes became extremely aggressive, like those of a starving wolf. Lin Kurson instinctively took a half step back, her heart pounding. Xin Feng, what's wrong with you? Your eyes are so scary. She could feel a scalding, masculine aura wafting towards her, causing the phoenix bloodline within her to stir restlessly. Student Lin. Xin Feng grabbed her wrist, his palm burning hot like a branding iron. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse, yet he still maintained a straight face as he spouted nonsense. To prevent residual divine power from polluting the environment, although it's difficult, we must carry out an S-class mission. What mission? Lin Kurson tried to break free in a panic, but found her whole body weak. Dual cultivation, no, deep detoxification treatment. Without saying a word, Xin Feng pulled Lin Kurson into the master bedroom, where the spiritual energy was most abundant. With a bang, the door slammed shut. The two sat cross-legged facing each other, their palms touching. Boom! The violent, supreme yang energy within Xin Feng's body seemed to have found an outlet, surging wildly into Lin Kurson's body. This energy level was extremely high, instantly washing over Lin Kurson's meridians. Lin Kurson couldn't help but let out a shameful moan. It feels so good. Just like a dried-up riverbed being flooded, the Fire Phoenix bloodline rejoiced, and the bottleneck instantly loosened. Her face was as red as a ripe shrimp, her eyes were glazed, and her body seemed to want to get closer. On the system panel, the red number began to soar like a rocket. Yin-yang harmony ratio, 55%, 60%, 65%. The bedroom was filled with a spiritual atmosphere, creating an extremely enchanting ambience. Just as their breaths mingled and they were about to break through the last line of defense. Buzz! The huge screen TV hanging on the wall suddenly turned on automatically. A red emergency news pop-up window filled the entire screen. Breaking international news: the Holy See of the West has just issued a decree announcing a purification holy war against China. All blasphemers will be targeted for elimination. At the same time, on the rooftop of a tall building, 1 kilometer away from Tianning Manor, the night wind was biting. A heavy motorcycle was parked sideways in the wind. Beside the car, a blonde nun with an outrageously hot figure, dressed in a black, tight-fitting latex suit, was kneeling on the ground. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of cold, blue eyes. The heavy sniper rifle in his hand, engraved with runes, gleamed ominously, and the crosshairs of the scope were precisely aimed at the window of the manor's bedroom. The nun's lips, adorned with black lipstick, curved into a cruel smile as she slowly pulled the trigger. For the glory of the Lord. Those who blaspheme must die. Chapter 38. I haven't even pulled my pants up properly yet. The spiritual mist in the bedroom was so thick it seemed to pierce through. Lin Kurson let out a soft moan, the last syllable of her voice like a hook, sending shivers down Qin Feng's spine. Her cheeks were flushed, and she clung softly to Qin Feng like a peach just pulled from the water. The supreme yang power surged violently into his palm, about to break through the final barrier and achieve the great harmony of life. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The feeling is like crouching in the bushes in the King of Glory arena, only to have 5 exclamation marks appear above your head. That was a top-level warning from the Tai demon suppressing body, a death calamity. I just remembered something. Qin Feng suddenly sprang to his feet, casually pulling the dazed Lin Kurson into his arms, where she rolled twice on the ground like a ball. At the same time, he casually grabbed the skull tree that had just been planted on the windowsill with his right hand. Hey! I want an iced cola, why are you grabbing me? The skull at the top of the strange tree was cursing. Bang! A muffled thud. The special explosion-proof glass in the manor, which was supposed to be able to withstand missiles, shattered like paper. A dark silver bullet, engraved with intricate Latin script and imbued with a holy light capable of destroying everything, ignored spatial distance and struck straight at the skull's forehead. Ah! My hairstyle! I just got a perm! The skull fruit emitted a scream powerful enough to pierce eardrums. Immediately afterwards, as if it had been greatly insulted, the strange tree suddenly expanded, and a ball of pitch-black abyssal demonic energy burst forth. It opened a huge mouth full of fangs and swallowed the holy judgment bullet that was powerful enough to instantly kill an S-class expert. Hiccup. The strange tree let out a burp with a sulfurous smell and exhaled a black smoke ring. It's a bit hard to chew, bad review. Qin Feng, holding Lin Kurson, huddled in the corner, looking at the still smoking skull, and gave a thumbs up. Well done, I'll get you 2 tons of iced cola later, with extra ice. That's more like it. The strange tree rolled its eyes and instantly withered, clearly having exhausted its strength in that last burst. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. Anyone who dares to cause trouble while Qin is working overtime has crossed his line. Identification initiated. The line of sight instantly pierced through layers of obstruction, locking onto the rooftop of a high-rise building a kilometer away. A hot blonde nun was lying next to a motorcycle, the sniper rifle in her hand still hot and conspicuous. Target, Phantom codename. Identity, elite executor of the Western Inquisition, possessing a rare succubus bloodline. Combat strength assessment, a plus can threaten S rank after equipment enhancements. Status, confused. Playing dirty tricks? Qin Feng took out his phone and his fingers flew across the keyboard. The next second, the 16 high-powered loudspeakers around the manor, designed for square dancing, simultaneously emitted a deafening electrical hum. Sizzle. Hello, just testing the sound. Qin Feng's lazy voice echoed for miles around, carrying his usual irritating tone. That lady in the black tight-fitting latex suit, playing with an air gun in the middle of the night could easily go off. Your suit looks pretty tight, be careful the seams don't snap. Although I don't mind looking, it's still indecent. We Chinese value civility, you know? 1 kilometer away. On the rooftop. The Phantom's emerald green eyes instantly narrowed to pinpoints. How is that possible? That's a sure hit causal bullet. Even a grandmaster from China couldn't dodge it. What's even more terrifying is that the other party was able to pinpoint my location instantly, and even knew what I was wearing? Monster's Phantom gritted her teeth, threw away her sniper rifle, and quickly dragged a huge black iron briefcase from the back of the motorcycle. Since assassination doesn't work, let us launch a direct assault. Come out, Fallen Legion. Inside the manor bedroom. Lin Kurson, who was pinned down by Qin Feng, finally snapped out of her shameful daze. Just now, at that most crucial moment, it was forced to stop? Because the supreme yang energy within his body had lost its channel, it was now running wildly. The burning sensation not only did not subside, but instead resembled a suppressed volcano about to erupt. Shame, anger, unfulfilled desires crossed out. A mix of emotions caused this usually aloof school beauty to completely turn to the dark side. Asshole. Lin Kurson pushed Qin Feng away, her once clear eyes now burning with a tangible golden red flame. You shameless rat. Who told you to interrupt me? Boom. A golden red beam of light shot into the sky, directly ripping off the roof of the manor. Behind Lin Kurson, a pair of phoenix wings made entirely of flame suddenly spread open, and she transformed into a streak of light, carrying an aura of destruction, rushing straight towards the rooftop a kilometer away. Holy crap, she's gone berserk? Qin Feng rubbed his chest, which ached from the push, and looked at the exaggerated back view. This girl has a really explosive temper. How am I going to live with her in the future? Despite saying that, he didn't slow down and plop down in the diamond-encrusted smart wheelchair. Xiaobai, activate flight mode and catch up to watch the show. On the rooftop. The Phantom had just finished assembling the summoning circle when only half of the black six-pointed star lit up. For the glory of the Lord. Before she could utter the last word, she saw a madwoman engulfed in flames descend from the sky. The psionic longsword in Lin Kurson's hand, thanks to the divine power of the God King level that Qin Feng had just infused into it, has now grown to 40 meters in length, almost like a physical object. Die, you son of a bitch. There are no techniques involved, only emotions. This sword strike carried the overwhelming resentment of a woman whose plans had been ruined. Boom! The rooftop collapsed in an instant, half of it. The Phantom screamed in agony. Her prized assassination skills were a joke in the face of such absolute power. The gargoyles she had just summoned were vaporized by the intense heat before they even had a chance to open their eyes. Are you crazy? I'm from the tribunal. Cut your ass off. Lin Kurson ignored her completely and swung her sword horizontally again. Phantom's prized, specially made bulletproof rubber suit instantly transformed into rags, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin and, still bleeding wounds. What kind of monster is this? Phantom looked at Lin Kurson, who was closing in step by step like a god of death, and felt a mysterious fear from the east for the first time. Just as Lin Kurson raised her long sword, ready to cleave this wicked woman in two. Wait a minute. A lazy voice interrupted. Qin Feng sat in a wheelchair, slowly floating in mid-air, holding a freshly opened bag of potato chips in his hand. Lin, calm down. He's alive, he might be useful. Lin Kurson gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, and the red light in her eyes slowly faded. Useful? She glanced coldly at the scantily clad figure. What use is something like this filthy thing? Qin Feng maneuvered his wheelchair to float in front of Phantom, looking down at the succubus hybrid with a rating as high as 91. TSK, nice figure, too bad for her brain. Qin Feng pulled out a small bottle labeled dichlorvos from his pocket, which contained the black sap he had just squeezed out from the strange tree. Actually, it's a high concentration of hallucinogens, plus a tiny bit of special pollen that makes people itch so badly they question their existence. Beautiful lady, your skin looks a bit dry. Qin Feng smiled and shook the bottle. This is a beauty serum I just developed. It's said that applying it to your face can keep you looking young forever. Would you like to try it? Looking at Qin Feng's kind smile, and then at the Valkyrie beside him wielding a 40-meter-long sword and glaring menacingly. The Phantom's psychological defenses crumbled. I'll tell you. I'm here to activate Ragnarok. Don't paint me with that. 10 minutes later. Phantom was bound hand and foot and thrown to the ground like a dumpling. The mechanical motorcycle she was riding, named Hellfire, had been sealed off by Qin Feng with a requisition label. Ragnarok? A weapon designed to target the spiritual veins of the East? Qin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes becoming somewhat profound. The plot is moving a bit too fast. Just then, Lin Kurson, who had been holding on, suddenly went limp, and the backlash from within her body finally came. She fell backward, completely powerless. Qin Feng reacted quickly, and with a slight swerve, he caught the wheelchair precisely. A soft, fragrant scent enveloped me. Lin Kurson felt feverish all over and leaned weakly against Qin Feng's legs. Her eyes became somewhat glazed again, and she murmured, "Hot. This pose, this atmosphere." Just as Qin Feng was about to say, "Why don't we go back and finish the process we just went through," a blinding spotlight suddenly shone on their faces. Buzzing. Several armed helicopters hovered in mid-air. Downstairs, dozens of black special police vehicles surrounded the building, making it impossible to pass through. Xia Wanqing held a megaphone in her hand, and Director Wang Manhe stood beside her with a serious expression. Director Wang adjusted his glasses and looked at the scene on the rooftop. A blonde nun, dressed in rags and bound in a humiliating position. Lin Kurson, who was covered in smoke and had clearly been through strenuous exercise. And Qin Feng, sitting in a wheelchair, holding the school beauty in his arms, with a nun at his feet, looking completely innocent. Even Director Wang, who was used to seeing all kinds of storms, couldn't help but twitch his lips a couple of times at this moment. "Comrade Qin Feng." Wang Manhe's voice came through the loudspeaker, carrying a hint of profound meaning. "It seems your nightlife is quite vibrant. But could you please pull up your pants first? We're in big trouble again." Qin Feng looked down. "I ran too fast just now, and the elastic band on my pajama pants seems to have really come loose." Surrounded by thousands of onlookers and under the spotlight of powerful searchlights, Qin Feng maintained his calm expression. He slowly pulled up his trousers and waved to Director Wang below. If I said I was giving massages to international friends, would you believe me?" Chapter 39 Interrogation? "No, this is for recruiting maids." If awkwardness could generate electricity, the Destiny Manor at this moment would be enough to supply the world's energy consumption for a year. Dozens of military searchlights, like dozens of artificial suns, illuminated the man who was slowly fastening his belt buckle, making him clearly visible. Qin Feng remained unfazed, even managing to free one hand to press Lin Kurson's head, which was slightly browning from the bright light, deeper into his embrace. Director Wang Manhe's voice came through the loudspeaker, carrying a weariness that suggested she wanted to retire immediately. "Comrade Qin Feng, although I really want to believe your massage theory, considering the completeness of the victim's clothing and Comrade Lin Kurson's current body temperature. This was a strategic miscalculation." Qin Feng interrupted her, his tone as serious as if he were discussing nuclear launch codes. "First, this foreign friend suffers from severe spinal misalignment-related bipolar disorder. I was forced to resort to close-quarters combat tactics to control her. Second." He pointed to his loose-fitting Snoopy-patterned pajama pants and exclaimed in anguish, "What kind of shoddy products did the logistics department purchase? A gust of wind just now broke the elastic band. This is a major strategic equipment accident. I want to file a complaint. I want to claim compensation for emotional distress." The entire room fell silent. The thousands of fully armed special agents looked at each other, their minds filled with only two words: awesome. To be able to fabricate such a fresh, unconventional, and self-righteous reason at the scene of catching someone cheating, no, arresting someone, is this the psychological quality of a national top-level strategic resource? Xia Wanqing's lips twitched. Looking at the body in Qin Feng's arms that visibly trembled, she decisively ordered, "Everyone back. Block the news. Helicopter, take all three of them back." Although Lin Kurson was in a daze, she hadn't actually fainted. Listening to Qin Feng's nonsense, she was so ashamed that she felt like she could dig a magic castle out of Qin Feng's thigh with her toes. She wanted to argue, wanted to jump up and punch this bastard, but her body's instincts led her to make the choice she truly believed in. Playing dead. As long as I don't wake up, the social death can't catch me. An hour later, on the third basement floor of the National Security Special Affairs Department, in the top-level interrogation room. Behind the thick one-way bulletproof glass, the blonde bombshell codenamed Phantom was firmly bound to an alloy chair by specially made psionic shackles. Although her clothes were tattered, her emerald green eyes still gleamed with arrogance and disdain. "I am a Knight Templar appointed by the Vatican, and I possess independent diplomatic immunity." Catherine raised her chin, maintaining her aristocratic air even as a prisoner. "You have no right to interrogate me." My legal team has already submitted a protest to your Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You are provoking war. In the command center, Wang Manha looked at the rows of bright red warning pop-ups on the screen and rubbed her temples. The Vatican in the West is adamant about denying it, saying she was a lost nun, Wang Manha sneered. They even turned around and accused us of illegally detaining clergy. This woman has extremely high mental resistance. Professor Zhong Hongru looked at the data panel, his brows furrowed. She is a hybrid succubus who has received targeted anti-torture training. Conventional drugs and mental pressure are ineffective against her. Unless we use those containment items, but that would be too risky. A lost nun? A lazy voice interrupted. Xin Feng pushed open the door and entered, holding a freshly opened bottle of iced cola. He looked at the arrogant blonde woman on the screen, a playful smile curving his lips. That's a worse excuse than mine. Let me do it. You? Xiao Wanqing looked at him suspiciously. You've studied interrogation? I haven't learned it. Xin Feng shrugged, but his eyes were unusually firm. But I have learned how to feed cats. The interrogation room door slowly opened. Catherine stared coldly at Xin Feng as he walked in, a flicker of fear in her eyes, but it was quickly masked by mockery. What? That violent woman's too tough for you, so you're the coward? I advise you. Shoo. Xin Feng held up one finger, signaling her to shut up. Instead of sitting at the interrogation table, he had a comfortable recliner brought over and laid down less than 2 meters away from Catherine. Let me introduce myself, Xin Feng. My current identity is, well, you can think of me as the most well-endowed man in this country. As Xin Feng spoke, he slowly and deliberately unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Tai demon suppressing body, activated. Although it only released a tiny, insignificant aura, for the hybrid succubus who was currently in a state of weakness and stress, it was like throwing a freshly baked top grade A5 Wagyu beef to a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for days. Boom! That pure yang energy, invisible to the naked eye, was, in Catherine's perception, practically a golden ocean of holy light. Pure, vast, fiery, and brimming with deadly allure. Authentication, feedback. Target, Catherine Phantom. Race, human succubus not fully awakened. Current status, late stage of energy deficiency. Due to long-term suppression of instincts and unhealed severe injuries, there is an urgent need for a replenishment of high-purity yang energy, otherwise, the blood vessels will face depletion. Catherine's pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints. She smelled it. That was the fragrance originating from the very source of life. It was 10,000 times purer than the combined essence of all the so-called geniuses she had ever inhaled in her entire life. Glug. A clear sound of swallowing saliva was particularly jarring in the quiet interrogation room. Just a second ago, Catherine was like an ice queen, but now her body was uncontrollably leaning forward, her nostrils flaring wildly, and her originally emerald green eyes were instantly tinged with an eerie crimson. Want some? Xin Feng picked up the bottle of iced cola, shook it in his hand, and spoke as if he were teasing a stray cat. You, what have you done? Catherine's voice became hoarse, a beast-like panting coming from her throat. You are the devil. I'm not religious, so the devil can't touch me. Xin Feng snapped his fingers, and a wisp of golden spiritual energy appeared at his fingertips. I'm a very pragmatic person. Answer 3 questions for me, and this breath will be yours. Don't even think about it. I am the Lord. Xin Feng flicked his finger, and the wisp of spiritual energy flame instantly dissipated. No! Catherine let out a blood-curdling scream, as if the braised pork she was about to eat had been snatched away, plate and all. That hunger, originating from the depths of her soul, instantly shattered all her reason and faith. Dignity? Diplomatic immunity? All that is bullshit in the face of absolute appetite. 5 minutes later. Ragnarok is actually a theocratic anchor point. Catherine slumped in her chair, staring dazedly at Xin Feng's collar, like a broken rag doll, spilling everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. It can forcibly distort the laws of nature within 100 miles, transforming Eastern spiritual energy into Western divine power. Once activated, your cultivators will be suppressed into mortals, while we will gain a home field advantage. In the monitoring room, Wang Manha and the others broke out in a cold sweat as they listened. This is even more insidious than dropping a nuclear bomb. This is tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the empire. Where is the location? Xin Feng's voice remained lazy. Zhangcheng University Old Campus. Catherine gasped for breath. The girls' dormitory, the basement of building 4, that S where the EN energy is heaviest, perfect for concealing divine power fluctuations. Girls' dormitory? Xin Feng raised an eyebrow. These foreign devils were quite particular about their location. Very good. Xin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a condensed pure young energy entered Catherine's body. Ugh! Catherine trembled violently, an indescribable expression of ecstasy appearing on her face. She seemed to come alive instantly, her previously withered bloodline frantically and greedily devouring this energy. It smells so good. We've got the intelligence. Take the man away and lock him up. Wang Manha's voice came through the loudspeaker. Wait a minute. Xin Feng interrupted Wang Manha. He turned his head and looked at Catherine, who had a satisfied look on her face but still had a greedy look in her eyes, and revealed a capitalist's benevolent smile. Aunt Wang, our manor is so big, it's too hard for Baiji to work so hard all by herself. I think this blonde girl is quite sturdy and can take a beating, why don't we? He tapped the void, and the system shop instantly redeemed a parchment scroll exuding an ancient aura. Master Servant Soul Contract S rank. Price, 5,000 national fortune points. Effect, forced binding, never to betray. Xin Feng slapped the contract in front of Catherine, just like he was showing her a regular employment contract. Sign it. Xin Feng pointed to the terms on the contract. Position, manor cleaner and meat shield. Salary, 1 breath of this quality of young energy per day. Room and board included, but no social insurance or housing fund. Catherine's eyes widened, filled with shame and indignation. You want me, a top-notch executor of the tribunal, to clean toilets? Disgusted? Xin Feng pretended to retract the contract. Fine, then go back to prison and starve to death. Let me think about that feeling of being devoured by 1,000 ants. I'll sign. Catherine practically lunged forward, trembling as she bit her finger to draw blood and pressed her bloody handprint onto the contract. Compared to the agony of a depleted soul, what is cleaning toilets? I'd even be a dog for that. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting an S-rank succubus maid. Reward, 5,000 national fortune points. Achievement, the evil capitalist. Xin Feng put away the contract with satisfaction and casually stroked Catherine's blonde hair. Good girl, call me master from now on. Now, go squat in the corner and reflect on your actions. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Wanqing rushed in anxiously. Xin Feng. Something's happened. Professor Zhong wants you to go to the infirmary immediately. What? Lin Kurson is awake? She is awake, Xiao Wanqing said with a strange expression, but Professor Zhong said that only you can save her in her current condition. And it must be a physical rescue. Inside the VIP medical room, the atmosphere was eerily suffocating. Lin Kurson lay on the hospital bed, her once fair skin now a strange pink. Her eyes were tightly closed, her eyelashes trembled, her hands gripped the sheets tightly, and she uttered intermittent murmurs. Hot. Professor Zhong Hongru wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Xin Feng, who had just entered, with a serious expression, this is the consequence of forcibly interrupting the treatment. What do you mean? Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The God King level supreme yang power you instilled in her before has temporarily suppressed the backlash, but because that process was not completed, this huge amount of energy has accumulated in her dantian. Professor Zhong pointed to Lin Kurson's lower abdomen. If it is not guided out as soon as possible, she will be consumed by lust. I mean, her meridians will be severed due to excessive yang energy. Then how do we guide them? Xin Feng asked. The doctors and nurses in the room all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with a knowing look. Xiao Wanqing was even more direct, shoving Xin Feng inside. Keep the music playing and keep dancing. Finish what you weren't doing earlier. This is an order. A national mission. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and the sound of the lock clicking shut could be heard. Xin Feng looked at the school beauty curled up on the bed like a boiled shrimp and sighed helplessly. What a tragedy. He walked to the bedside and had just reached out his hand when Lin Kurson seemed to sense something and suddenly opened her eyes. Her once clear and cold eyes were now watery and misty, yet she still stared at him stubbornly. You dare to do anything reckless, I'll kill you. Her voice was soft and weak, lacking any intimidation. Instead, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Student, cooperate a bit. Xin Feng plopped down on the edge of the bed and pressed down on her fidgeting wrist. This is to save your life. I'm the doctor, and you're the patient. Can't we keep our minds straight? I don't, Xin Feng placed his palm on her burning hot lower abdomen. the Tai demon suppressing body is activated, and the guiding technique begins. Two completely opposite yet fundamentally the same forces instantly connected. The exhilarating sensation that sent shivers down her spine caused Lynn Curson to arch her back, her toes gripping the sheets tightly. The suppressed restlessness has now flared up with 10 times the ferocity. The air in the bedroom warmed up quickly, and the ambiguous atmosphere became so thick it was impossible to separate. Sheen Feng also felt his mouth go dry. This was a top-tier destined Dao companion with a score of 96, and now she was being offered up for him to take, which was practically testing his Dao heart if he had such a thing. Ding! Host is detected performing a high-difficulty operation. Limited time event triggered, beauty is a curse. Task requirements: under these circumstances, resist the urge to take the final step and only complete the channeling of spiritual energy. Mission rewards: talent God level endurance, you will possess the composure of a teenage mutant ninja turtle and special item, binding immortal rope. Sheen Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this system malfunctioning? I'm the kind of person who... Wah-ha-ha. Just as Sheen Feng was struggling with his inner conflict and Lynn Curson was on the verge of losing her composure, at this critical moment, suddenly, an ear-piercing red alarm blared throughout the entire base. All the lights instantly turned blood red. On the radio, Wang Manha's hysterical voice boomed like thunder. Sheen Feng. Stop treating him. Let's leave immediately. The divine anchor point at Jiangcheng University's old campus has been activated ahead of schedule. The divine barrier is spreading. The entire old campus, along with more than 10,000 teachers and students, has lost all contact. Sheen Feng's hand suddenly stopped. He looked down at Lynn Curson, whose eyes were glazed over and who was clinging tightly to his neck, and sighed deeply. God, why is it so hard for me to just lie down? The next second, his eyes sharpened, and he wrapped the blanket around Lynn Curson, hoisting her and the blanket onto his shoulder like a bandit kidnapping a bride. Bang! The alloy door was kicked away. Sheen Feng, carrying the school beauty, yelled at Catherine, who was wiping the floor at the end of the corridor. Stop scrubbing toilets. Grab your gear and get to work. Chapter 40: Taking the school beauty to storm the streets. The helicopter rotors tore through the night sky, and the enormous roar could not drown out the eerie silence on the Special Affairs Department's helipad. Looking at the scene before her, Wang Manha felt that her career was facing an unprecedented challenge. Sheen Feng carried a pink silk quilt wrapped like a spring roll on one shoulder, with only Lynn Curson's embarrassed and indignant little head peeking out from under the quilt. Behind Sheen Feng, the S-class succubus phantom, who struck fear into the hearts of the Western Vatican, was currently wearing an ill-fitting janitor's uniform, carrying 2 large bags of potato chips and a bottle of soda, and was also responsible for carrying Sheen Feng's shoes. The medical team is ready. Wang Manha took a deep breath, trying to make a final effort. Comrade Lynn Curson's current condition. We can't let go. Sheen Feng said seriously, as if discussing some profound theory of quantum entanglement. And Wang, this is called yin-yang dynamic balance. Once I put her down, the divine power accumulated in her body will explode like a nuclear reactor. At that time, not only the old campus, but half of Jiangcheng will hear the commotion. In reality, Sheen Feng just didn't want to waste the contact buff he had worked so hard to get. This isn't carrying a school beauty, it's clearly carrying a human-shaped power bank that regenerates 500 mana points per second. Let's go. Sheen Feng didn't want to listen to any more nonsense, so he waved his hand and boarded the armed helicopter first. Catherine glanced at Wang Manha with a wronged expression, as if she wanted to ask for help, but when she thought of the intoxicating pure yang energy on Sheen Feng, she swallowed and obediently followed him. What's wrong with being a dog? As long as you give it food, it'll bark and woof. The sky above the old campus of Jiangcheng University. A layer of pale golden, semi-transparent light curtain, like an inverted giant bowl, enveloped the entire campus. The surface of the light barrier was covered with intricate Latin runes, radiating a chilling, divine pressure. Below, on the highway, a dozen wrecked armored vehicles were burning the price the military paid for their attempted forced breakthrough. This is the Wall of Sighs. The anxious voice of the frontline commander came through the communication channel. Physical attacks are fully reflected, and energy attacks are absorbed. We've tried armor-piercing rounds and laser weapons, but they've done nothing but injure our own men. Inside the helicopter cabin, Catherine looked at the barrier outside the window, a cold smile playing on her lips, a bunch of mortals, daring to break through the barrier of God. Collapse. Sheen Feng flicked her forehead with his other hand, the sound of which was as crisp as hitting a watermelon. Ouch. The dignified S-class succubus covered her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears. Stop being so sarcastic. Shinfeng pointed to the barrier below, a faint blue data stream flashing in his eyes. Identification initiated. Target, Divine Barrier Wall of Size Fake. Energy level, A+. Characteristics, physical immunity, energy reflection. Weakness, this is just a projection, the energy cycle node is directly above. Furthermore, the Tai demon suppressing body ignores all evil laws. Suggestion, use your hand to poke it. Hover, Shinfeng said to the driver. Commander Qin, if the altitude is too low, we'll be injured. Listen to me, stop directly above. The helicopter descended slowly and hovered 10 meters above the barrier. A fierce wind howled, and Shinfeng, holding onto the cabin door with one hand, felt the Lin Kurson spring roll on his shoulder move slightly and asked in a muffled voice, "What are you doing?" "I'll take you to cause a ruckus in the streets." After Shinfeng finished speaking, he didn't even fasten the safety rope and jumped straight up. During his descent, he extended one middle finger, the tip of which gleamed with an inconspicuous golden light. That was a wisp of the purest Tai True Qi. Under the horrified gazes of countless soldiers below, the golden light screen, which was considered an insurmountable barrier, was like butter pierced by a red-hot iron rod the moment it touched Shinfeng's fingers. Sizzle! There was no explosion, no roar. The golden runes receded and disintegrated in terror the moment they touched Shinfeng. That seemingly indestructible turtle shell was melted open, leaving a hole 3 meters in diameter. Jump! Shinfeng turned around and yelled at Catherine, who was still in a daze. Catherine shuddered. Although she was extremely unwilling, under the forced command of the soul contract, she could only hug the bag of potato chips and jump down. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds. Shinfeng landed steadily, and casually kicked Catherine in the buttocks, using her as a cushion, before straightening Lin Kurson on his shoulder. "This is the old campus?" Lin Kurson peeked out from under the covers, her pupils suddenly shrinking. The once familiar tree-lined avenue is now flowing with lava that smells of sulfur. The exterior walls of the teaching building are covered with inverted crosses that are still dripping blood. On the playground, thousands of students with blank expressions knelt on the ground like zombies, kowtowing to a strange statue in the center. Seemingly sensing the presence of strangers, the hundreds of students on the periphery suddenly turned their heads. Their eyes had no pupils, only a deathly white. Their backs were torn, from which pairs of grayish-white, stone-like wings emerged. Roar! Low-ranking angel puppets surged forth like a tide. What should we do? There are too many. Even though Catherine was an S rank, she was still a little overwhelmed by this sheer number of people. Shinfeng remained calm and patted Lin Kurson's thigh on his shoulder. "Hey, stop pretending to be dead, it's time to pay the rent." Lin Kurson trembled all over, feeling utterly ashamed and indignant. What are you going to do?" 10 o'clock, maximum power fireball. Shinfeng pointed to the dense swarm of puppets ahead. "Unleash all the pent-up energy within you. Don't hold back, the state will cover it." Although Lin Kurson felt ashamed, she also knew that the situation was urgent. She took a deep breath, and using the energy circulation created by her physical contact with Shinfeng, she exhaled. Boom! Originally just orange-red phoenix fire, after being empowered by Shinfeng's Tai True Qi, it actually turned into pure golden crow divine fire. A fan-shaped sea of golden fire swept out instantly. The asphalt road ahead vaporized. The hundreds of puppets at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized into ashes. Holy crap! Catherine was stunned. Is this the combined attack technique from the east? Are these 2 mobile human nuclear bombs? What are you standing there for? Shinfeng kicked Catherine. Those fish that slipped through the net on the left are yours. Kill one, and you'll get a breath of yang energy as a reward. If you don't kill them all, you won't get any dinner tonight. Upon hearing the word yang energy, Catherine's eyes instantly turned green. That wasn't ordinary green, it was the green of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing meat. For dinner. The noble Templar knight let out a shriek, his hands transforming into claws as he charged into the horde of monsters in a blur. Tear it apart. Bite it off. Swallow it whole. The originally terrifying gargoyles are as fragile as paper toys in the face of the succubus who is driven by the desire for food. Shinfeng carried Lin Kurson and strolled leisurely among the limbs scattered on the ground, occasionally adjusting the angle of the turret. There's a big one on the right. Next, burn the one who's digging the tunnel. Lin Kurson went from feeling ashamed at first, but later she actually felt a strange pleasure. This feeling of not having to consider the consequences, not having to worry about running out of spiritual energy, and not even having to position yourself, but just mindlessly outputting damage, is so stress relieving. Just as the three of them were pushing their way through and about to reach the fourth building of the girls' dormitory, the ethereal and sacred broadcast voice rang out again, carrying a nauseating kind of compassion. Lost sheep, why do you resist the Lord's gifts? Offer your flesh and blood, and God will grant you eternal life. Lin Kurson's expression changed. That voice, is it Su Chanshan? Su Chanshan, the most beautiful girl in the art department, a well-behaved girl who always speaks softly, how did she become like this? Who cares who she is? Xin Feng looked at the eerie entrance to building number 4. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came and dared to touch my nation's destiny, he'd have to leave his underwear behind. The three rushed into the lobby on the first floor. The dormitory supervisor's office has now been transformed into a confession room covered in blood. A giant monster, 3 meters tall, stood before the iron door leading to the basement. It was made up of countless severed limbs stitched together, and it held a giant sword burning with white holy fire, exuding the aura of a PK rank. The papacy's weapon of war, the Arbiter. Catherine's voice trembled. This thing feels no pain, it's immortal. Appraisal. Item, Sacred Flame Greatsword Grade A Psionic Material. Review, the material is good, suitable for dragons to grind their teeth. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. Ao Meng, he called out in his mind. Although Xia Longnu was still digesting the six-winged angel in the manor, a trace of the superior dragon might belonging to the Eastern Divine Dragon descended along with the contract. That's suppression from the top of the food chain. The Arbiter was about to swing his sword when his movements suddenly froze for a moment. In a battle between masters, life and death can be decided in an instant. Spray it in his face. Xin Feng roared. Lin Kurson had a sudden inspiration. This time, she didn't even need Xin Feng's guidance. She used a condensed golden crow divine fire to its fullest extent and accurately struck the Arbiter's head. Puff! The Frankenstein's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Xin Feng stepped forward and kicked the massive headless corpse away, then skillfully picked up the fallen holy fire greatsword. Receive! The system space opened, and the greatsword disappeared. The whole process was smooth and seamless, with perfect teamwork, just like a pair of thieves who had rehearsed countless times. Let's go, let's run a dungeon. Xin Feng kicked open the heavy iron door to the basement, which was covered in curses. A strong smell of blood wafted over. The basement had been hollowed out and turned into a huge blood altar. In the center of the altar, countless thick red pipes were inserted deep into the ground, frantically drawing out the golden spiritual energy from underground, the dragon vein of China's national destiny. Above the altar, a figure floated. That was Su Chanshan. But at this moment, 6 jet black wings have sprouted from her back, and her once innocent face is now covered with black demonic patterns. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of completely black eyes with no whites. Xin Feng, you finally arrived. Su Chanshan's voice overlapped with the whispers of countless people, carrying a chilling smile. The Lord said that your body is the last key to unlocking the new world. The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, 4 black beams of light shot up from around the altar, instantly forming a deadly trapping formation that locked Xin Feng and his 2 companions inside. At the same time, the system in Xin Feng's mind, which had been silent all along, suddenly issued an unprecedentedly piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional law intrusion detected. Targeted logical attack. The other party is attempting to forcibly strip the host system. System defenses are crumbling. 10%. 30%. Chapter 41 System Defense War? No, it's a garbage sorting scene. Above the altar, black light shone like a prison. Su Chanshan hovered in mid-air, her 6 jet black wings obscuring the already dim dome of the basement. Countless eerie black runes spread wildly along the 4 towering pillars of light, like living venomous snakes, tightly coiling around Xin Feng and digging into the depths of his soul. That was the stripping away of laws from a higher dimension. In Xin Feng's mind, the shrill alarm sounded as if it would pierce his eardrums. Warning! Core code is being brute force parsed. Defense barrier degradation, 60%, 80%. It is estimated that this system will be completely disconnected from the host in 25 seconds. Can you feel it? This sense of powerlessness. Su Chanqian looked down at him, her voice loud and reverberant, as if millions of people were whispering at the same time, with a strange beauty that was a mixture of holiness and depravity. The Lord has never valued your lowly mortal body, but rather the incomplete world as fundamental rules that reside within you. She slowly opened her arms, as if embracing the whole world. Once I strip it away, I can use it as a foundation to rebuild the Eastern spiritual veins. At that time, this ancient land will be transformed into a divine kingdom on earth, and I will be the only goddess of the new era. This is the difference between mortals and gods. Su Chanqian's eyes were indifferent as she waited to see the despair and fear on Qin Feng's face. However, the man bound by chains was staring at her with wide eyes, his expression not at all like despair, but more like looking at his long-lost father. Etc. Qin Feng struggled violently. Although he couldn't move his body, it didn't stop his bloodshot eyes from shining brightly with excitement. Su, are you serious? You can really take this thing away? Su Chanqian was stunned, and her sacred aura almost crumbled. What? I'm telling you, this damn system. Qin Feng practically nodded in agreement. You mean, if you take it away, I won't have to fight those disgusting demons anymore, and I won't have to be forced to have children for that damned national fortune? I can retire completely and live a peaceful life as a useless person? Su Chanqian. She had imagined countless reactions: anger, pleading, cursing, even fighting to the death. But this was the only one she hadn't considered. Is there something wrong with this script? Hurry up! Don't be shy! Qin Feng shouted anxiously when he saw her in a daze. He even took the initiative to withdraw all the defenses of the Taiyi demon-suppressing body against his mental sea, and mobilized the remaining Taiyi true qi, like pushing a broken-down car, desperately squeezing the ball of light representing the system outward. Take it! Take it all! If you don't take it, you're disrespecting me! Qin Feng said, tears welling up in his eyes. This thing is even more outrageous than 996, working all year round without pay. Su, you're such a good person. Such a good person. This is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Su Chanqian was completely dumbfounded. It's like a robber rushing into a bank with a knife, yelling robbery, and the teller not only takes out all the money, but also cries and begs to force the safe key onto him, and even tries to help him carry it to his car. This gave her an extremely unreal feeling. Since you're so sensible, Su Chanqian subconsciously increased the intensity of her absorption. Just as Qin Feng was full of anticipation, preparing to welcome his long-awaited free life, and even planning in his mind that his first sleep after retirement would last 3 days and 3 nights. The system that had always only produced cold, mechanical sounds suddenly exploded in his mind. Sizzle sizzle. After a piercing crackle of electricity, an electronic voice, clearly tinged with emotion and even a hint of exasperation, rang out. The host has been detected exhibiting extremely egregious signs of passive resistance and deliberate abandonment of the system. This behavior is a serious violation of the multiverse system labor law and the act governing the dignity of all beings. Core defense protocols are forcibly activated. Activate rogue software anti-uninstall mode. Nobody can touch me. The next second, something unexpected happened. The golden power of rules that was slowly flowing towards Su Chanqian suddenly expanded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It not only broke through all the black rune chains in an instant, but also turned into a golden torrent that rushed back into Su Chanqian's open soul passage. What is that? Su Chanqian's expression changed drastically. Downloading the reverse devouring patch. Implanting a mental pollution package extra large. Detected that the other party's soul portal was undefended, immediately uploading the host's nearly 10 years of laid-back memories and garbage online novel inventory. Ah! Su Chanqian suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream, clutched her head with both hands, and convulsed violently in mid-air. What she originally wanted to absorb was the pure, vast, and divine power that represented the truth of the world. And what was the result? What surged violently into her mind through that passage was Qin Feng's vast and overwhelming mental garbage. On 10,080 Ways to Lie Down, whoever falls in love with this broken class can go, a horizontal review report on the joy of being a bored person, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't underestimate a poor young person fragment, rebirth of the domineering school beauty falls in love with me. There were even those countless moments of despair that Qin Feng had. I'm so tired, I want to sleep, I don't want to move, can't we just end the world already? For a fallen angel who pursues pure divinity and has a severe obsession with spiritual purity, this high concentration of spiritual swill is tantamount to pouring a ton of fermented kitchen waste that has been fermenting for 3 months directly into a sophisticated quantum computer. And it's the kind that comes with soup. Get out! Get out of my head! The black light in Su Chanshan's eyes flashed wildly, and her originally aloof divinity was teetering on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of the will to give up. A great opportunity. Catherine, who had been crouching in the corner, suddenly brightened up. Although she was also scared, she was more afraid of what the man meant by not having food than of the terrifying angel. A dignified S-class succubus, risking everything for that one breath of young energy. For dinner. Catherine vanished into the shadows in an instant, activating the succubus's innate skill, Shadow Backstab, transforming into a dark, ghostly light that shot straight towards the red conduits connecting to the underground in the center of the altar. If the energy supply is cut off, this angel is like a tree without roots. However, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Ants. On the verge of a mental breakdown, Su Chanshan roared, and a black aura of resistance erupted around her. Boom! The mere aftershock of the divine power sent the weakened Catherine flying like a fly being swatted away. The former Templar knight screamed and slammed against the wall, his janitor uniform ripped apart, revealing large patches of his snow-white skin. Even worse, the half-eaten bag of lime-flavored potato chips in her hand was scattered all over the ground like petals from a fairy, and was crushed into powder by the falling pebbles. My potato chips. Lin Kurson, who had been carried on Qin Feng's shoulder, was still pretending to be dead, immersed in the feeling that this is too embarrassing. At this moment, watching helplessly as her favorite limited edition potato chips vanished without a trace, coupled with the fact that the enormous energy Qin Feng had poured into her body had already reached its critical point, the school beauty completely went berserk under the double stimulus. Give me back my potato chips. Lin Kurson suddenly threw off the silk quilt wrapped around her body. The aura she exuded in that instant made Qin Feng feel a weight on his shoulders. She didn't need Qin Feng's guidance at all. Her hands instinctively, or rather, retaliatorily grabbed Qin Feng's hair tightly to steady herself, and she opened her mouth to unleash a maximum powered attack on the altar. Golden Crow Roar. Boom! A golden pillar of fire, several times thicker than before, carrying an intense heat capable of burning the heavens, shot straight towards Su Chanshan's face. Su Chanshan barely managed to mobilize the spiritual energy beneath her feet, condensing a black light shield in front of her. Sizzle, sizzle. The golden fire and the black shield clashed fiercely, distorting the space itself under the intense heat. Didn't you eat? Push harder. Qin Feng felt like Lin Kurson was pulling his scalp bald, and he grimaced in pain. If you don't push harder, we'll all die here and turn into fertilizer. Seeing that the situation was at a stalemate, Qin Feng made a tough decision. Instead of retreating, he advanced, carrying the still flaming humanoid cannon turret and braving the energy storm powerful enough to tear apart steel, striding towards the bottom of the altar. Identification initiated. In the field of vision, countless data streams refreshed wildly, eventually locking onto the red dot of light below the altar that was trembling violently. Target, Dragon Vein Core Absorption Node. Status, Reverse Extraction in progress? Suggestion, since she likes to suck, let her suck to her heart's content, let her suck until she's stuffed. Great idea. Qin Feng rushed to the bottom of the altar, his golden right hand reaching out, ignoring the crackling black lightning around him, and grabbed the thickest red conduit that was continuously supplying spiritual energy to Su Chanshan. Open it for me. Tai Demon Suppressing Body, activated at full power. This time, however, it's not absorption, but rather transformation and infusion. The Tai True Qi within Qin Feng's body is the most young and powerful force in the world, an absolute nemesis of demons and evil. At this moment, this power is flowing wildly through the conduit into the already polluted Dragon Vein underground. The Dragon Vein's spiritual energy, originally as black as ink, reacted violently the moment it encountered the ultimate yang energy, like a bucket of ice water being poured into boiling oil. Purify. Restore. Rampage. In that instant, what was delivered to Su Chanshan was no longer the dark divine power she needed, but the most violent golden national fortune dragon energy that Qin Feng had forcibly restored and added to. Su Chanshan was enjoying herself immensely, and although her mind was full of junk information, her body was still behaving itself. But suddenly, the energy surging into his body changed. It went from being a delicious iced cola to freshly made molten iron. It's hot. It's so hot. Su Chanshan let out a scream that sounded inhuman. The extremely yang and powerful national destiny dragon energy surged wildly within her body, specifically targeting and burning away those dark demonic patterns. She was like an overinflated balloon, with countless golden cracks appearing on her skin, and golden light shining through her body. The 6 black wings on its back were instantly ignited and turned to ashes in the golden flames. Boom! That enormous anchor of divine authority could no longer hold and collapsed completely. Like a kite with a broken string, Su Chanqian fell heavily to the ground beneath the altar, her body billowing smoke. Call! Qin Feng plopped down on the ground, put the exhausted Lin Kurson off his shoulder, and gasped for breath. We won? Catherine crawled out of the rubble, not caring about being exposed, her face filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. Before Qin Feng could even feel happy, a huge red pop-up window suddenly appeared in his mind from the rogue system, complete with a cute, angry emoji. Bite. Given the host's extremely egregious act of abandonment, this system is deeply saddened. To prevent such incidents from happening again, the system has automatically modified the underlying protocol. The system is now bound to the host's soul at the genetic level. Even if the host turns to ashes, this system will still be the same code on the urn. In addition, as punishment, you are forced to accept a special mission, divine discipline. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. He stiffly turned his head to look at the ragged figure not far away, who was twitching slightly. As the dark power dissipated, the demonic markings on Su Chanqian's body faded, and she returned to her pure and delicate appearance as the most beautiful girl in the art department, only now she was barely clothed and looked pitiful. Above her head, a brand new, glittering golden entry was appearing. Target, Su Chanqian. Identity, fallen divine servant under purification. Current status, completely brainwashed by the host's mental garbage, currently in a state of mental blankness. Task requirements, intensive ideological education must be conducted to mold them into qualified successors to socialism. Qin Feng's vision went black, and he looked up at the sky and sighed. What a tragedy. I just wanted to throw away some trash. How did this trash automatically turn into something useful and start clinging to me? I can't live like this anymore. Chapter 42. I'm really not a pervert, this is strategic containment. When the special forces stormed in, they were greeted by a scene with a distinctly postmodern magical quality. The basement dome had been punched through, letting sunlight mingle with dust as it streamed down. The man, described as a national strategic resource, sat undignifiedly on a shattered altar stone, holding a half-empty bottle of mineral water that he'd somehow produced. Beside his left foot lay a girl, barely clothed, with charred wings that couldn't conceal her stunning beauty. Like a cat that had just eaten its fill of catnip, she was fast asleep, her drool soaking a large patch of Qin Feng's trouser leg. To his right, the S-class succubus Catherine, who struck fear into the hearts of the West, was squatting on the ground without any dignity, sticking out her tongue and focusing intently on licking the seasoning powder from a torn bag of potato chips, her devout appearance as if she were performing some kind of sacred ritual. Meanwhile, Lin Kurson, the aloof campus belle of Jiangcheng University, leaned against Qin Feng's back, her face flushed and her body exhausted, her hands tightly wrapped around his neck, like a koala afraid of being abandoned. Hands up! Don't move, The Special Forces captain, who was at the forefront, had his gun half raised, but froze in mid-air. He looked back at Wang Manha behind him, his eyes filled with bewilderment, as if to say, this question is beyond the syllabus. This is the horrific battlefield you reported? Wang Manha strode over in her tactical boots, her gaze sweeping over the bizarre family of four, her eyebrows twitching wildly. She had imagined rivers of blood, she had imagined mutual destruction, but she had never imagined this picnic scene filled with decadence. Oh, Aunt Wang, you're here. Qin Feng lazily raised his eyelids and pointed to Su Chanqian at his feet. Don't be so loud, the child just fell asleep. Wang Manha took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to kick the kid away, and pointed at Su Chanqian. This is a fallen god servant? The Western Church's top secret weapon? According to the anomalous creature containment regulations, such a high-risk S-level target must be immediately transferred to the 9th Research Institute of the Special Affairs Department for isolation, sealing, and slice research. Several researchers in white protective suits immediately stepped forward with this special restraint device. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Feng jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, causing Lin Kurson behind him to grunt. He shielded Su Chanqian behind him, declaring righteously, take her away? Absolutely not. That would be a strategic mistake. Reason. Wang Manha's eyes turned cold. Reasons? There are plenty of reasons. Qin Feng pointed to his head and said in a serious tone, and Wang, this girl's brain is currently filled with my, what I call the top secret national consciousness stream. Do you know what mental quantum entanglement is? Right now, she's an extension container of my thoughts. Once she leaves me by more than 10 meters, the previously suppressed divinity will rebound, and might even detonate the data I've infused into her. At that point, not only Jiangcheng, but the entire South China region will be reduced to ruins. The researchers present looked at each other in bewilderment. Mental quantum entanglement? Data detonation? Professor Zhong, chief advisor of the Special Affairs Department, pushed up his glasses, his brows furrowed. Theoretically, if the penetration at the soul level between the two parties reaches its limit, this symbiotic effect could indeed occur. But this usually happens when it happened between cultivation partners. Qin Feng replied without changing his expression, "That's right. Just now, in order to save the country, I had to sacrifice my physical appearance and engage in a deep exchange on the soul level." The entire room fell silent. Everyone's gaze instantly became extremely complicated. They looked at Su Chanshan, whose clothes were tattered, and then at Qin Feng, whose face said, "I have sacrificed too much." "That's just too beastly." "Are you sure?" Wang Manha clearly didn't believe this nonsense. She turned to look at Lin Kurson, who was clinging to Qin Feng's back. "Kurson, you've been here the whole time, right?" Lin Kurson felt like a fire was burning inside her, and Qin Feng's scent was her only soothing balm. She couldn't hear what they were saying at all. She just thought it was incredibly noisy and wanted to end it all and go back to bed. "He's a pervert." The school beauty hummed weakly, burying her face in Qin Feng's neck and nuzzling against him. "But he really took care of this monster. Give it to him. Don't ask anymore. I'm so sleepy." Wang Manha. Even the parties involved have no objections, and they're even in such an intimate pose, so what can she say? "Alright, take the person with you." Wang Manha rubbed her temples and waved for the team to leave. "But this isn't over. Go back and write me a 50,000-word report. Also, about this succubus. My maid," Qin Feng pointed to Catherine, who was still licking the bag of potato chips, "has signed a contract of servitude for life." Wang Manha felt her blood pressure soaring. Just then, a long-lost golden light flashed on Qin Feng's retina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for destroying the theocratic anchor and thwarting the Western Vatican's Ragnarok plan. Level of judgment, nation-saving level. Rewards being processed. Gained 50,000 national fortune points. Mall privileges upgraded to LV2. Gain special title, Godslayer Pseudo. Effect, increases intimidation against divine beings by 50% and taunt value by 100%. 50,000 points. Qin Feng almost burst out laughing. This was an instant windfall. Keep in mind, his daily expenses while lounging in the manor were only a few hundred points of national fortune in exchange for supplies. This 50,000 points was enough for him to squander until graduation. "That, master?" The trouser leg was gently tugged. Catherine remained squatting on the ground, her usually alluring eyes now looking pitifully at Qin Feng. She pointed to the deep, bone-revealing wound on her abdomen, then to her shriveled belly. "You promised, a breath of yang energy." The Special Forces soldiers around them swallowed hard. Even in this disheveled state, the S-class succubus's advances were as lethal as a nuclear bomb. Qin Feng curled his lip in disgust, pointing with his finger as if dismissing a beggar. A wisp of Tai Tru Chi, as thin as a hair, flicked from her fingertips into Catherine's brow. Boom! Catherine, who had been deathly pale and barely breathing, suddenly shuddered. Visibly, the wound on her abdomen healed at an astonishing speed, her pale skin instantly becoming rosy and radiant, as if she had just had a top-notch full-body spa treatment. She was glowing, and even her tattered cleaner's uniform seemed to take on a more alluring quality. "Oh!" A series of synchronized gasps came from the surrounding area. "Is this the legendary Tai demon suppressing body? This isn't yang energy at all, it's practically a walking piece of Tang Sanzang's flesh." Catherine squinted comfortably, letting out a bone-melting moan, and her gaze towards Qin Feng completely changed. If before it was forced submission, now it was she wanted to drain him dry. "Stop drooling." Qin Feng slapped her on the forehead. "Let's go home." Half an hour later, a black-painted heavy helicopter landed on the helipad of Destiny Manor. Butler Baiji and 2 rows of maids had been waiting for a long time. When the hatch opened, seeing her young master carrying one on his back, holding another, and followed by a blonde, blue-eyed maid, even Baiji, who had received professional training and was already calm and composed, couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Young master, is he really going on a mission, or is he going to do wholesale purchasing?" "Baiji, make the arrangements." Qin Feng tossed Su Chanshan to the maids. "Put her next to mine. She's a dangerous individual. Seal all the windows and cut off the internet and electricity." "Yes." Qin Feng then pointed to Catherine, "Take this one to be cleaned up. From now on, she will be responsible for cleaning the toilets and taking out the trash." We'll consider promoting her when she performs well. Yes. Bai Ji looked at the dignified S-class succubus, and although she felt a little reluctant, she still nodded. As for Lin Kurson, Xin Feng was about to put her down when he discovered that the school beauty's hand seemed to be welded to his body and he couldn't pry it open at all. I'll take her back to her room. Xin Feng sighed and resignedly carried Lin Kurson towards the main building. Late at night, Destiny Manor returned to tranquility. Inside the guest room, Su Chanxian, who had been unconscious for 5 hours, slowly opened her eyes as her eyelashes trembled slightly. Those eyes, which were originally only black and white, filled with destructive desire and divine indifference, were now blank. That is, the so-called wise look. She rolled over and slumped onto the soft velvet mattress as if she had no bones. According to the script, the awakened fallen godservant should immediately unleash his divine power, destroy all living beings around him, and take revenge on the damned blasphemer. But now, Su Chanxian's mind is filled with the wise sayings that Qin Feng has instilled in her. Why destroy the world? If we destroy it, we won't have any more sugary drinks. Get up? That's disrespectful to the bed. Life is short, so seize the day. I'm so tired. Su Chanxian let out a soft, mumbled sound, completely lacking the grand, reverberating aura she had projected earlier. She glanced at her tattered combat suit and frowned. A flash of golden light. The original sacred armor, after a twist, turned into a onesie dinosaur pajama with a Pikachu pattern, and even had a hood. This is God's battle robe. Su Chanxian nodded in satisfaction, then wriggled on the bed like a maggot and weakly called out to the air, is anyone there? What's the Wi-Fi password here? And I want to drink that black holy water called cola. Qin Feng, who was observing in the monitoring room, covered his face in anguish upon hearing these words. Ding! Target Su Chanxian's homebody level has reached 90%. Warning, this does not align with the original intention of transforming successors to socialism in a positive and progressive manner. Advanced task issued, labor reform. While maintaining its obedience, please guide it to use its remaining divine power to contribute to the manor's development, e.g., using holy light to supplement the crops, using divine power to scare away pests. As Qin Feng looked at the fallen angel on the screen who was trying to use divine power to make the pillow softer, he felt as if he were looking in a mirror. What a terrible thing to do. Is this a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot? Meanwhile, in the distant western holy city, beneath the enormous crystal dome, the scepter, a symbol of the Vatican's authority, was crushed by an old hand. Anchor point extinguished. Phantom betrayed. Divine servant missing. The Pope's voice, like a chilling wind from hell, echoed throughout the hall. That heretic from the east, is he named Qin Feng? Issue my order, awaken the God Hunters Judgment Knights. No matter the cost, I want to see his body hanging on the cross in St. Peter's Square. Qin Feng was unaware that he had been designated as the #1 target for assassination by the entire Western Vatican. Right now, he's hiding in his luxurious bed, taking stock of his extra spoils. It was a two-handed greatsword. The sword was engulfed in an inextinguishable crimson flame. It was stolen from the Frankenstein's monster, the Arbiter, and was said to have sealed the soul of an ancient fire demon. Sacred Flame Greatsword incomplete. Quality, legendary. Special effect, Eternal Burn, deals massive holy damage to evil creatures. Eternal combustion? And constant temperature? Qin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. If we put this in the hot spring pool behind the manor, wouldn't it be a natural heating rod? Not only would it save on electricity, but it could also sterilize with high temperatures. Brilliant! If the primordial flame demon knew this from beyond the grave, he would probably be so angry that he would die again. Just as Qin Feng was happily planning the hot spring renovation project and preparing to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Thump, thump, thump. There was a gentle knock on the door. The sound was soft, yet urgent, as if the person knocking was trying to suppress some emotion. Who is it? In the middle of the night. Qin Feng yawned as he walked over and flung open the door. Whether you're selling insurance or... The words came to an abrupt halt. Lin Kurson stood at the door. She was wearing an extremely thin silk nightgown, and her normally fair skin was now flushed an unnatural red, as if she had just been pulled out of a steamer. Sweat dampened the strands of hair at her temples, clinging to her slender neck. She gripped the doorframe tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the force, and her usually proud and sharp eyes were now so dazed that they seemed to be dripping with water. Qin Feng. Lin Kurson's voice was tinged with a sob, a result of her body's instinctive craving for some kind of antidote and her struggle on the verge of losing her reason. I'm so hot, I'm about to explode. She looked up at Qin Feng, like a drowning person looking at the only piece of driftwood. Help! Qin Feng looked down at her, then glanced at the empty corridor behind her, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously. This is not heat at all, it is clearly the body's yin blood vessels losing the suppression of Tai Tru Qi and beginning to rebound in full force.
Lin, although I really want to help you, the system rules. Lin Kurson couldn't listen to anything.
She just followed her instincts and suddenly threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Her burning hot body was like a branding iron, instantly igniting the air.
Bang!
The door was slammed shut by a slender hand.
Chapter 43. This is not treatment, it's tribulation. Bang!
The sound of the heavy door closing seemed particularly dull in the quiet corridor. Qin Feng looked down at the person in his arms and felt as if he was holding not a school beauty, but a branding iron just pulled out of a steel furnace. Lin Kurson was burning up with fever, her body unconsciously writhing in his arms, trying to find some coolness. Her already thin silk nightgown was now soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her breathtaking curves.
It's hot, help me.
Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes, usually clear and calm like autumn water, were now veiled with a thick layer of mist, filled with an instinctive plea in the last struggle before her reason collapsed. This wasn't a fever, it was clearly the extremely yin phoenix bloodline within her body, which, after losing the temporary suppression of Qin Feng's Tai Tru Qi, began a frenzied backlash. Like a volcano with all its exits blocked, the energy was rampaging through her body, and if it wasn't channeled, the only outcome would be severed meridians and a fatal explosion.
Qin Feng felt utterly overwhelmed. To save or not to save? This isn't a choice at all.
He's the one who caused this injury. If he doesn't save the person, not only will he be unable to explain it to Wang Mana, but his own conscience won't allow it either. Although he always says he has no conscience, he simply can't bear to watch a life slip away before his eyes.
But the question is, how do we save them? Then, complete the procedures that were not finished during the day?
The thought of Ahu had barely crossed Qin Feng's mind when he immediately dismissed it.
What a joke! Was he, Qin Feng, the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in distress? Well, it's mainly because he's lazy.
That kind of work is exhausting, purely physical labor, and it makes you sweat a lot.
It's nowhere near as relaxing as lying in bed watching videos.
Besides, this is a national mission. If he makes a mistake and someone dies, he'll probably spend the rest of his lazy life in jail.
Damn it, overtime again. And this kind of deadly unpaid overtime.
Qin Feng cursed inwardly, but his movements were swift. He scooped Lin Kurson up in his arms, walked a few steps to his luxuriously furnished bed, and gently placed her on it. The mattress was soft, but Lin Kurson's body was tense from the pain, like a boiled shrimp.
Hey classmate, bear with it.
It might feel a little strange, but this is proper treatment, Qin Feng said seriously, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to her or to himself. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged next to Lin Kurson, and stretched out his right hand, which gleamed with a pale golden light, and slowly placed it on her burning lower abdomen.
Tai demon suppressing body, in operation.
Initiation technique, activated.
Boom!
Qin Feng's palm was like a super-powerful water pump that had suddenly started, while Lin Kurson's dantian was like a lake filled with high-pressure mercury. An extremely violent and chilling aura surged wildly into his meridians through his palm.
Holy crap! Qin Feng felt his arm instantly go numb.
A chilling current, capable of freezing even the soul, surged upwards along his meridians, reaching the top of his head. His Tai Tru Qi instinctively began to circulate, transforming into streams of golden warmth to encircle and suppress this invading energy. In an instant, his body seemed to have become a battlefield of ice and fire. Half of it was a fiery mountain, and the other half was an icebound valley. This feeling was 10,000 times worse than when I was enduring Su Chanshan's divine power infusion in the basement last time. Last time it was a pure energy shock, but this time it was two completely opposite primal forces fighting inside my body. Lin Kurson let out a painful groan, but as the energy within her body that was about to burst her found an outlet, her tense body finally showed signs of relaxation. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and desperately circulated his cultivation technique, gradually guiding the extremely cold and yin energy into his dantian. He then used his Tai Tru Qi to envelop and refine it, and finally slowly transported the purified neutral energy back into Lin Kurson's body to repair her damaged meridians. This process is like using a straw to drain the water from a swimming pool that's experiencing a tsunami, and then using a syringe to slowly pump the filtered water back in. The mind must be highly focused, and the operation must be meticulous. If there is even the slightest mistake, the result will be that both of them will be finished. Just as Qin Feng was sweating profusely, feeling as if he were undergoing a tribulation rather than saving someone, the system in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly dinged. Bite. Host detected engaging in high-risk two-person sexual activity. Correction, high-risk energy channeling. Given the host's previous egregious abandonment, this system has activated punitive monitoring mode. Triggered a punitive task, perfect guidance. Mission requirements. During the treatment, 99.99% of the stagnant energy in Lin Kurson's body must be guided back into the host's body for conversion and then returned. For every 0.01% increase in energy loss, 10,000 points of national fortune value will be deducted from the host as a penalty. Have a great time. That pleasant electronic tone was filled with schadenfreude. Qin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck you. A 99.99% conversion rate? What's the difference between that and 100%? This is like defusing a nuclear bomb. You can't afford to drop a single speck of dust. 10,000 points of national fortune. He painstakingly destroyed a divine authority anchor point and was only rewarded with 50,000 points. If he slipped up, he would go bankrupt tonight. This damn system is definitely using its position to settle personal scores. Just as Qin Feng was about to curse, Lin Kurson in his arms suddenly let out a painful scream, her body convulsing violently. The energy within her body had become violent again because of Qin Feng's momentary lapse in concentration. Concentrate. You piece of trash. Qin Feng cursed himself in his heart, no longer daring to be distracted, and immersed all his mind in controlling the energy. Time passed by, second by second. Qin Feng's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat, and his face had turned somewhat pale. This kind of meticulous operation was even more exhausting than fighting an S-rank expert. Just when he had finally managed to stabilize the situation and felt he was slowly finding his rhythm, like a skilled plumber finally tightening a leaky valve. Tap, tap, tap. A sudden, urgent, and frantic knocking sounded at the door. Master! Master, something terrible has happened. Outside the door came Catherine's anxious voice, trembling with tears. That new woman, she took the refrigerator in the kitchen apart. Qin Feng's hand trembled, and the energy cycle that had finally stabilized instantly became slightly disordered. Puff! He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forced it back down. This will cost at least 0.01%. 10,000 units of national fortune value, gone just like that. Qin Feng's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 44. Who dares to disturb my overtime work? Roll. A low growl, suppressing boundless rage, came from inside the door, carrying a terrifying pressure, as if a slumbering primordial beast had been forcibly awakened. The mere trace of Tai Tru Chi in that voice was enough to make Catherine outside the door tremble, her legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. That's terrifying. This feeling was even more terrifying than when she faced the cardinals of the Vatican. Master, is he angry? Catherine's face turned pale instantly. She had only come to report on her work and see if she could ask for some midnight snacks. How had she offended her master like this? The butler, Bai Ji, standing beside her, also had a solemn expression. She could clearly feel that the air in the entire main building seemed to have solidified, and an invisible pressure was spreading from the young master's room, making it difficult for her, a B-level expert who had undergone rigorous training, to breathe. What exactly is happening in the young master's room? But Master Catherine tried to explain, her voice trembling. That woman named Su Qianqian, she searched everywhere for a kind of black holy water called cola, and when she couldn't find it, she used her divine power to pry off the door of that $3 million smart thermostat refrigerator. She also said that if she couldn't find the holy water, she would turn the entire manor into her divine kingdom. Inside the door, Qin Feng listened to Catherine's intermittent report, his temples throbbing. Su Qianqian? Refrigerator? What is all this nonsense? He was at a critical juncture, with Lin Kurson in his arms like a bomb that could explode at any moment. He was using all his strength to barely maintain his balance. At this critical moment, he couldn't care less about dismantling a refrigerator, or even if someone were dismantling an aircraft carrier outside. What's even more infuriating is that momentary lapse in concentration cost him 10,000 national fortune points. 10,000 points. How long would that be enough for him to lie down? How many tons of iced cola would that be enough for him to drink? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. Can't you understand human language? Xin Feng's voice rang out again, this time icy cold and devoid of any emotion. I'll say it one last time, get out. Anyone who dares to utter another word at the door will be thrown into a cesspool and soaked for 3 days and 3 nights. And one more thing. Xin Feng thought for a moment and added, tell that Sue girl that if she wants a Coke, she should go to the backup generator room on the back mountain and use her so-called holy light to charge the generator. She can have a Coke whenever it's fully charged for 24 hours. As for you, Catherine. Yes, master. Catherine jumped up and stood straight. Go and scrub every single toilet in the manor with a toothbrush. If you don't get them clean, you're not eating dinner tonight. There was complete silence outside the door. Catherine opened her mouth, her emerald green eyes filled with grievance and disbelief. Use a toothbrush to clean the toilet? She, a top executive officer of the Western Inquisition, an S-class powerhouse codenamed Phantom, has actually been reduced to doing this kind of work? This is an absolute disgrace. However, when she thought of Qin Feng's terrifying rage just now, and when she thought that if she didn't have food, it meant she wouldn't have that intoxicating yang energy to snack on, Catherine's body trembled honestly. What is dignity? Compared to delicious food that can make your soul tremble, dignity is worthless. Yes. I'll go right away. Catherine replied almost in a sob, then grabbed Bai Ji's hand, who looked completely bewildered. Butler Bai Ji, where's the toothbrush? Take me there quickly. I want the one with the softest bristles. Bai Ji. She watched Catherine drag her away as she ran, then looked at the closed door, her eyes filled with deep confusion. Young master seems to have mastered an extraordinary skill in managing subordinates. Inside the room. Finally, it's quiet again. Xin Feng let out a long breath and refocused his mind on the treatment. But the interruption had already caused irreversible consequences. The energy that Lin Kurson had finally managed to calm down was now like a wild horse, surging and raging through her already fragile meridians. Ugh, it hurts. Lin Kurson let out a suppressed cry of pain, her body trembling violently from the intense pain, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly seeped from her forehead. Hold on. Xin Feng shouted, increasing the output of Tai True Qi. He dared not hold back any longer, and used his true energy like a large net to forcibly envelop the rampaging energy, then dragged and pulled it back into the cycle he had set. This process was more difficult and more painful than before. Xin Feng felt as if his meridians were being pierced by countless ice needles, or repeatedly burned on a raging fire. Every second was an ordeal. But he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Time slowly passed amidst the agonizing torment. After an unknown amount of time, Xin Feng's consciousness began to blur. He was relying entirely on instinct to circulate his cultivation technique and maintain that fragile energy cycle. His face was as pale as paper, his lips were cracked, and he was soaked in sweat as if he had just been pulled out of the water. However, in the midst of this extreme exertion, he made a surprising discovery. The extremely cold yin energy that he absorbed into his body did not completely disappear after being refined by the Tai True Qi. Instead, it left behind a trace of the purest primordial power, which merged with his Tai True Qi. His Tai True Qi seemed to have become more condensed and more refined. Originally pure masculinity, it now possesses a touch of femininity, combining strength and gentleness, endlessly regenerating. Holy crap, could this be the legendary dual cultivation? A thought suddenly popped into Qin Feng's mind. Wasn't that how it was written in all the online novels he'd read before? The male and female protagonists would complement each other's yin and yang energies through some indescribable means, and their cultivation would greatly improve. Although he hasn't reached that stage yet, isn't this energy level exchange essentially a form of dual cultivation? This damn system actually has such hidden benefits? Why didn't you say so sooner? Qin Feng's spirits lifted. If he was just putting up with it before to avoid being fined, now he has found a little motivation to work overtime voluntarily. Although the process was painful, the result was good. Isn't this like leveling up yourself while saving people? A huge win. Having found his motivation, Qin Feng's mindset immediately changed. He was no longer passively defending, but began to actively guide and absorb. He was like an experienced old fisherman, patiently casting his net, catching the raging fish in Lin Kurson's body one by one into his fish pond, processing them, and then releasing a small portion back into the wild. As his skills improved, Lin Kuxian's condition gradually stabilized. She stopped groaning in pain, her furrowed brows relaxed, and her breathing became steady and lone. However, just when Qin Feng thought the crisis was about to be over and was preparing to complete the treatment in one go, a new problem arose.
The amount of stagnant energy within Lin Kurson's body is simply enormous. That was the combined energy generated by the Divine King-level Supreme Yang power that Qin Feng had previously infused into her, intertwined with her own Supreme Yin bloodline power. Its total amount was almost equivalent to a walking nuclear reactor. Qin Feng's body is like a converter, but the power of this converter is limited. As more and more energy was absorbed, he felt his body was about to burst. Even more critically, the clash between these two extreme energies began to cause visible phenomena in his room. Centered on the large bed, on the left side of the room, tiny ice crystals began to condense in the air, and the windows were covered with a thick layer of frost, making the air bitterly cold. On the right side of the room, the air became scorching and dry, and wisps of white smoke even began to rise from the wooden floor, as if it were about to burst into flames at any moment. Qin Feng's bedroom is becoming an extremely unstable energy field. It's all over. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the contrasting scenes of ice and fire before him. If this explodes, not only his bed, but the entire main building will be blown to bits. Chapter 45. My bed isn't reimbursed. Sizzle. With a sharp, piercing sound, a tiny crack suddenly appeared at the headboard of Qin Feng's luxurious bed, which cost him 8 figures to customize and was made from a single piece of 1,000-year-old agar wood. On one side is extreme cold, on the other is scorching heat. These two extreme forces are tearing this poor bed apart. Qin Feng's heart, along with that crack, also shattered. That was his bed. It was his home for more than 2/3 of his life. It was the sanctuary of his laid-back lifestyle. If this bed is gone, where will he sleep? Sleeping on the floor? No. Absolutely not. Qin Feng roared inwardly. This is a work injury. This is definitely a standard work injury. I must get reimbursement from And Wang. No, I can't just get reimbursement for one bed, I also need to apply for compensation for emotional distress. I was so traumatized. Despite his complaints, Qin Feng knew that now was not the time to worry about the bed. If this continues, not only will the bed be torn to shreds by this energy, but he himself will be torn to pieces. Absorption and transformation alone are no longer sufficient. His body is like a reservoir, now full, and any further filling will cause it to overflow. We must find a way to dissipate this energy, or establish a more stable cycle. Cycle? A sudden inspiration struck Qin Feng. He had previously been working on a one-way extraction transformation input process, which is a linear process that is inefficient and risky. What if we could establish a closed loop? Just like the yin and yang fish in the Tai Chi diagram, Lin Kurson's ultimate yin power and his ultimate yang power form a perfect cycle, endlessly generating new life. In this way, he is no longer a simple converter, but becomes a relay station and stabilizer. Yes. Let's do it. Qin Feng immediately changed his strategy. He stopped forcibly absorbing the cold energy from Lin Kurson's body, and instead diverted half of his mind to mobilize the new Tai Tru Chi in his Dantian, which had already been fused with a trace of yin power, and injected it back into Lin Kurson's meridians. Lin Kurson let out a soft, comfortable moan. If the energy Qin Feng had previously channeled was like lukewarm water, then this energy, imbued with the ultimate yang attribute, was like a cup of hot cocoa in the dead of winter, warm, comforting, and instantly dispelling the coldness and pain throughout her body. It's done. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He carefully controlled the flow rate and volume of the two energies, like an astronaut performing a precision docking. His Tai Tru Chi entered Lin Kurson's body, calming her rampaging blood and nourishing her damaged meridians. As Lin Kurson's extremely cold and yin energy passed through his body, it was tempered by his Tai demon suppressing body, which removed all the violent attributes, leaving only the purest primordial power, which in turn refined his physical body in true Qi. Yin and yang, in and out. A perfect closed loop slowly formed between him and Lin Kurson. The dynamic balance of yin and yang theory that he had used to fool Wang Manha not long ago has now actually been realized by him. As this stable cycle was established, the eerie scene of contrasting ice and fire in the room began to slowly fade away. The energy of extreme cold and heat no longer diffused outwards, but was confined to a 1-meter radius around the large bed, forming a visible, slowly rotating energy vortex. The crisis has been temporarily averted. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling completely exhausted. But Lin Kurson, who was right next to him, was in a completely different situation. As the pain subsided, it was replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. That warm energy flowed through her body, and every meridian and every cell rejoiced. The feeling is like a traveler who has been trekking through the desert for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly plunging into a cool oasis. Her consciousness began to slowly return from the chaos. The first thing she regained was her hearing. She could hear a steady, strong heartbeat and slightly heavy breathing. Then came the sense of touch. She could feel herself leaning against a firm and warm chest, with a strong, large hand pressed tightly against her lower abdomen, continuously sending a warm current that made her feel incredibly safe. Finally, there's the visual aspect. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids, and what came into view was Qin Feng's face, so close to hers. His face was very pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat, but his eyes, which were always half asleep, were unusually bright and frighteningly focused at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Kurson's mind went blank for a full 10 seconds. Then, all the chaotic memories came rushing back like a tide. The backlash from her own bloodline, the unbearable pain. She rushed out of the room like a madwoman, knocked on Qin Feng's door, and then, like a shameless woman, threw herself into his arms, begging for his help. Boom! Lin Kurson's face instantly turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Shame, anger, embarrassment, all sorts of emotions intertwined, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. In all her life, she had never had such intimate contact with a man, let alone been held in the hand. But now, she was not only being held in a man's arms, but also, in this shameful position, pressed tightly against him. You. Lin Kurson opened her mouth, wanting him to let her go, but her voice was terribly hoarse. Don't move. Qin Feng noticed her waking up and immediately warned, our energies are now connected. If you move around and cause an energy explosion, this bed of mine will be ruined. If the bed explodes, you'll be blown up into a firework in the sky. As for me, I'll just have to find another place to sleep. You decide which sounds worse. His voice carried a hint of weariness, but his smug tone remained unchanged. Lin Kurson was speechless for a long time after hearing his words. She wanted to refute him, to call him shameless, but reason told her that what Qin Feng said seemed to be true. She could clearly feel a powerful energy circulating between her and Qin Feng, and her body was instinctively craving this energy. She tried to struggle, but the energy that had just calmed down in her body immediately showed signs of agitation, which frightened her so much that she dared not move anymore. Damn it! Lin Kurson cursed inwardly. She felt as if she were stuck in an invisible net, unable to move, and forced to maintain this posture that made her feel ashamed and indignant. What made her even more bewildered was that, as the energy cycle stabilized, she felt that a very subtle connection seemed to have been established between her and Qin Feng. It was a deeper connection that transcended physical contact. She could even vaguely sense Qin Feng's emotions at that moment: exhaustion, irritability, and heartache for that bed. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt some images that didn't belong to her flash through her mind. It was a man who was crammed into a beanbag chair in an extremely contorted position, muttering to himself, "No, this angle is putting pressure on my lumbar spine, affecting blood circulation, and making it difficult to sleep deeply." What is this? Lin Kurson was stunned.